Okay, now I got greatness for you guys. Let's go to the next one. Okay. Oh, I love this story. Frank Luntz, top GOP pollster, has got a poll out that he calls. You're going to love the terminology here. It's polling young people in America. He says the young in America are, quote, terrifyingly liberal. That's at least a headline from The Intercept. Let me give you the exact quotes from Frank Luntz himself. Americans 18 to 26 are extremely liberal, so liberal that, quote, the hostility of young Americans to the underpinnings of the American economy and the American government should frighten every business and political leader. Okay, now, I love his framing. He's a Republican, right? The hostility of young Americans towards business interests. It's got us scared. Oh, they're running scared. Okay. Now, the reality is, we're not hostile to business interests. We're hostile to people rigging the system in favor of crony capitalism. The ones that pour all the money into politics, buy all the politicians, and then rig the rules in their favor, and kill the free market. That's what we're hostile to, right? And we're hostile to that rigged system that has created enormous income inequality and not created more wealth, but extracted that wealth and put it in the pockets of the 0.01% who rigged that system. So if you think we're hostile to that, you're goddamn right we are. So they do not like this news. Now wait till you see who the leader of the revolution is. Bernie Sanders. Okay, look at this. Most liked and respected political figure by millennials. 31% Bernie Sanders. Barack Obama only has 18%. And he's at number 2. Hillary Clinton's at number 3 at 11%. Donald Trump is the first Republican to show up at 9%. Now, let me give you a couple more figures here, and then I'll tell you what it all means. George W. Bush comes in at a pathetic 5%. Ted Cruz, same. Bill Clinton, all the way down 3%. They've forgotten who he is. And Elizabeth Warren with a surprisingly low 2%. So, boy, Bernie Sanders has captured the imagination of the young people in this country. And the degree to which he is more popular than Barack Obama is surprising, I'm sure, to the mainstream and to the establishment media. It is not surprising to us. But even so, 31 to 18, wow, he's walloping. But second interesting note, the top 3 there, who are all Democrats, equal 60%. You get the 3 people with 60% combined favorability here, most liked and respected, before you get to any Republican. Well, also interesting, Bernie Sanders beating the top Republican Donald Trump 31 to 9, more than tripling him, right? But Hillary Clinton with only an 11 to 9 lead over Donald Trump. Interesting. Okay. Now, to give you a sense of how Bernie Sanders, how popular he is, let's go to even non-political figures. That was for politics. Well, I mean, with Beyonce and Taylor Swift and stuff, what is he going to come in 3rd or 4th? That'd be amazing. Whoa, number 1! Obama's still number 2. Bill Gates, interestingly, number 3. Then you get to Ellen, Jennifer Lawrence, Taylor Swift, Beyonce, Oprah, then down to Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. So, and that's among 18 to 21-year-olds. He's more popular than Beyonce. Okay, feel the burn. Certainly the young do. Now let's go to not just political figures, but to ideology and what young people in America think. 58% of respondents said they agreed more with the statement, America isn't better or worse than most other countries, than with America is exceptional. It's better than every other country in the world. So, again, we win. Sorry. But it's true. We've been saying this all along. Now, it's not that we don't love America. We do. And actually, the young were shockingly optimistic. Again, not expected by the older class. I'm not surprised by it. So, it's not like they're doom and gloom and they're really bummed about the state of America. They're just saying, well, look, let's be reasonable and rational here. Why are we? We're exceptional. We're number 1. We're better than everybody else. No, they're a more logical, more educated demographic that says, no, we're number 37 in healthcare. So obviously, some people have figured that out better. Germany has an economy that's roaring, and part of the reason is they have labor on the boards of the companies. Well, that creates a system where they actually care about their employees and want to make sure that people don't get fired. Now, look, I don't know that everyone in that demographic knows every one of those facts, but they do know overall, and this is 58% is very significant, they're saying, Yeah, no, I get it. America's great, but there are other countries that are great too. Don't be ridiculous with this whole America's exceptional talk, right? And so Republicans hate this because that's their go-to move. We can invade any country we like because we're exceptional. We don't have to follow the rules. Well, young people aren't buying that and see it for the obvious nonsense that it is. Now, look at this one. Which type of political system do you think is the most compassionate? 58% said socialism. 9% said capitalism, and let me tell you one more fact about that. No. And just 33% chose capitalism. Now, I know that the question is a little skewed, right? It's asking you what system is the most compassionate, right? Not necessarily one that is better. Nonetheless, 58 to 33 in favor of socialism among the young. Republican hair is on fire. They're like, oh my God, terrifyingly liberal. What has happened here? Well, what's happened is they're not being spoon-fed propaganda from your chosen medium, which is television. You bought all the TV networks. They're all enormously conservative. They all are enormously pro-establishment. They are the establishment. Propaganda, the Pentagon is awesome. When has CNN ever said the Pentagon lied? When? Never, right? Unbelievable. So, no, they're propaganda, all these guys. And so, but it's all right, because young people don't have TVs anymore. So once they're liberated from that and can get actual information from the internet, turns out they make smart choices and are not going along the lines that the Republicans want them to. More amazing facts. More young Americans declared that the most pressing issue facing America today is income inequality than anything else. Income inequality was followed by education, specifically its cost. Respondents said they most respect nurses and doctors, followed by teachers and soldiers. The least respected professions are bankers at 2%, real estate agents at 2%, elected officials at 4%, and business leaders at 6%. Okay. So, they think their teachers are great. But you hear from the mainstream media all the time, the teacher unions! The real problem is the teachers. Young people are like, are you mental? Why would the real problem be the teachers? Did the teachers crash the economy? No, the bankers crashed the economy. What are you picking on teachers for? Well, you see, again, that's because they missed all the ads against teachers unions on television. They missed all the propaganda and the talking points from the Republicans on television, right? So once you take the propaganda out, turns out people make great decisions, logical ones. And income inequality, of course, is an enormous issue. The cost of their education, they're all saddled with enormous amounts of debt. A lot of them hundreds of thousands of dollars in debts because of their student loans. Yeah, that's a bit of a pressing issue for them. And if you don't get that, you're really dense. So, finally, this might be my favorite, 66% of the poll's respondents said corporate America, quote, embodies everything that is wrong about America. Oh, game, set, and match. Now, of course, the Republican Party is powered by corporate America. It's actually a misnomer. It's not corporate America. It's multinational corporations. Their shareholders are from all over the world. Their executives are from all over the world. And they have no patriotism. They're robots. So the young understand that because they're smarter. They got actual information from online. They know corporations are amoral machines. They're not looking out for American interests. That's preposterous. If you believe that, you just don't understand the issues at all, which would describe most of the, unfortunately, older generation that has been brainwashed by television ads and television news networks owned by giant corporations. Now, is a giant corporation going to tell you that corporations are not good? Or that corporations, it's not a matter of being good or evil, as I said, they're amoral. That corporations might be buying off politicians. Or that corporations might want to rig the rules in their favor. That corporations are actually thrilled with income inequality because they're the benefactors. Their executives are the benefactors of that income inequality. Well, of course they're not going to tell you that. And they're the ones who own all the TV stations and all the media outlets. But lucky for America, the younger generation isn't watching that crap. By the way, to give you a sense of what they might be watching, this past January, so just last month, according to ComScore, which actually way undercounts us, because they don't count mobile, most of our viewers on mobile, but nonetheless, despite that, Young Turks, among news viewers online of videos, in the 13 to 24 year bracket, Okay, 13 to 24-year-olds. We were 51% of all views. All other media companies combined were 49%. We lapped the field. Now, our views match exactly with the younger demographics. We've been around 10 years. I don't know. Did we affect this in some way? I hope to God we did. Even if we had 5%, 1% effect. Fantastic. I couldn't be happier. Makes my life worth living. Okay. Even if we had nothing to do with it, maybe we got really, really lucky, and it turns out our views happen to match this younger generation's perfectly. Either way, we look like we're in pretty good shape, and the country now looks like it's in pretty good shape because the next generation is smart and they have all the information. EV, Republicans, the establishment, it was nice knowing you. Though not really. Young Turks.
Yeah. At least I've been there for you. Yes, you are. We also find a lot.
Alright guys, back on the Young Turks. So a bunch of tweets, and then I got a lot of great stories for you guys. Rebecca Armstrong says, "Thank God it's payday tomorrow. I can buy some more junk food to watch tomorrow's show. Just trying to do a shopping list." Awesome. By the way, don't miss after the show, 5:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to do a GOP debate. So there's only 5 of them left, and Donald's trying to knock them all out. Let's see how that goes. Marco Rubio never attacks Donald Trump. Is he going to do it tonight? Such weak sauce to not do that. It's so sad. That's at tytnetwork.com/live. And then on Saturday, we've got an election night. It's 6:30 p.m. Eastern, South Carolina, Bernie Sanders versus Hillary Clinton. Who's going to win that? Well, we have a good sense it's going to be Hillary Clinton, but how close is it going to get? And some of the news today might affect that. For Today writes in, so happy the type of people who would support neocons and Jeb lost hundreds of millions in capital. That's true. Agreed on that. Now, and that says, someone please make sure to put, quote, terrifyingly liberal on my tombstone. God bless you, Annette. David Decker writes in, 51% without mobile. Jesus, I knew TYT was doing okay, but damn, Daniel. Okay. Smooth writes in, I've been saying this offline. Cenk is short selling the Young Turks. This isn't a coincidence at all. TYT woke America up. Damn, I hope you're right, Smooth. I hope so. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Okay, we all appreciate it. Now, let's get to more of the news. Let's go to the Donald, unfortunately. I'm always amused by that transition. Okay. Here comes Mitt Romney on it. Oh, no, he slams Donald Trump with a chair over the head. Okay, now the establishment is trying to strike back against Donald Trump. They've sent Mitt Romney out there who does not like Trump. And he is going to make a very ironic attack. Let's watch.
Ensure that South Carolina became the first state with 5 cameras.
Not remotely close. Video 1.
Donald Trump and Marco Rubio and Ted Cruz have none shown us their back taxes. And, this was an issue in my campaign. And this will give us a real sense of whether these people are on the up and up and whether they've been telling us things about themselves that are true or not. So, I think, frankly, I think we have good reason to believe that there's a bombshell in Donald Trump's taxes.
What do you mean?
Well, I think there's something there. Either he's not anywhere near as wealthy as he says he is, or he hasn't been paying the kind of taxes we would expect him to pay, or perhaps he hasn't been giving money to the vets or to the disabled, like he's been telling us he's been doing. And I think that's the reason that I think there's a bombshell in there is because every time he's asked about his taxes, he dodges and delays and says, well, we're working on it. One, we could find he doesn't have anywhere near as much income as we might think he would have with a $10 billion net worth, or he doesn't pay any taxes, or he pays very, very low taxes.
Well, are you saying that you think he's worth significantly less than that?
I don't know. I'm just saying the fact that he is so aggressive in avoiding any discussion of his taxes, and is not willing to put them out so far, suggests that there's something in there he doesn't want us to see. He likes to tell people how well he's done. Why isn't he willing to let us look at the tax returns? And that's something. I mean, this was an issue in my campaign. That's why I'm so sensitive to it.
Yeah, that might be the case. I mean, this is really weird because the Democrats attacked Mitt Romney for not releasing his tax returns, and they said very similar things about him. And he finally released like a smidgen of them estimated taxes in 1 year of actual taxes, and we found out he was only paying like 15%. Isn't that sick? The theoretical top tax rate at that time was around 35%. Then you have local, state taxes. The top 1% is always complaining, too much taxes, No, you're not paying it. You're not paying it. He's only paying 15%. That's less than most of the people in America who work hard and are in theoretically much lower brackets, but they find 1,000 loopholes. He's got money in the Cayman Islands. So they found the most ironic guy in the world to attack Donald Trump on this issue. Maybe it's because he got attacked on it and he's better man, and he's thinking, oh yeah? What about Donald's taxes? Now, is he right that there could be a bombshell in there? Of course! Could Donald Trump be lying about his taxes? I would be shocked if he weren't lying. In one way, shape, or another. He mentioned 3 different possibilities there. Maybe he doesn't have that much money, maybe he's not paying any taxes, and maybe he's not really giving that much money to the vets. I would say all 3. Okay, so how's Donald going to respond to this? Well, let's start.
When do we get tax returns, Donald Trump? Because Mitt Romney got killed on this 4 years ago, and you've got to get him out there as well.
Well, we'll get him out at some point, probably. I mean, I'm looking at it. I told my people the other day, start looking at it. I have very, very complex. So it's, one of those things. But we are working on very complex papers, but we're working on it.
Will we get him soon, do you think?
I don't know. I have to ask my accounting people.
Yeah, we're working on it. It's, very complicated. Small minds like you wouldn't understand. A very large mind like Donald Trump. My guess is tax papers are a mess. Nothing but a mess. Okay, so that was just a very calm way of evading. On Twitter, he's not going to be his cop. He says about Romney, Mitt Romney, who totally blew an election that should have been won, and whose tax returns made him look like a fool, is now playing a tough guy. Now that's the Donald Trump we know and kind of despise. Okay, then he went on to say, nobody's been bringing it up, referring to this issue, except Mitt Romney, and the reason he brings it up is that he lost in that last election, and he lost very, very badly. So that's kind of a weird thing to say. This issue just got brought up by a very important figure in the Republican Party, the guy who was your last presidential nominee. Nobody else is bringing it up. Now let's go to the press and see if we can find someone parroting that same exact talking point on behalf of Donald Trump.
My attitude towards this is the same attitude I had towards Hillary Clinton yesterday. Everybody disagreed with me. If the Republicans want to release their speeches, then I'll release my speeches, Hillary said, and that seems very fair. With Donald Trump, I'd say the same thing. If everybody wants to release their taxes, then I'll release them. But why should I? Mitt Romney's taxes were relevant because people wanted to see if he paid 14, 15, 16%. Why are Donald Trump's taxes relevant other than so people in New York City can dig through them who have been saying that he's not worth $10 billion for a year and just look at it for their own excitable interest?
For exactly the reason you just... People want to find out if he's paying any taxes, not just 14, 15, 16%.
I haven't heard.
Is he paying any taxes?
That hasn't been an issue with Donald Trump here.
I think it's an issue because nobody knows.
I just haven't heard anybody bring it up.
Well,
I've heard a lot of rich people in New York City sniff that he's not worth $10 billion.
No. Donald Trump says, I haven't heard anybody bring it up. Scarborough says, I haven't heard anybody bring it up. No, Scarborough's totally neutral here. Yeah, perhaps he should do more town halls where he's interviewing questioning, challenging Donald Trump. I know, dude, you want to be his vice president. Just bring it down like 100 notches, and you'd still be massively biased in favor of Donald Trump. It's kind of embarrassing when you're taking talking points from his campaign and just repeating it on air. Okay, now, he's not alone, though. There's a bunch of people in the media that are Donald Trump supporters. Unsurprisingly, Lou Dobbs, who has been on the warpath against immigrants for as long as I can remember, comes to Donald's defense as well.
There's no better measure of the elite's desperation than for them to send in Mitt Romney into the fray as their hatchet man. Romney, hatchet man. Doesn't sound right, does it? He was a poor presidential candidate in 2012, and he has certainly shown himself to be a lousy political hatchet man in 2016. Romney's done enough for the GOP. Doesn't it seem so to you?
What's that talking point I'm getting from the Trump campaign? Hatchet man. Romney's a hatchet man. Hatchet man. Poor candidate. Very poor candidate. Hatchet man. Okay, nicely done, Lou. Now, the reason Lou Dobbs is such a big advocate of Donald Trump is because of moments like this. Today in the press, out of Iowa, we find out that there was a high school called Perry High in Iowa. It is disproportionately racially diverse in Iowa. Iowa is largely white, but in that case, in that high school, lots of African Americans, Latinos, Native Americans, and when they were playing basketball with other teams, and this is confirmed by local news and confirmed by the high schools, the other teams started chanting, Trump, 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 Trump. Fascism, it's right here in America. And Susan Sarandon, believe it or not, actually put it best when she was talking to our reporter, Jordan Sheridan. She said Trump has normalized racism. That's what's going on in this country. I guess to the credit of the Republican establishment, they're beginning to fight back, and Republicans know how to fight dirty. So they're like, hey, if they went after Romney on his taxes and it hurt him, maybe we could hurt Trump in the same way. So what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Here comes a little bit of empire striking back against Donald Trump. Okay, now, we move forward. Speaking of which, slightly different story, but along the same lines. The RNC believes that they can now control Donald Trump. That's a good one. Now, why do they think that? Well, not in terms of how he's going to run in the primaries. That horse has left the barn, right? So they think, no, if he's the general election candidate for the Republicans, that's okay. We hold some cards over him, and we'll be able to bring him to heel. Good luck with that. So let's explain what they think they can do against Donald Trump. And this is from Politico. Republican National Committee Chairman Reince Priebus has begun stating in private meetings that the party has sway over its, at times, unwelcome frontrunner, because it has tools that Trump will need to use to win a general election. Voter data and field, digital and media operations that a nominee typically inherits from the party infrastructure. Well, that is a good point. Those things could be useful for a traditional candidate. Now, those are the tools that Rubio and Cruz said they had in ample supply, and that's why they were going to win Nevada. In fact, Rubio was talking about how Nevada was going to be his firewall against Donald Trump. Trump won Nevada by 22 points. All those tools were useless. Okay. They explain further, dangling access to these resources, Priebus thinks he can help steer Trump toward party-wide policy goals and away from the inflammatory rhetoric that Republican officials see as divisive and dangerous, especially outside of the primary, according to two Republican sources who have spoken with the RNC chairman. So let's understand that better. They're saying, we've got to get this guy back on talking points. Okay, number one, yeah, of course we're racist against most of the ethnicities in this country. We ran the Southern strategy against black people for 40 years. Of course we don't like those guys. Of course we don't like the Mexicans. You're not supposed to say it out loud, dummy. No, you're supposed to use coded words, political speak. But that's why Donald Trump's winning, because he doesn't speak like a politician. You built up this racist base for him, and he's like, what are you guys speaking dog whistles for? You guys aren't that bright. Just say it. The Mexicans are criminals and rapists. The Republican crowd goes, to Muslims. I'm going to ban them. Oh, there you go. Obama is not a citizen. Oh! So you're going to try to get that guy under control. So number one, they want him to use talking points. So again, dog whistles don't just say the racist things, just imply them, right? Secondly, they want him to get back on talking points on things like, no. Corporations are always right. Trade deals are wonderful, even if they give all the power to multinational corporations. Remember, trade deals are wonderful! Trump's not listening. Trump said that we should be even-handed against Israel and Palestine. Not against, but in favor of both of those places so they can get a peace deal. It's one of the very rare logical things he has said. The Republicans' hair is on fire. Get back to talking points! We're not even-handed! Okay? We only support Israel. Who cares about the goddamn Palestinians? Get back on talking points! Well, he won't. Look, for better or for worse, usually for worse, much worse. Now, Sean Spicer is the chief strategist for the RNC and communications director. He adds, look, it's a relationship. Every nominee, it doesn't matter this cycle or last cycle, understands now that the role of parties is critical in terms of the manpower, the data, the press operations, the research. Yeah, but dude, the party's clearly not on Trump's side. Haven't been critical so far. Okay? Now, there is one other thing. The money, Lebowski. So the National Party's also traditionally spent heavily in support of their presidential nominees. They're permitted to spend $24 million in direct coordination with their respective standard bearers and an unlimited amount independently supporting them. Yeah. Now, you would read that, and most people think that's logical. Oh, I see. Of course he's going to want to get out the vote and have all that access to the data that any reasonable politician would want to, and then $24 million, and he's going to want that. No. First of all, it's a bluff. You think the RNC is not going to spend the money they're allowed to spend to make sure a Republican wins the presidency? It's the most obvious bluff in the world. And to his credit, Trump can call a bluff, right? He doesn't know a lot of things, but he does know how to play poker in those ways, right? He'll say, oh, you're not going to spend money on me even though I'm your candidate. Yeah, good luck with that, buddy. And I'll remember if I'm president. Oh, they're going to bend so quickly. They'll go, okay, here, $24 million. Please don't hurt me. Please don't hurt me. Okay, that's how this negotiation is going to go. And look, you think Trump's a savvy politician that works hard and figures out, oh, I could use this data this way and the demographics that way, and I need to get out the vote? He doesn't know any of that. That's partly why he lost in Iowa, by the way. But you got nothing on him, man. These guys are such knuckleheads. They still haven't figured out what's going on. Trump NATO is rolled into the RNC, and he's thrown everything around, and they're still like, no, I think we can get that twister under control. Yeah, we got this. We got this on lockdown. Right? Oh. Okay. Ooh, this one's a doozy. Okay, let's go to the next story. Okay. Next story. Sound a little like Soundgarden. Okay. Sorry, Sound. Hillary Clinton's in Charleston, South Carolina. She is, of course, at a fundraiser. It's at a private residence. Well, youth activist Ashley Williams decided that her and her friend are going to pay their way in so they could protest Hillary Clinton to her face. Whoa. Now, they paid the $500. They got in there. They got very close to her. She's, as you're going to see here in a little bit, giving a speech. And they're going to bring up the issue of what she said back in the 1990s about super predators. Now, that was a loaded term that people generally use against African Americans. In this case, they were talking about African American kids. And I don't want you to get the wrong idea. I want you to hear from Hillary Clinton back in the 90s first so you know what all this is about. Then I'll show you what Ashley Williams did. I want you to have the context first. And this was Hillary Clinton arguing in favor of the crime bill that Bill Clinton did pass into law that, among other things, that 3 strikes and you're out, and loaded up our prisons and broke every record we had on incarceration rates. So it had tremendous real-world effect, and this was her arguing in favor of it. Watch.
Not just gangs of kids anymore. They are often the kinds of kids that are called super predators. No conscience, no empathy. We can talk about why they ended up that way, but first we have to bring them to heel.
And when I ran that for the first time, I was blown away by so many parts of that. the racially loaded term of super predator, no empathy, no conscience, like they're not human, and then bring them to heel. Oof, that's ugly. So, well, that's exactly what Ashley Williams wrote on her protest sign. Now, let's see what happened in that room when she began that protest.
Ensure that South Carolina became the first state with body cameras. There's more work to be done, but you got to lay down these markers. You got to build toward common sense gun reform, criminal justice reform, and all the like. So I think we've got we've got somebody saying here we have to bring them
apologize for mass incarceration.
Okay, we'll talk
I'm
about
not a super predator.
Okay, fine, we'll talk about it.
Apologize to black people for mass incarceration.
Well, can I talk and then maybe you can listen to what I say? Okay, fine. Thank you very much. There's a lot of issues in this campaign. The very first speech that I gave back in April was about criminal justice reform and about predators.
You're being rude.
It's not appropriate. This is not appropriate. Yeah, you want to hear the facts, you just want to
I
talk.
know that you called black people predators in 1994. Please explain your record. Explain it to us. You want black people an apology.
That's inappropriate. You will give me a chance to talk. I'll approach your side. You know what? Nobody's ever asked me before. You're the first person to ask me, and I'm happy to address it, but you are the first person to ask me. Okay, back to the issues.
Not the right way to handle it. Okay, so all the people in the background, inappropriate, very rude. It was also inappropriate and rude to lock up all those young black guys and break every record in incarceration that the Clintons did. I'd call it a little worse than inappropriate and rude. Now, if you thought that they had committed serious crimes, nobody's going to argue with you. That's not the conversation. But you know what they did. Okay, first strike was whatever. Some were serious, some were light. Some were, I remember, we covered those stories back in the day, stealing a slice of pizza. Some were serious, stealing a car. But a lot of those strikes were drug possession. Somebody had a joint on them. Somebody had this on them. Somebody had that on them. And even though blacks and whites did drugs at the same exact rate, and that's a fact proven out by studies, blacks were locked up at 4 times the rate. That was under the Clintons, and then followed up by George W. Bush. So that's as legitimate a question as you can have. When you use that racially loaded language to push this odious bill through, what can you answer for that? Now, the only thing I'd tweak about how Ashley Williams did, and I think what she did overall was wonderful, is she aggressively asked that question, and then I would have let Hillary try to answer it. As it turns out, she didn't answer it at all. And then do a follow-up. You paid $500. You have every right to be in that room. So, isn't that amazing? Donors get to be in there as long as you play patty cakes. But if you pay the $500 and you ask an aggressive question, then you got to go. Now, you give them an opening to remove you if you don't let her give you the answer. I would have preferred they went back and forth, and that would have been very, very interesting and instructive. But now some people are saying, hey, she shouldn't have done it at all, Ashley Williams. Are you crazy? Who was talking about this? We were talking about it. I didn't see anybody in the establishment media talking about it. The only other guy bringing it up was Ben Jones, the former head of the NAACP. So it's as legitimate an issue as there is. She found a way to bring it up to the national stage. Perfect. She even paid to get in there. What else do you want from her? And so now, like I said, I disagree with a tiny bit with how she did it, but overall, I love that she had the courage to do it. Now, Hillary Clinton, how about her? How was her reaction? Everybody's, of course, talking about, oh, yeah, it's activists, Black Lives Matter people. She didn't even say she was Black Lives Matter. Anyway, you know how they are. No, I don't know how they are. Here's what I know. They're getting shot out there. They're getting killed out there. And in the Clinton years, thanks to the lobbying of Hillary Clinton, they were getting locked up for things that white people did too, but they didn't get locked up for. So now, Hillary Clinton's reaction is, hey, you know what? Are you going to let me finish? And okay, I get that part. And then they escort her out. She goes, nobody ever asked me that question. Well, actually, other Black Lives Matter had asked her that question in a sense. Why don't you take that moment to stop the Secret Service for a second and go, hold on. Please, I want to answer your question. Please stay with me. Now, if you keep talking, it's by the nature of this, because there's 99 other people in here, they're gonna have to remove you. But I really want to answer your question, right? But she didn't do that. She just let him take her out of the building. She had paid her way in. She kept the money. Are you gonna give the money back to Ashley Williams? That's a whole other question. And then she never answered the question. Okay, that's because it's a hard question to answer. Today, after thinking about it for a long time, having this be in the news, finally she came out and guess what? She acknowledged it and apologized. And there were all these people who were defending Hillary Clinton when we first ran this story. Oh, that's unfair, that's not true. Blah, blah, blah. Apparently, Hillary Clinton doesn't think it's unfair. She did do that. So here's her apology. In that speech, I was talking about the impact violent crime and vicious drug cartels were having on communities across the country and the particular danger they pose to children and families. Looking back, I shouldn't have used those words, and I wouldn't use them today. Okay. I'm glad she put out that apology, and that was smart on her part. And now, one of the hashtags that Ashley Williams had there was hashtag which Hillary, right? Now, some of you have seen those videos. She says one thing then another on gay marriage. No, I'm opposed to gay marriage. Later, oh yeah, I'm for gay marriage. And we've seen that in half a dozen very prominent cases. Now, in this case, super predators, bring them to heel. Oh, now I need black voters in South Carolina. No, I shouldn't have used that language. Hashtag which Hillary? Very fair question. So now let's go to Ashley Williams one more time to ask her. They asked her, why'd you do it? She said, I wanted to bring her to confront her own words. I wanted to bring her to confront her own words. We did this because we wanted to make sure that black people are paying attention to her record. And we want to know what Hillary we are getting. That seems a fair question. Then she went on to say, Hillary Clinton has a pattern of throwing the black community under the bus when it serves her politically. She called our boys super predators in '96. Then she race baited when running against Obama in '08. Now she's a lifelong civil rights activist. I just want to know which Hillary's running for the president, the one from '96, '08, or the new Hillary. Now, some are finally asking, hey, wait a minute, there were some issues in '08 that were uncomfortable when she was running against President Obama. That is coming to the front. Cornel West was on CNN. Brother West was on CNN yesterday. And he was talking about some of the prominent African Americans who are supporting Hillary Clinton all over TV. And he said they are a neo-political black political class that confuses the gravy train with the freedom train. Damn. Brother West dropping the elbow on those guys. So now there's a significant group of people going, whoa, let's take a real look at her record and see what we find. No wonder Hillary Clinton finds that very uncomfortable and would like to have you escorted from the building. This is an issue that is not going to pass. This is a very significant issue for Hillary Clinton, and it might lead to her unraveling. So it might not happen in South Carolina, but the more this reality comes out, the bigger trouble she's in. That is her record. Young Turks. All right, back in the Young Turks, 3 great comments on the Hillary Clinton situation here. Paula Crispilla says, "This young woman at the Hillary fundraiser is my hero. Way to go. I remember that super predator thing from back in the day." I Know Nothing writes in, "This is Hillary's 47% moment." It might be, man. Don't underestimate that. I said from day one, that super predator line could be the end of her. Because her firewall is not Latinos. Bernie Sanders won Latinos in Nevada. Her firewall is African Americans. And that firewall is now on fire. Okay? Alright, I'm going to leave it at that. I'm a Derpy Panda says, okay, back to the issues means, okay, back to my talking points. That's exactly right. She was doing talking points. Those got interrupted. Ashley Williams gets escorted from the back of the building, and she goes back to her talking points. Okay, I got one last story for you guys in this first hour. Okay. Oh, that's a funny picture. Okay, it's the first time I'm seeing it. Let's do a fun little segment called If I Were Obama. Scalia died recently. He's a Supreme Court justice, and President Obama is considering who to nominate him. The Republicans say they're going to block everybody. President Obama thinks, oh, I'll be cute. Maybe I'll nominate Republican Governor Brian Sandoval from Nevada. He's pro-choice. On everything else, he's largely Republican, but hey, agrees with us on one issue. And on gay rights,
he's a self-described democratic socialist from Vermont.
Wow, he's not merciful. Okay. I think that's it. Now, I know that I'm not guessing. Here, let me tell you what the bill says. 56% of Americans believe the Senate should hold hearings and vote on Obama's nominee, according to a Pew Research Center survey report this week. So you got the American people on your side. Who are you nominating over? Crazy. They don't like two-dimensional chess, right? Oh, on the floor because they're so concerned about the war. When the Republicans vote, they can't do it no more. No way, you're kidding. You're playing Patty. At the end of explaining what's going on here, I'm going to explain to you what you should. Let's listen to the more facts. Senior Democratic aide says, this is not a gun fight, so much more. It's about Obama being denied the common courtesy that every president before. The options are unlimited. You just have to not screw it up. Well, I think you're well on your way to screwing it up. But the reason I do that quote is, look at how weak Democrats
Establish politics. And if it comes together, we can abolish all of this. And this is the message that he's doing. The years, political revolution. You gotta open up your ears.
Nominated Supreme Court justice.
Revolution is by the comments of the media that painted it a little differently.
Presidents left the Supreme Court open for 10 months
and cannibals who think the word not worse than animals. But if we can make a stand that demands change, there's a reason that Bernie Sanders can't get the vote. If they feel like I feel, he's got the antidote. I can feel it in his nothing new. Bernie, get a fight from him.
Senator Bernie has not people here that are said the president is going to be committed to going around the country and drumming up support for our nominee. And Hillary Clinton is likely to be as a very important wedge issue on the campaign. You get it? Well, obviously, Hillary Clinton is going to win. And then us clever Democrats in Washington have decided that by picking a Republican
Hi, everybody.
for the Supreme
I'm
Court,
Angela, and welcome to another episode of We the People. That video was from Keith Rubino and Holly Rubino and a bunch of wonderful Bernie supporters that you've noticed out there creating parodies of popular songs. And so I want to say thank you to them really quick because they put a lot of work into it, and I thought the message was pretty fun.
Then on the other hand, speaking for the Republicans, and Mitch McConnell says, the leader welcomes the opportunity to reiterate to the president directly that the American people will be heard on this.
So this episode we have Tim Canova. I wanted to say welcome, Tim. Let's bring him up. He is running for Congress against Debbie Wasserman Schultz in the 23rd District of Florida. So, welcome him to our show.
Again, in 1 second, I'm going to tell you what I do to Jon Stewart. But I want
So this is a show that I'm really excited to do because there's been so much stuff swirling around in our nation's political realm, I guess you could say, that is revolved around your opponent. And so to have a progressive candidate, not only who backs Bernie Sanders, but has a great platform and honestly a really good background, something notable to appreciate. I just want to say I really appreciate you coming on today and talking with us for a little bit and telling us more about yourself and where you stand. So, starting first, we'll show that slide 1. I wanted to invite people to quickly, or slide 2, please go to timcanova.com and read up on him. You can check out some of the articles about him. And that way, as we're discussing these issues today, if you think of any questions, please write to us in the YouTube chat so that we can address the comments and questions with him in these breaks that we have throughout the show. So we'll start with slide 3 that has a great picture of you, Tim. And what I'd like to do is just give you some time to tell us about yourself, because every time we have a candidate on, everyone's experience, past experience and personal lives are so vastly different, and yours is quite exceptional too. So,
I got a second thing for you guys.
I never thought I'd be running for
4 years.
Congress.
It's in the Constitution. Look it up. No, you don't have to look it up. There's a giant graphic behind me in the Oval Office.
I've been a lawyer.
And I'd read the Constitution. That explains the president served
legislative aid
for 4 years.
On Capitol Hill.
Not 3 years.
1980.
4 years.
U.S. Senator
Now,
Paul
he didn't want me to serve for 4 years. He didn't want me to do anything on my last year.
I practiced law in New York City, and I've been teaching for the last 19 years.
I kicked your ass. Now,
and I've been a political activist really
that wasn't me versus Mitt Romney. That was American people making a decision on which way they would like to go. They were very clear.
The area that I've been working as a scholar for all these years.
They weren't unsure.
And
you know who they wanted to be their leader? Who would nominate Supreme Court justices?
All right, since the 1980s, and
you know how long they wanted me to do that? All right, for 4 years.
After the financial collapse,
and violate
I guess you could say, got a little bit better of an airing of my views.
Clearly violate the Constitution.
In 2010, I worked with Senator Bernie Sanders and his staff,
and I'm going to nominate whoever I like.
On
your job is to sit there and have hearings about
legislation.
Now,
in particular,
for the
provisions that dealt with the transparency of the Federal Reserve and the government accountability audits that were in that legislation. And I thought Senator Sanders really, and as well as some others,
and here they are, they're obstructing everything in our path, right? So no, I'm not like, hopefully I'll figure out that if I put Sandoval in, then they say no, that maybe you'll write an article about no, you're in the press. I need you to do your job.
Very supportive of Bernie Sanders' politics for a long time.
Be objective.
And when he announced he was running for president,
I that they will violate the Constitution and not hold hearings, even though that is their constitutional duty. In fact, I believe we should start impeachment proceedings.
I was working with a bunch of community groups,
if they
the
refuse
Citizens Trade Campaign,
in office,
a lot of
we need to have
labor folks and progressive Democrats.
One more thing, and I'll tell you why you need
lobbying against the Trans-Pacific Partnership.
Who am I going to
we were
Sandoval, by the way, Sandoval
local
withdrew today from consideration, saying he doesn't want to be a part of
and
this
like
talk.
talking to a wall.
So,
it was getting got no response whatsoever over
I'm going to start with
many weeks. I've taught international trade law for many years.
I'm going to go to a more liberal.
Really had plenty to say about.
By the end, I'm going to get the brother Cornell West
in some detail with your staff.
God help you if you lose that election.
Never heard anything back.
And every time I'm going to come out here and say,
frustrating. She ended up voting for fast track the agreement.
And
during that course of time, my eyes
when are these guys going to do their job?
Most people, they see Debbie Wasserman Schultz and they figure she's progressive because she's liberal on a lot of social issues.
How many years that term?
I share her views
on a
lot of social issues, whether it's marriage equality or women's rights, things like that.
You're not playing three-dimensional chess.
The more I looked at her record, it's quite apparent that on any kind of economic issues and a lot of social issues, she's been taking millions of dollars from the giant corporations.
The Republicans are right. We should put a Republican on the Supreme Court. The Republicans are blocking me, and I will reward them
deregulating Wall
putting
Street
up a Republican on the Supreme Court. are mental.
Or privatizing prisons and being a drug warrior. And she just doesn't pick up the ball and run with issues that are concerned not to corporations, but to real people. Things like income support for the poorest folks in our society, as just one example.
You could ask President Romney.
You actually mentioned so many subjects that we're going to cover today that just were entwined in your decision to run for office, and I find that fascinating because I wonder how many people out there that are watching today feel the same way. Maybe they've been talking continually to a congressperson and they still are feeling like they're not being heard, and that their expertise isn't even being considered. And it can be very frustrating when you see them saying one thing but taking money and doing another with the law. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to talk about an endorsement that you got. It was from Democracy for America for Broward County. That's right for. And so we're going to kind of talk just for a few more minutes about your run for office, and then we'll dive into Debbie Wasserman Schultz. I have some slides with quite a bit of information that I think the public is interested to know. When it comes to deciding whether she is the right candidate not only for Florida, but also for the rest of the nation. So, would you like to tell us a little bit about that experience? Have you had any contact with Democracy for America after the endorsement? And
I'd also like to share some other good news just today.
I bet you every day I do a press conference and say your Republican senator will not uphold the Constitution,
local
poll numbers go down. And you know what happens when poll numbers go down in an election year? He buckles.
They've endorsed my candidacy as
well. He
well.
doesn't buckle in Ohio because, or Wisconsin or New Hampshire, and all these close races.
Grassroots effort.
Because
one of the cardinal rules of my campaign is that I'm not going to take a penny of corporate money.
Wisconsin knows what the hell you're talking about, Sandoval.
Many corporate PACs, super PACs.
Get up there every single day as a president of the United States.
By what Bernie Sanders
put me here. The American people put me here to do a job.
My decision to run for office, it was animated by the concern that if Bernie should get elected president, he's got to have a Congress he can work with. And to me, it's somewhat horrifying, the idea that all the stars could line up and Bernie Sanders could get elected president. I still believe that is very possible when you look at this grassroots movement sweeping the country. But if that should happen, he's got to have members on Capitol Hill who will work with him for the deal.
Exactly.
It's been a great grassroots movement, and it's happened so quickly. We've only been in this race for 7 weeks, and we're quickly approaching 10,000 individual contributions, which for a House race, most House races don't get anywhere near that over the course of an entire year. We've been at it for less than 2 months, and we're approaching this milestone. So it really is a grassroots House campaign of some historic significance already.
That's wonderful. So also I want to mention to people, when you're mentioning how many people have contributed already and helped out, go to his website, timcanova.com, and donate right there. Volunteer to get in touch with him and donate some of your time if you're in Florida. And if you're not in Florida and you want to come out and help, make sure you get in touch with him as well, because we are definitely helping each other across state lines, aren't we? I've seen a lot of people coming in from other states to help people. So we want to make sure that it's not just exclusive to people in Florida.
We need all the help we can get. And I'll tell you, even though we've been raising money in these small donations, when Debbie Wasserman Schultz sort of got wind of our campaign and we really got her attention, I think she's gotten nervous. She responded the way you'd expect, and she had a $5,000 a plate fundraising event for corporate CEOs, in which she probably raised as much money in one night from corporate CEOs than we probably raised in a full month from thousands of individuals. So this race is really pitting people power against the big corporate machine. The Huffington Post said that this race will reveal more about the future of the Democratic Party than maybe any other contest this year, precisely because it's pitting grassroots movements against the corporate machine. So we need all the help we can get, and thank you for mentioning the campaign website, timcanova.com, and I urge folks to do whatever they can to help. Every little bit helps.
Wonderful. So we have John Spalding tonight, who is helping us with comment moderation, and we're going to see if he has any questions for us from the YouTube chat room yet. So, John, what have you got for us right now?
Thanks, Angela. Hi, everyone. J Vintage 1970 is wondering, what do you think about, this is still on the subject of Debbie Wasserman Schultz. What do you think about what she said the other day about superdelegates are the fight against the grassroots or the fight against the grassroots efforts?
It's a very revealing statement. The Republicans, I don't think, have superdelegates. It's the Democratic Party that does, and you don't expect that in a party like the Democratic Party. And then you get Debbie Wasserman Schultz in a very revealing moment, saying that the reason for superdelegates is so that the party establishment doesn't have to compete with its own grassroots base. It's kind of outrageous. It's another way of saying that the party establishment wants to be able to veto whatever decisions the grassroots base is making. Yeah. And Debbie Wasserman Schultz doesn't want to deal with the grassroots in her own district. And I know there's been a move on the whole debate thing on the Trans-Pacific Partnership, and we're going to be putting out a formal challenge to debate her on a whole bunch of different issues real soon. And I'm sure she'll dodge those debates if her experience as the head of the DNC is any indication. It's really been quite disastrous. The very few number of Democratic debates compared to Republican debates, the way Democratic debates have been scheduled to conflict with football games and holidays. I just read recently that when you add up the Nielsen ratings for viewership in the Democratic debates versus the Republican debates, the comparison is quite startling, where the Republicans have gotten 3 times as many viewers. Republicans, this is going into Iowa, I believe, had 116 million viewers, and the Democrats something like 40, 45 million viewers. And I think it's already being reflected in the turnouts. The Nevada caucuses for the Republicans was record turnouts, and unfortunately for Democrats, it was a relatively low turnout. So why should we be hiding our candidates and hiding debate from the public? We should be embracing public discussion. We should be embracing more democracy.
Oh, absolutely. And the only reason that Hillary agreed to the other debates is because Bernie kind of forced her hand. And she wanted one more, and he's like, well, how about 4? Exactly. She's like, oh, man. Yeah, so, okay. There's one more. Go ahead.
She wanted a coronation, I guess.
Oh, yeah. ERGH, what's Tim's thought on the American judicial system compared to Europe, for example, where the judges do the judging?
Well,
I don't know if you think it's a reason. It might be a reason for the race problems in the American system.
Well, the race problems are so multifaceted, and I really think you've got to attack it on a whole bunch of different levels at the same time. The war on drugs has been a disaster for communities of color because it targets people of color and young folks. And Bernie Sanders has made this point time and again that the rates of drug use among white people and black people, there's hardly any difference. But the rates of arrest and incarceration on the same drug offenses, 10, 13 times as many African Americans facing prosecution and imprisonment for doing the same drugs that, as I always say, the last 3 American presidents, as far as we know, and a majority of the American people have tried. So, you can't start addressing the crisis in the black community, the mass incarceration that's occurred, without first addressing the drug war. Does the criminal justice system have a lot to do with it? Of course. And there has to be better policing with the police, you can say, but there really does go back to somewhat to economics and jobs. And I know a lot of African American folks don't want to always hear this, but I'm sure they know more than any others that we need more job programs and more jobs and fewer prisons and fewer drug laws. And so I think that's part of the equation. When you ask about the criminal justice system, I would also raise the failure of the criminal justice system to respond to the Wall Street white-collar crime wave that's occurred in the past generation. Nova, the PBS, had a great documentary called The Untouchables, which asked how come the U.S. Department of Justice had not brought any high-level prosecutions against top bankers. And, it is really quite a disturbing tale because you see at the very highest levels of the Justice Department, the Attorney General, the head of its criminal division, going through that revolving door, leaving the Justice Department after several years of inactivity, not prosecuting, not investigating Wall Street crime, they go through the revolving door and become partners at big law firms, making $1 million a year, representing the biggest bankers. And we see the same revolving door occurring from the U.S. Attorney's Office. So, I mean, these are lawyers that should be concerned about the rule of law, but they're going through revolving doors, and it certainly has the appearance of a conflict of interest.
Yeah, and when we talk about conflict of interest, it's kind of interesting because it seems like the terminology is completely lost in today's world when it comes to politics. It's like they throw it around like it doesn't matter at all, and it seems to be pretty fundamental to a lot of younger generations. There's a reason that millennials find Bernie to be one of the more integrity and more trustworthy. It's because he is being more trustworthy.
You have to look at somebody's actions, not just their work. There are a lot of Democrats that talk about overturning Citizens United and taking money out of politics. My opponent is one of those.
How a young black kid was treated in college.
That all the time.
Just a couple of
talks
for you guys.
It's a great talk.
Paulie
but she doesn't walk the walk.
Thanks for giving us actual
Citizens United
and not that BS
money out of the system.
TV.
But then,
at least you guys
when you're
are not robots.
Raising millions of dollars from corporations and voting along their interests, including on legislation to keep dark money in politics, that's just wrong. Anyway, you can see it for what it is. It's hypocrisy.
Sounded just like him.
So, John, do we have any other comments or anything? Because we can't move on to talking about Debbie Washington Schultz. If there was any questions to follow up, we can start that discussion first.
Candy Graham for Mongo
we can move on.
I would warm up sex for life.
Someone already signed up to give you $10 monthly, Jim.
Hashtag.
So good job. And Electronuclei wants to know what are your views on the education system. So if you're going to talk about that later, then we can wait. But if not, let's get a quick one in now. Right. Go back to that.
God bless your heart.
I think there needs to be more resources put into K-12 public schools. I'm not a fan of privatizing our public assets. Not a fan of the charter movement. I do think before you go down that road, you have to make sure that schools get sufficient resources.
Secretary of State.
I have spent time in K-12 programs as a guest speaker in junior high schools, middle schools, high schools, and I've seen teachers, public school teachers, whether it's Albuquerque or Los Angeles or South Florida.
Hey, Jimmy, what are you going to do with
teachers not making very much money at all and having very large class sizes? And it shocks me that these conditions still exist today in this day and age. I remember not too long ago watching a video of the Kennedy-Nixon debate in 1960, first televised debate, and it's really fascinating that the discussion they were having, John Kennedy was calling the federal government to subsidize local school teacher salaries. Because he said otherwise,
I did it yesterday.
Yeah.
Just forgot to tell you guys in the press.
Oh, okay.
We're moving on. We're normalized relations. Fly there anytime.
That wealthy districts have good education, and poor districts and poor states have lousy education. And Richard Nixon didn't even
disagree. You know when they'll get over it?
He drew the line and said, I'm in favor of the federal government subsidizing the bricks and mortar, construction costs of schools, but not teacher salaries. And it seems to me that was 1960.
I feel like when they feel passionately about something, they're real passionate.
This hasn't been progress. It's really been going
Americans, and here we are.
We have to rebuild our school system by putting resources into it, and by having a full employment economy, so that kids who are growing up in families where the parents are working, where there are resources that the teachers have, and the class sizes are small enough so that it's a good learning environment. And beyond K-12, at higher education, I am supportive of Senator Sanders' proposal for tuition-free public colleges and universities. I'm so tired of hearing the pundits say, where's the money coming from, where's the money coming from. It's laid it out there, it's a Robin Hood tax. And several European countries, Germany, some other big ones, have had this Robin Hood tax. It is a small tax on financial transactions. We've got millions and millions of financial transactions occurring every day, really every hour. A very tiny turnover tax. It adds up quickly and it raises money quickly. It would more than pay for tuition-free higher education. And it would also have benefit, as I wrote about in the 1990s, of slowing down all that speculation
among other harassments that the jury ultimately concluded were not hate crimes. Now, what they did conclude was these were just pranks gone awry, and nothing more than that.
A Yale University economist, Nobel laureate, had been the head of President Kennedy's Council of Economic Advisors, and when Tobin talked about the turnover tax, he said the real benefit, not even raising the money, it would be throwing sand in the gears of the speculators.
And we're not
give national governments.
So it wasn't like, oh, he did a prank on me, I did a prank on him. Oh, he got a little out of control.
Without worrying about their currencies coming under
3 years younger
speculative tax.
All they did was pranks on him.
Thank you so much for sharing that information,
by the way,
because I don't know if a lot of people were aware of the history of that. And, we hear all these cliches and things,
no one really knew about what was going on until his parents came to visit him, and they noticed that there was a Confederate flag, and there was also a whiteboard that featured the N-word and
the way I look at it, the sheriff of Nottingham
that doesn't sound like a prank to me. That sounds like you're trying to make a statement against the one and only black student there. Now, keep in mind that the population of black students at this particular campus is only 3%. And when students found out about this,
let's move on to talking more about Debbie Wasserman Schultz for just a minute.
The jury, again, ultimately decided that the only thing that these three students were guilty of
the ones we're referring to. We'll kind of look at that quote that we talked about earlier.
The most amount of time that they'll serve behind bars is 6 months. However, keep in mind that they don't have a criminal record, and with the absence of hate crime
also mentioned
charges or
flaws that she had in her voting. And I wanted to just read that with you. So have you discussed maybe for a second,
and it should be noted by the way,
what you would do differently in these situations? Because a lot of these situations
how many blacks on the
have
jury?
the appearance
Zero.
of a progressive move or something that would be better for the community, but then behind closed doors, then something happens and the end result
I read the story, I was so incredulous.
disastrous.
I gave Anna and said, give me a couple more stories on this.
The first one is that she voted against the Consumer Protection Bureau.
I mean,
that one I wasn't quite aware about, so I was wondering if you could tell me if you were aware of that vote, what that had to do with.
Okay,
I'll tell you, in 2010,
on top of all this racial
Congress passed the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act.
This is not a hate crime. What's a hate crime?
Legislative response during the Obama administration to the 2008 financial crisis.
And it got out of hand.
It created the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau.
You can
And
do
this
other
was the
things.
bureau that was championed by Elizabeth Warren before she ever became a U.S. Senator.
They were not.
I believe my opponent,
they
Debbie Wasserman Schultz,
anything.
vote for the
He didn't do
Dodd-Frank
anything
Reform
to
Act.
them back.
So I applaud her for that.
It was enormous
Problem
intimidation.
is, ever since
And then on top of that,
she's
in
been
case you
voting
were
to strip
unclear
away
about
certain
the
powers
level
from
of
the Consumer
racial
Financial
animus
Protection Bureau.
And
So she voted
like
to prevent the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau from writing regulation
They wrote a mocking letter
that
from
deal with
the beloved Reverend Dr.
and
Martin
also
Luther
from
King
regulating racial
they tried to
discrimination
make it or pass
in
it off
Harlem.
as an apology
Now,
letter. It
these
was
are
not an
just
apology
blatant
letter. It was mocking
handouts, so to
Martin
speak,
Luther King
the Big
Jr.
Wall
It was
Street
meant to be
Act. It allows
sarcastic. It was
predatory
absolutely
practices to
ridiculous.
continue.
And look,
It
this
takes
story,
money
I
out of the
think, is a
pockets
perfect
of the poorest
example of
folk.
what we're talking about when we say that white
Just so
privilege
that
exists.
shareholders
That
of
is
big
not a
banks
denial of
do better.
anyone's hard work or struggle
It's
in
moving
life.
in the wrong
This is
direction.
a perfect
And again,
example
it
of
allows
how certain people in
members of
this
Congress
country
like
get the
Debbie
benefit of the doubt. Now, let's say the roles
say
are
that they're
reversed,
for
right? Let's say you have
progressive reform.
black students
But then
doing this to one white student.
chip
Do you think
away at it
anyone's
after.
going to say, oh, this
And
is
that's
just a
what she's
prank
doing
on a
on,
ride? No, what they
Wall
would say
Street
is,
Bank. She
look at
also
these
voted
thugs. Look at what they're doing on this
allow Wall
college
Street
campus.
banks
Look at this
use
hostile
their
educational
own
environment that
depositors'
they've
money
created for this white student. They would not get the benefit of the doubt. You are white, you get the benefit of the doubt. People will assume that you're innocent before proving guilty, right?
Okay, so
ever since Dodd-Frank
for you guys.
that
Anna's exactly
more and more power to the banks
Post
and
had a
less
very
and
good
less
article on this other one.
authority to the regulators.
Describe this as pranks. They put it in quotes. Now I know that
So she's, she also, we have a list here of a few of the things, and you mentioned quite a few of them right there, right off the bat.
Why do they say that?
She
say
still opposes medical marijuana, where it looks like about 58%
jury,
of people in Florida actually
jury
support
looks at those
legalization.
young
I was wondering if you could tell us
there, but
just
for the grace
briefly
of God,
the difference between your policies and hers as far as what Florida voters could expect from your Congress run.
It's not because they're bad people, it's just because they empathize with the guy they see that looks like myself, right? Now, Anna's right. Flip it. I'll give you more specific.
As you indicated,
she
has been against medical marijuana.
Black Panther
and
right?
Imagine they just play Beyonce's music video over and over
had
again.
the opportunity through a referendum to have medical marijuana.
So touchy about the Beyonce thing.
58% of Florida
they put up a
voters,
sign,
which
New
is
Black
really an
Panther
astounding percentage for a state and state like Florida,
hey, white
voted for medical marijuana.
Come here and
the problem was it needed 60% to get over that threshold. And it was politicians like Wasserman Schultz that were stoking up people's fears and suppressed the vote under 60%. And I think that in Florida's 23rd congressional district,
the Black Panther
the percentage voting for medical marijuana was probably close to 70%. I have seen some studies that suggest a very large majority of marijuana. I'm in favor of medical marijuana.
I'll give you one more example.
Join Senator Sanders
this is not
in calling on the federal government to deschedule marijuana.
When we
it should no longer be scheduled under the federal law as a dangerous substance. We should allow individuals and states to have the liberty to make their own decisions when it comes to marijuana. It's not a dangerous drug. We've seen states across the country experiment with criminalizing, legalizing it, taxing it, having industries, creating jobs, getting revenues that help finance things like education. And we shouldn't be afraid of moving in that direction at all. At the same time, there are drug problems, and I see this here in South Florida. There's the overprescription of opioids. There's the heroin epidemic in a lot of
I know.
They gave the most minor charge they possibly could.
And that's another thing. Let's say someone wants to make the argument, no, you know what, this is considered a hate crime, which I disagree with you 100%. But the fact that they didn't even get assault charges, right?
These types of drugs we have to be dealing with really
you're
not as
putting a
criminal
lock
justice
around the
problem
neck
as
of a
much as a
student,
public
and not
health
only did they
issue.
successfully do that
And
once,
it
they
needs to be
attempted to do it a
multifaceted.
second
I'd say
time,
at a
Williams
time when
fought
this
back.
country
Got
is
into a
moving
scuffle and
towards
he, prevented
medical
it from
marijuana
happening.
and
But
recreational
they're
marijuana,
obviously
and we have all
physically
these other
abusing
drug
him,
problems,
and on top of
we
that,
have to
using
really make
racial
sure
slurs against
that
him,
young people
creating
in
this
particular,
hostile
but really
environment for
not
him
just
on
millennials,
campus.
boomers and
It's
everyone,
disgusting,
they have
and it just
other
shows me
opportunities,
that in
good
so
job
many cases,
opportunities.
justice fails to
There
be
are reasons
served.
that people
And
are
look,
turning to drugs, and quite often it's self-medicating.
Imagine how his
There
parents
is a
feel.
depression
Like, just
type of
imagine
epidemic
if
in
that
this
was your
country.
kid,
We have
and
to
in
be
the end,
asking why
there's no
such a wealthy
justice, and you're supposed
society
to sit
has
back
such
and
high
just
levels
take
of
it.
depression. We have to be figuring out not just how to maximize gross domestic product, but how to maximize people's real inner sense of happiness and security.
Any person of color does a crime.
There's a few other things too you could add to that list, because there's also just about the impact of the environment. That we have a plant that we could actually utilize in many ways that would be quite environmentally sound for many of the issues we're trying to find solutions for. This just goes on and on with cannabis.
He wasn't a bad guy. Even looking through the street, not a bad guy. Generally on the right side of
cannabis, for that matter, hemp as an industrial product as well.
That's what Anna's trying to point out.
I should mention that this is related to the whole mass incarceration of Joe Alexander,
doesn't mean
who
you get
wrote
all the
Jim
breaks.
Crow.
Just that
I noticed just recently came out from Bernie Sanders and really in the pages of the nation asked why folks would want to be voting
so
for
don't get
Hillary
mad when
Clinton.
somebody points it out.
Have been a lot
and go, oh man,
as drug warriors.
That's true.
And
if it was done to me, I'd be pretty pissed. Maybe we could all work together
has
to
my
make it better.
that he wants from Schultz. I hate to say this.
A woman who was imprisoned in South Carolina for 27 hours
from alcohol
died as a result of severe dehydration.
Drug war.
It was a 50-year-old by the name of Joyce Cornell, and she had a warrant out for her arrest because she failed to pay
on that note,
fine.
Mr. My own self wants to know how much support does she really have in Florida right now, and how do you assess your chances?
On an outstanding bench warrant related to a shoplifting charge in 2011. She spent the last 27 hours of her life behind bars. During that time, she became too sick to eat or call for help, according to court documents filed with her. She vomited all night and couldn't make it to a bathroom, so jailers gave her a trash bag. Some medical staffers ignored the jail officials' request to tend to her, the documents allege.
Why do people say she's very
being
safe
treated for a gastrointestinal
issue? It's a very safe
in the
Democratic
hospital,
district, and this
which
is part of the
leads to
problem
severe
nationwide.
dehydration.
When you've got
And that was when
gerrymandered
authorities
districts all over
arrested
the
her,
country,
took her to jail,
so
and
that
didn't give her the
90%
proper medical
of the
treatment to
congressional
ensure
seats are safe
that she
to
wouldn't
either
die.
Democratic
They
or
also failed to
Republican.
give her the
It
water
means
that
the
she
general
needed
election
to
is
make sure that she
meaningless.
didn't die.
And if you don't have primary challenges, where is the democracy? It just doesn't exist there at all.
People who appear to be at fault here.
What I like about what we're doing here in Florida 2030 is we are setting a precedent that, and discussed by labor scholar Amy Dean, by the Huffington Post. If progressive grassroots Democrats
they probably won't
can start challenging incumbents in the primary, then we're not faced with just voting for the lesser of two evils come November at all.
And wouldn't that be great too to have the option to choose a progressive candidate? So if people are out there listening to Tim's message and you're in a professional position and you have never considered running off for office just like him, think about it for a moment. We're changing the tide. This is no longer a career politician look at the job search and spend years working on it. Now it's really understanding that just like Bernie Sanders has been doing, serving the people. The reason he's been doing it for so long is because no one else has been doing it with him. So we've got people like Tim that are, and so get out there and make sure you check out his website. If you're interested in running, email him, contact him, ask him. He'll tell you why he's running.
And in fact, it is your
and that statement that you just made should be powerful and enabling to anyone else who really wants to run and get their progressive views across. So I'll definitely be taking a clip of that and showing it around. Thanks so much for your candor. People are really responding to you in the chat room. People are donating, and they're really
dragging somebody around prison,
really getting in your body. So
and in this case,
great work.
We had a couple videos that we were going to show, but we were talking so much about Debbie Wasserman Schultz. I really like to spend some time talking about you and your policy. So what we'll do is go to slide 9 for now. John, we'll skip that one video because I'd like to give you some time to talk a little bit more about about Florida. We talked a little bit about Wall Street, but let's talk about how you're going to help Floridians when it comes to getting big business out of the way.
But if you're unable to pay that fine, does it help the situation to just throw poor people in prison? Because what that really does is it eats away at our resources, right? And it doesn't solve the problem in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, so she could have gotten a prison sentence for the shoplifting, but she didn't, right?
Market.
So they decided the fine was the appropriate way to go. And she was paying that fine for
2008 did, but that financial collapse
if you put her in prison,
so much even harder than it had been.
She will have no ability to pay the fine when she's in prison.
Official unemployment
put something on her record, then she won't be able to get a job when she gets out, and we'll continue to accrue even more fines.
And again, it's counterproductive because taxpayer money is being used to imprison her. So what are you trying to achieve by doing it? I think there should be consequences, whether it's community service or something else. But
large enough
the whole way this situation was handled makes absolutely no sense.
Any kind of security.
And there'll be gross people online who will see this video.
Part-time jobs. It's really a depressing type of an environment. And I want to do something that's going to help young folks in particular.
I know you're some of you who are right-wingers in the audience are barbarians. You'd like to murder people at whim.
Remember how we
ironically about oppressive
how we grew job markets.
You think the government should be able to kill people and not treat them when they're on the verge of death?
The federal government
because they
shoplift away. It led the way
tell me you're worried about big government.
And jobs
love big oppressive government.
Whether it was the New Deal during Franklin Roosevelt, the interstate highway system under Dwight Eisenhower, the space program in the 1960s and 70s, and the space program with all of the spin-offs for computerization. The internet, which really develops out of the Defense Department, DARPA.
Donald Trump will soon have to give a definition in a case involving the now-defunct Trump University, which allegedly defrauded students of tens of thousands of dollars. Now, the lawsuit revolves around the school Trump launched back in 2005, promising to turn anyone into a successful real estate investor, but which former students now say was little more than a bad infomercial that scammed them out of $60,000 for a bad seminar in a hotel ballroom. Now, there are two class action lawsuits, one of which was filed in New York. Trump actually lost that one, and pretty soon you'll have to pay fines as a result of that. Now, the one that we're talking about today is in California. The lead plaintiff, Carla Macon, a California yoga instructor, has accused Trump of threatening to ruin her financially for bringing the suit.
And the Reconstruction Finance
now,
Corporation
what essentially happened is there were ads
were able to finance all of these kind of great projects in the past without burdening the taxpayer. In fact, when you start putting unemployed resources back to work, you're expanding the tax base and reducing long-term deficits.
New York Attorney General
job
Eric
creation,
Schneiderman
educational opportunities, and job opportunities.
$40 million lawsuit in 2013 that the university was never accredited, awarded no degrees, and was essentially an elaborate bait and switch. The Attorney General said Trump appeared in advertisements making false promises that persuaded more than 5,000 people around the country, including 600 New Yorkers, to spend $100,000 they couldn't afford for lessons they never even got.
High tide, the streets are flooded.
Again, there'll be Trump supporters who say, "Oh, yeah,
the rising sea levels is becoming an existential threat here in South Florida. There are scientific studies saying that in 20 or 30 years, major parts of South Florida, very populated areas of South Florida, are going to find themselves underwater. These are our homes, our businesses that are in danger,
in New York.
And we have to figure out a way
in order to call yourself a university, you have to prevent more climate change. They've now changed the name.
It's within our power, and then to mitigate the effects of it,
or something
big
like that,
infrastructure,
because they realize
that's illegal. And we have to be moving to an alternative, renewable, sustainable energy economy. And that's all possible. We can do that very quickly.
It's not.
It's very difficult to be like, because of the power of big energy companies, oil companies, and this is related again to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. The investor rights provision of the TPP will make it more difficult to prevent fracking in the Everglades, to try to limit carbon emissions,
seminar was to continue upselling to students.
So let me give you some more examples of regulations
now, the arbitration for Trump University seminars in Texas in 2009.
It's a multifaceted problem, but I would say these are really concerns of South Florida that I hope that as a congressman I can help address right away.
Minimum sale goal of
I know that because the focus on your particular district has been
to convince at least 20% of attendees to sign up for a 3-day seminar costing
we showed a slide that we did not cover every single thing, but there was quite a few reasons that she's already violated many DNC laws that they created themselves, and that were leaning more towards favoring Clinton in a lot of aspects throughout the primary election. And I wanted to say, for talking about this Wall Street and big banks, we keep mentioning the amount of money that she's had donated to her, and it's really important for people to understand that this is not just like money coming from a few people. This is money that's changing the laws and making it difficult for others to get jobs. It's making it difficult for people to have a life after they've been thrown into jail for a non-violent crime that they didn't commit. How many videos have we seen of people being violated by a police force that has chosen not to adhere to an ethical code, and while the rest of their police forces are scratching their heads going, how do we get rid of these guys? So we really need people like you, Tim, right, in these positions of power, because it's not just about the DNC that we're dealing with corruption, but we're dealing with corruption that is impacting not only our ability to fight environmental issues, but it's also making it harder for us to help our community and our fellow citizens get jobs, create jobs, create businesses that could help the environment. So you have a petition on your website, correct? That you've been about the TPP.
Does it really make sense to get business advice from a man who went bankrupt 4 different times?
And I've already started talking about it a little bit about the investor state dispute settlement provisions.
You brag.
And I think in the petition on the website,
he just took advantage of the laws.
That just a few weeks back, TransCanada, this energy giant, announced that it's going to sue the U.S. government for the Obama administration's decision to cancel or not to move forward with the Keystone XL pipeline for climate change reasons. And TransCanada is going to bring the suit under NAFTA, North American Free Trade Agreement, which has investor state dispute settlement provisions very similar to what we see in the TPP.
Wait, what are you going to do?
This is a shift,
and he's going to give me things that I want.
You could say sovereignty from nation states to large corporations, and it undermines our constitutional framework. Disputes are supposed to be settled by Article 3 courts, not by arbitration panels that are manned by high-priced lawyers that
let's take a break when we come back.
These big corporations.
Is it a bad thing if you choose the gender of your baby?
Hey, John, do you have any comments or questions for Tim at this point? Because these are, we've covered quite a few great topics.
We have. I had too much steam coming out of my ears listening to Tim just explain some of the intricacies of NAFTA and the TPP. I'm definitely not as enlightened as you are, or as wise as you are on those policies. I don't like them, but now I'm even more pissed. So
yeah, I know. When we look at the TPP, usually we focus on the kind of job losses that are going to occur.
Yeah. But the loss of sovereignty is so important, and like you said, what Canada would be doing with the Keystone XL pipeline, it's so unnerving.
So it starts undermining health and safety and food labeling laws. If we want to have laws that label GMOs, for instance, all kinds of environmental protections, all of these laws become more difficult and more costly. It shifts the cost from the corporations to the taxpayers. It's just a power grab in the wrong direction.
Yeah. There's a lot of comments in here, Tim. They're really resonating with how wise you are and how well you know the issues and what you're passionate about and what you believe in. They definitely believe that you have good face validity and really care about what you're saying. Gloria Glenn, she might be coming in a little bit late, I'm not sure, but can you do a little bit on your backstory about your what got you interested in politics and kind of what brought you to where you are right now as far as your views and things like that?
Sure. I grew up in New York and in a family where we learned American history and felt politics an awful lot. And I went to college at a small college in Pennsylvania called Franklin and Marshall College, and I was a government major. They didn't call it political science there; they called it government. I minored in economics. I took enough history to have the second minor, and then worked on Capitol Hill for Paul Tsongas and went to law school at Georgetown University. So, I grew up in a very, you could say, liberal and progressive type of a family where we grew up where our heroes were the Roosevelts. I grew up on Long Island, and the Roosevelts were local heroes and national heroes. And John Kennedy. I went to a John F. Kennedy High School in Bellevue, New York. So, my interest in politics goes back a long way, and my activism goes back a long way. In the years since leaving Capitol Hill, since I worked for Paul Tsongas, I didn't completely leave politics by any stretch of the imagination. When I was a law professor at the University of New Mexico, I worked on a grassroots lobbying campaign against the drug war. And part of the reason for that was New Mexico at the time had a governor, a Republican, ironically, named Gary Johnson. Many of you might remember Gary Johnson ran for president as a Libertarian. And Gary Johnson was the highest elected official in the land against the war on drugs.
At this late date.
And even though I was on the other side of the aisle, being a Democrat, I worked in his office on his entire legislative program to try to decriminalize
drugs and end the drug war.
And one of the great successes of that effort was in early 2001 when we overturned New Mexico's felony disenfranchisement law, which had disenfranchised for life 6% of the state's voting age population, and overwhelmingly, disproportionately, you could say, Native American and Hispanic,
so she ought to have a girl.
and
Now this led to a number of people criticizing her for doing this.
Democrats,
it's interesting, but the United States is one of very few countries that allows
people to decide
on so many
whether
issues
or not
their child will be a boy or a girl, right? Now the process was passed up to $20,000, which isn't a problem for them because they're wealthy, and it was originally created to screen out serious genetic diseases. But as with all advancements in technology and the medical field, there's room for abuse, but the question is this considered abuse? Is it so wrong for someone to decide to get their child?
All that kind of activism and protest wherever I was living, whether in South Florida or New Mexico or elsewhere at the time. And been on many labor marches over the years, and I'm still marching with labor and still on picket lines with labor.
Well, we thank you for doing that, Tim, and we thank you for sharing that history and just like a quick overview so that we can make sure everybody has a chance to hear your story, because the knowledge and wisdom that you are bringing to not only your election but to Bernie's election is huge, and we really appreciate it. The reason we're watching and the reason why I'm doing the show myself is to become informed, so that my vote counts. My vote is the vote that is based on my conscience and the knowledge that
should it be allowed in a country like America?
What's really happening out there?
Well, because
I'll say Bernie has really inspired me. See this man in his 70s.
I don't even know why I would.
Putting it all on the line.
Judge someone else who decided to do it.
Not for personal gain, but to try to leave this world a better place.
So
that's very inspiring.
Look,
and I think all of us who want progressive change,
I think it's fascinating, and I don't know how far to go. I don't know how
whether it means running for an office when you never thought you'd run for an office,
through this process,
or contributing,
but let's
or volunteering.
The conversation. You
now
can,
is a very
you can
important
change
time.
anything, including like
it often seems like
when it comes to gender, I have no interest in choosing gender. Like I'd rather have a girl. I only want to have one child.
And elections do give us the
opportunity. If I have a boy, that's not the end of the world.
To engage each other as citizens.
I love that.
And to try to bring about
features,
big change.
The
House is up, the entire House of Representatives
that I would like to prevent my child from having.
We can have a good landslide in November with Bernie Sanders leading the way. We can have a lot of changes.
I would do it. And anyone who judges me can
definitely. I think that we have just a few minutes left, so I wanted to make sure that we covered whatever last topic you wanted to talk about, Tim. And if I have a slide for it, I'll let you know, John, to put it up there.
I'll say that I would like to mention another initiative of Senator Sanders and Senator Elizabeth Warren. She introduced legislation, and it's to help seniors. And I've written about this.
And
South Florida has an awful lot of struggling seniors,
where we are now
senior citizens that are below the poverty rate, which is really, the poverty rate is really quite outlandish. It's an annual income of less than $12,000 a year for an individual living alone. And in South Florida, 11% of the seniors live below the poverty line.
We're going to mess
with Broward County
in a way that is
14% of the seniors live in poverty. In Miami-Dade,
so many
22%
plants and animals live in looks like it does.
So just in Miami-Dade County and Broward County combined, that's about 125,000 senior citizens living in poverty. And the basic income support program administered by the Social Security Administration is known as the Supplemental Security Income Program. It has not been revised since like 1972 when it was first adopted. And Senator Warren introduced legislation, Senator Sanders is co-sponsored it, and it would begin to update the program to more reflect reality and to help people who are struggling to get above that poverty line. None of us have an interest with senior citizens and disabled folks who have to make choices between food on the table and buying medication or paying the rent. And unfortunately, there's way too much of that. And it needs to be changed. I've been frustrated again that my opponent has not sponsored this kind of legislation, has not pushed for it. And it's something that I would be pushing for. We need to take care of our aged folks, senior citizens, and disabled folks much better than we have.
What does it got to do with me?
Right. Yeah, when we talk about making Social Security cuts or Medicare cuts or welfare cuts, it's extremely disheartening because we know there's a lot of people that are just literally having a door slammed in their face and they're not being refused any opportunity.
As I was reading it, I was reading it, and I go,
Bernie Sanders has been great on it. When people ask him about cutting Social Security, he gives the right answer. We should be expanding Social Security, and we can pay for it by lifting that cap and taxing people at very high income levels who aren't taxed on their high income for Social Security purposes. So, the problem again are the lobbyists that get in the way, and all that corporate cash that has a way of co-opting politicians. And you mentioned some of the decisions of Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Just a couple of weeks ago, one of the worst decisions, her DNC reversed President Obama's long-standing policy that the DNC would not take any donations from corporate lobbyists. I mean, how in this day and age can you say you're overturning Citizens United, and then you reverse President Obama's policy and you start saying, it's okay, corporate lobbyists can contribute to our party. Correct. This is just wrong.
Comes in It is wrong. It's the same thing as like just last night. John Slide 14 actually did a still shot of it when Hillary Clinton had Ashley Williams came in protesting and held up a banner that said we have to bring them to heel. And she was quoting Hillary Clinton in a speech in 1994 that was full of a lot of racist sentiment towards our youth. And it's that kind of rhetoric when you say that kind of stuff.
So the officials are like hiding in a bush.
And then you say, I'm helping you, really, I'm here for you.
Animals.
Because it becomes really difficult to trust them, doesn't it? It becomes really difficult to trust them, especially when it's continuing for years and years. Or like you were saying, when after Dodd-Frank, when your opponent is starting to make choices that are stripping away any opportunity for the protections that are required for us to have a thriving economy that benefits all.
Yeah, we really have to take all this dark money out of politics. We need public finance selection. We need free airtime for candidates. And, you know, I'm very proud. I know it's not just me. Part of it is because I have an opponent who has become such an issue of hunting either in their own right. That it galvanizes grassroots people who want to contribute to our campaign. And, you know, I'm very proud that we're not taking a penny from any corporate interest. We're doing it the way Bernie is. Small contributions from thousands of people. And that means when I'm elected, I'm not going to owe a single favor to any corporation. And that's the way it should be in every district. You've got to figure out a way
I wonder when an animal and a person come at the same time.
Grassroots,
so they couldn't catch him without this stuff. So the guy who built this stuff.
So John, did we have any final questions or comments today for Tim before we
very careful about that, and they put together guys.
Yeah, we do have some coming in. So what I think we can do, Tim, let's do these quick fire where you give like a sentence or two.
Robo Animal.
Do you know about the deal being worked on the TYT?
No way they're reacting to this.
Sentence or two.
The transatlantic trade and investment partnership agreement is just like the TPP, but it's between the United States and the European Union. I've spoken out against it. We had a press conference with Labor and Environmental
we're going to show you the animal and you're going to decide whether or not it's real or fake. All right,
now, I've read most of the TPP.
Real or fake?
I haven't seen the negotiating drafts for the TYT, but from all indications, it's as bad as the TPP.
I can see the line in the neck.
Wants to know if you're a member of the National Lawyers Guild.
I wouldn't have gotten it.
I'm not a member of the National Lawyers Guild, but I've worked with them many times on many programs in the past. I've got a great, very positive opinion of the National Lawyers Guild.
Hannah wants to know, how do you feel about Florida's war on homelessness?
That's the one that raped Brad Pitt.
It's terrible. It's terrible.
No, not
Brad Pitt. Sweeping homeless folks off the street, criminalizing homelessness.
All right, let's go to the next.
We should be finding real opportunities for folks so that they have living arrangements that are sustainable and income sources that are sustainable. And unfortunately, a lot of homeless folks happen to be veterans as well.
It's real.
And Angel, we have a couple more, so just put your hand up and I'll stop when you tell me to. So, are you bilingual?
Yeah.
I'm not. My Spanish, I wouldn't call myself bilingual. I have a lot of work to do to firm up my Spanish skills.
Okay. Did you see Debbie Wasserman Schultz on Triumph, the Insult Comic Dog show?
You're right. One more.
No, I didn't. I have no idea what it is.
Okay.
That was real.
Let's see. Do you think that tying Congress's salary to a national minimum wage would help them to understand the people more?
Yes, I do. I think it would. I think it's really outlandish that congressional salary is so far above the median for Americans, and every member of Congress has a good health plan. If you can have essentially socialized medicine for members of Congress, really, you can have Medicare for all for everyone in this land.
Now, these are
there's been so much discussion about what does it mean to be a progressive.
Tweeted about how devastating our current state is.
Used to have a meaning back in the time of the Roosevelts and John Kennedy.
I never expected Idiocracy
to simplify the definition means progress.
He also says, I thought the worst thing that would come true was everyone wearing Crocs.
An idea. Universalism. It's not progressive if it's not progress for all. You can't have this unequal system where some Americans do well, and maybe the elites look a bit more multiracial and multi-ethnic, and that's nice, but you still have
reality show contestant becomes
and everybody else
president or something along those lines.
Yeah.
And
Well,
I know the name of the
so
guy
much.
here. Is
So what we're going to do is we're getting ready to go to a rally. We've got an event with Bernie right after this. It's going to be in Chicago. It's the Chicago Future to Believe in event. And so what we want to do when we wrap up is I wanted to give Tim, let's give you 30 seconds to just tell the voters whatever last words you'd like to say. And before you do that, I just wanted to say a quick thank you to John Ellis for producing today's show, and also for Eddie for helping with that, and John Spalding for on air film is when I was watching after Tim finishes up, John, you can go right to the video so you guys will be on time.
When we were getting involved in all sorts of crazy stuff, there were illegal wiretapping happening, and also this whole notion that only stupid people are breathing.
And it's a historic year, and together I think we're going to have some big changes this year.
I was surprised that it was only
I'd like to just put out another plea that our grassroots campaign is attracting a lot of support, small donations.
No, exaggerating
a little bit,
but it turns out,
and to spread the word. That's just as important.
We
encourage other people.
The guy
we're having trouble breaking through to the mainstream press,
back 50
and
years
they
later.
did the same
I'm butchering the story,
to Senator Sanders, especially at the beginning of this campaign, but even today, it's much like
gone
that.
On further until there was
the other thing I'd like to say is the presidential primary season is going to wind down during the summer. But the summertime is where things are going to hit a peak,
and all the different
23rd congressional
takeovers, etc.
So don't forget about it.
Totally, it's just a matter of
conventions are happening.
I mean, there are
hopefully it's Senator Bernie Sanders on that stage
hard data
as our party's nominee.
More and more people are opting out of having kids because they want to get an education, they want to establish a career. And then by the time they do all of that stuff, it becomes increasingly difficult.
Our election day is August 30th. And I would urge folks to keep contributing, keep volunteering, and
Mike Judge, we're not unaware of this. Of course they intended it as a comment on society.
Thank you for being on our show today. We really do appreciate it. We also wanted to mention the primary voting day is March 15th for Florida. Closed registration.
So, there you go.
And the part that
got to be registered as a Democrat.
I saw when it came out, like on Labor Day of that year. They just dumped that.
March 15th is the day to vote for Bernie in South Florida.
Shit it on the nose. It's like the so-called people who are smart.
This last video is by Linda Chorney. She is a Grammy nominee this year, and so we want to say thank you to her because that is exciting that she took the time out to make a great Bernie video. So if you get up and dance, don't die. You probably are too. Hope you guys have a great night. We'll see you
everyone
next
who's
time.
having kids today is an idiot, right? Like, of course, there are lots of smart people having kids. It's getting harder to do that. They're getting older. Our biological clock is continuing to tick.
Meanwhile, don't get in the States. That's true. Here in America, we did a story recently about these guys who were like, take the apple when it's ripe. Okay? And make sure you get married young. These are like fundamentalist Christians here. And then in Iran, I think the average age is 25 because they're having sex so early, getting married so early because you're not allowed to have sex before marriage. So they're like, let's get married. Okay? So unfortunately, the least educated are having more kids. I don't mean to pick out Iran. I do mean to pick out fundamentalists. And then in the end, you get Donald Trump.
Nothing we can do about it.
That's a wrap. So, everybody, thank you for being members. TYTnetwork.com/support. And we've got our coming up. New insults will Donald Macho Camacho Mountain Dew not have. Okay, for the others. And how will they respond? That coverage starts in half an hour right here on TYTnetwork.com. Bye-bye.
Got shot down by the man. Well, the bank got away scot the country brainwashed by propaganda. Corporations being treated more respectfully. Poisoning our food with an attitude to big fair. Make it right for the people. Make it right for the people. Gonna fight for the people. Gonna fight, make it right. Gonna fight for the people. Gonna fight for the people. Can be among nobody to know where as long as hey, that's my day and I paved the way to a great drinking the Kool-Aid, feel like I'm spinning my head, getting nowhere. I can sing my song when nothing is there. Don't fight for the people. Don't fight for the people.
Huge.
Mm-hmm.
This week on NBA 2K TV, we break down the 2K Playing Worlds the finals results, take you behind.
And supply. It's a lot of days.
It's the TYT Sports pregame show. Hello, fellow basketball fans. Appreciate you joining us as we get busy with the second half of this NBA season. Ernie Johnson along with Shaquille O'Neal and Timothy Judge Smith on TYT Sports. In this game, we'll see the Utah Jazz against the New York Knicks in New York. And a nice roll continuing right now for New York. What a year they're having. They've run up the best record in the NBA with some absolutely flawless performances. They've been a fun team to watch over the first half of the season. And All-Star Weekend approaching, always a big stage, but how desirable is it today for players to be in a big market? Any of you think that aspect is as important as it used to be?
No. When Miami Heat won the NBA championship, small market team, they're about 29th market. San Antonio Spurs won the NBA championship, small market team, below 30 in terms of U.S. cities. So no, you just have to. Guys want to be on good teams, great teams. That's more memorable than being in a place that has late night dining. You understand the same thing that the big market still has an attraction. Bright lights and star power can help boost your profile and earn potential for the player. How about Kevin Durant? Okay, see. No question. I mean, it's an example. No question. No, exactly. It doesn't hurt, man. If you have a great team, you can know who you are. Great guys. That's the barometer of the city. Yeah, maybe $99. Hey, go to Sacramento. See the time you get a meal. Hopefully this game is a feast for the viewers as we turn it over to Kevin Marlowe. It's the Jazz coming in from out of town in this one, the interconference game today. Great to have you with us, everybody, live on TYT Sports. This is Kevin Harlan, and here with me tonight, Greg Anthony, Clark Kellogg, and Doris Burke, reporting from the Pentagon. It's out on the road tomorrow as the Knicks wrap up this home stretch. These guys are hot, no doubt about it, continue to put up win after win.
Well, I don't know if these fans can be any more behind this team right now. The winning streak has captured this community's imagination. The level of enthusiasm, absolutely off the charts.
And a great atmosphere. The fans have had a lot to cheer for lately, and it does come full circle. But their energy, I truly believe, is lifting this team to even greater heights. And checking out Utah's opening lineup, the Hornets are Hayward and Favors, Hudson and Burks to that, and it's Fortune in at the pivot spot, man in the middle. Lopez sends a screen for three. Stevenson gets to Anthem. And it's Trullo.
I like that. Getting their offense started with a high-quality look down low.
Yeah, high percentage shot, and the more points you can get inside, I think the better off they'll be as the game progresses. Now, here's Exum. Off the screen. And he gets the jump shot. Well, he's back. Rush of adrenaline when that happens. So you're going to be dealing with friends and family asking for tickets, but the chance to come back to play where it all started and put on a show for the people you grew up with, I think there's not much more that's better in terms of motivation. And now Doris Burke is up into the sidelines.
Well, the head coach for the Jazz gave me a few moments to catch up with him. He said a big part of this game will depend on how well they can slow down Carmelo Anthony. He had his eyes and shooting ability. He can score inside and out. We're going to try a couple different coverages and show him different looks over the course of the game to try to keep him off balance. And guys, I guess we'll see how it works. Back to you.
All right, Doris, thanks. Utah with the ball, following the score by New York.
Here's Exum.
That was not.
No question, he got one on that shot. Yeah, the officials just need to talk that one over. It was obvious. The Jazz shooting their first free throws of the night right here. Both free throws, good from Bortzak. The Knicks have gotten their first 3 shots to go in for them to start off this game. Bortzak with the rebound.
Oh, you got to be able to deliver when you get a buddy like that. That's just too easy of a shot to miss.
There's Exum. His second shot goes in, off to a good start, 2 for 2.
Oh, that is just weak defense there. I'm pretty sure that was not the plan to give them those kind of baskets at the hoop.
Stevenson passes to Porzingis. That ball. Nicely that time from Stevenson. Porzingis has got himself going with the triple, his first best in the game. Excellent dishes to Bortzak. There's a good screen. Now, here's Exum. Number 5 Kennedy. Exum's shot is off. Pass down for Utah was a loss to the Nets in Brooklyn.
And no matter how well you defend, when you shoot that poorly, it's going to be a very difficult challenge for you to get a win.
Yeah, there was sort of a snowball effect in that game, too, guys. I mean, what started as a cold night for a few guys turned into a cold night for just about everybody. Here's Free. We saw him go on a scoring rampage last game. It's a nice passing by New York here. Seeing this pass to Kennedy. Shot clock at 6. And Anthony gets double teamed. Pulls it from 20. Porzingis can't hit.
Very nice to leave a guy like that open, lucky, right there for the deep.
Now, here's Exum. T right out. Works out with the ball. Outvoted by Free. Offensive rebound. I think you're surprised by how much space he had there to just rush the shot a little bit. Lopez gets the 3. Takes a 3.
I ain't seen him.
And Utah the other way. First chance of the season for them to go up against this mixed team.
Yeah, good 2-game series between the two teams. One in each club's home game.
Well, looky here. We've got an interconference matchup. Always interesting to see how two teams match up that don't get a chance to see a whole lot of one another. And here's Free after Dante Exum hitting the 3. Sinks it, and the shot from Porzingis.
How about that? Responding to the other against the
terrific little game going on right now. Here we go.
We know you could have stayed home just proud and cut me or your gun so long for the time to bust me or they take that time to rush. They got the army turning bullets into gold. They got the hooker turning tricks into cold. And every time the police flips in the dough, an angel gas race dips in the O. And even if a Negro flips in my O, it ain't enough to buy shit anymore. Sleep in the doorway, piss on the floor. Click in the sky, wait for missiles to show. It's been a blow, cause they got the TV, we got the proof. They only judges, and we got the proof. We got hella people, they got helicopters, they got the bombs, so we got the good team. We got the good team, you better run. We got the good team. We got the good team, you better run. We got the good team. We got the good team, you better run. We got the good team. We got the good team, you better run.
Get offline, plug into this model. No, you can't outlaw them. The rules are still golden. On the jewels, we holy liquid guard, not spoiled. If you persevere to the turf that is stolen, you can hear the sound of limitations exploding. Please, sir, may we have another portion with children of the beast that dies from your portion. Next place firm to the floor and the portion. We'll shut your shit down, don't cause it extortion. Caution, we're coming for your head. So call the feds and get filed for shred. Every text was read to bring you the bread. And guess what we got you instead?
Allowing a sky-high field goal percentage, that won't get not at all, Buck. You rarely see a team surrender points this easily. They have got to do better. Well, a chance here to check out Carmelo Anthony. Over the last month, he has been spectacular. First in point shooting and ranked among the top 10 in scoring. He can fill it up with the best of them. Yeah, and you're right. He's been the pinnacle of scoring efficiency. Never seems to take a bad shot. Check in for percentage. Watson is checked in for you. Steve comes in for Dante Upson. There's the pick. Has to be. Tigers for deep. No good. Now the Jazz took it the other way. Now here's Burke. His last outing, he had 8 points. Hayward and him. I'm shocked that didn't turn into 3 points. I mean, he makes you pay on those nearly every time. With no time at all on that one. That's now 8 points for free. Outstanding start from 3-point range. Their shooters are on fire.
It really makes them a hard team to guard because they space you out so well.
Now here's Hayward. He had a 21-point outing in their last game against the Nets in Brooklyn. And also give him credit for his ability to pass the basketball. He was always looking for the open man. The Knicks lead by 13. Anthony right side. A beautiful reversal. Anthony's got his second basket of the game.
They are not rotating nearly quickly enough on defense down low. Gotta get quicker there.
Just no resistance on the interior. Let's go quickly over to Morris Brook for an update.
Stage, it's a little bit less relevant for the horse race of Hillary Clinton versus Bernie Sanders. But it is very relevant for the point that John just made, which is if you're looking for the more electable candidate, that's the one that has more independent voters. And it's not close. Bernie Sanders has far more independent voters. So he is definitely more electable in that sense. We just can't get anyone on TV to admit it. Especially if it's Donald Trump.
Who gets those people who aren't necessarily lifelong Republicans, like those people who are just sort of frustrated in an odd way. We got to bring them over to the rational solution to the problems that they perceive. And if it's Hillary, they're not going to go with Hillary, and they're going to be like, well, I'm still pissed off. Oh, Donald Trump. He's pissed off too, I'll go with him.
Yeah. All right, there's Carson.
We'll warn you when your time is up. And as the candidates request,
I can't believe Carson's
still will sound
I literally think he will be in until after the inauguration.
Jump in and
he'll just keep showing up for issues.
But please wait until you're called up. These are the rules
the next
all of the candidates have agreed to. Time for the candidates to introduce themselves right now. You'll each have 30 seconds. Dr. Carson, you're first.
Oh, good. Yeah.
If someone had tried to describe today's America to you 30 years ago, you would have listened in disbelief. Americans know that our nation is heading off the abyss of destruction. Secondary to divisiveness, fiscal irresponsibility, and failure to lead. Marco, Donald, Ted, John, we will not solve any of these problems by trying to destroy each other. What we need to do is be looking for solutions tonight. It's not about us, it's about the American people.
But we got to pick one of you to be the nominee. So should we pick someone?
Well, you know, on the way over here, even getting ready earlier, sitting in the green room and watching the early coverage. You know, my father carried mail on his back, and his father was a coal miner. And my mother's mother was an immigrant, could barely speak English. And I'm standing on this stage. It's pretty remarkable.
But I want to tell you, a lot of young people watch tonight. You can do whatever you want to do in your life. America is an amazing country where a kid like me can grow up to run for president of the United States and be on the stage tonight. So all the young people that are out there, your hopes, your dreams, pursue them. Shoot for the stars. America's great, and you can do it. Thank you, Wolf.
Nice, optimistic message. Senator Rubio.
Well, thank you. This election, we have to decide the identity of America in the 21st century. But as far as this primary, we have to find out our identity as a party and as a movement. 36 years ago, Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush began the Reagan Revolution. For a generation, they defined conservatism as limited government and free enterprise and a strong national defense. But they also appealed to our hopes and our dreams. Now we have to decide if we are still that kind of party and still that kind of movement, or if we're simply going to become a party that preys on people's angers and fears. I hope we remain that conservative movement that appeals to our hopes and our dreams and the belief that America will always be better in its future than it's been in its history.
Senator Cruz.
Welcome to Texas. Here, Texas provided my family with hope. Here, my mom became the first in her family ever to go to college. Here, my dad fled Cuba and washed dishes making 50 cents an hour to pay his way through the University of Texas. I graduated from high school at Second Baptist, not too far away from here. When I ran for Senate, I promised 27 million Texans I would fight for you every day and not for the Washington bosses. And I'll tell you, as I travel the state, Democrats tell me, I didn't vote for you, but you're doing what you said you would do. And as president, I will do the same.
Mr. Trump. Thank you. My whole theme is make America great again. We don't win anymore as a country. We don't win with trade. We don't win with the military. ISIS, we can't even knock out ISIS. And we will, believe me, we will. We don't win in any capacity with health care. We have terrible health care. Obamacare is going to be repealed and replaced. We just don't win. You look at our borders, they're like Swiss cheese. Everybody pours in. We're going to make a great country again. We're going to start winning again. We're going to win a lot. It's going to be a big difference, believe me. It's going to be a big difference. Yeah. I got to start saying that. It's now time to begin questions. Voters in the first four states have spoken. Mr. Trump has emerged as the front runner, but in 5 days, the candidates will face their biggest test yet, Super Tuesday, when nearly half of the delegates needed to win the Republican nomination will be awarded, and the biggest prize of the night
my kids, my wife, my hair. Can't say I'm more than I say I am.
For all voters nationwide, including the many people watching us tonight on Telemundo. So that's where we begin. Mr. Trump, you've called for a deportation force to remove the 11 million undocumented immigrants from the United States. You've also promised to let what you call the good ones come back in. Your words, the good ones, after they've been deported. Senator Cruz would not allow them to come back in. He says that's the biggest difference between the two of you. He calls your plan amnesty, is it? First of all, he was in charge of amnesty. He was the leader, and you can ask Marco because they've been debating this every debate that we've had. As far as coming back in, number one, you wouldn't even be talking, and you wouldn't have asked that as the first question if it weren't for me when I talked about illegal immigration, it wouldn't even be a big subject. But we either have a country or we don't have a country. We have at least 11 million people in this country that came in illegally. They will go out. They will come back. Some will come back, the best, through a process. They have to come back legally. They have to come back through a process, and it may not be a very quick process, but I think that's very fair and very fine. They're going to get online with other people. The best of them will come back, but they're going to come back through a process. Senator Cruz, what's wrong with letting what Mr. Trump calls the good ones come back to the United States?
You know, the people that get forgotten in this debate over immigration are the hardworking men and women of this country. Millions of Americans who are losing their jobs, millions of legal immigrants who are losing their jobs or seeing their wages driven down. You know, the past couple of weeks, the Wall Street Journal had a very interesting article about the state of Arizona. Arizona put in very tough laws on illegal immigration, and the result was illegal immigrants fled the state. And what's happened there, it was a very interesting article. Some of the business owners complained that the wages they had to pay workers went up. And from their perspective, that was a bad thing. But what the state of Arizona has seen is the dollars they're spending on welfare, on prisons, on education, all of those have dropped by hundreds of millions of dollars. And the Americans, and for that matter, the legal immigrants who are in Arizona, are seeing unemployment drop, are seeing wages rise. That's who we need to be fighting for. Listen, we have always welcomed legal immigrants, but I think it is a mistake to forgive those who break the law, to allow them to become U.S. citizens, and that's why I've led the fight against granting citizenship to those here illegally, and that's why I will do the same thing as president.
Mr. Trump, you want to respond to that?
The Democrats talk about
I'm very glad that you mentioned Arizona, because probably the toughest man on borders is Sheriff Joe Arpaio, and 2 days ago, he totally endorsed me. So,
big.
Senator Rubio. Well, for Senator Cruz has called your immigration plan amnesty, and has an ad out there comparing it to President Obama's. He says both of you support allowing undocumented immigrants legal status here in the United States after a background check, paying a fine, and paying taxes. Are those claims correct?
Well, first of all, before we do anything,
Let's dispel it.
Clear on this. When I'm president of the United States, before we do anything on immigration, we are going to secure the border. And that's not just the physical border with Mexico. It's visa overstays. That's 45% of the problem right there. It also has to do, that's why we need E-Verify and an entry-exit tracking system and so forth. And until that happens, we're not doing anything else. And then we'll see what the American people are willing to support. And Donald mentioned, because he mentioned me in his answer, that his position on immigration is what's driven this debate.
I know. I think
a lot of these positions that he's now taking are new to him. In 2011, he talked about the need for a pathway to citizenship. In 2012, Donald criticized Mitt Romney, saying that Mitt lost his election because of self-deportation. And so, even today, we saw a report in one of the newspapers that, Donald, you hired a significant number of people from other countries to take jobs that Americans could have filled. My mom was a maid at a hotel, and instead of hiring an American like her, you have brought in over 1,000 people from all over the world to fill those jobs instead. So I think this is an important issue. And I think we all realize increasingly that's an important issue for the country that's been debated for 30 years, but finally needs to be solved once and for all.
Mr. Trump, well, first of all, self-deportation is people are going to leave as soon as they see others going out. If you look at Dwight Eisenhower in the 1950s, they started moving people out and the rest of them left. Self-deportation as...
Yeah, that's why we don't have any illegal immigration anymore.
Because you're going to get some to go and the rest are going to go out. As far as the people that I've hired in various parts of Florida during the absolute prime season, like Palm Beach and other locations, you could not get help. It's the up season. People didn't want to have part-time jobs. They were part-time jobs, very seasonal, 90-day jobs, 120-day jobs, and you couldn't get. Everybody agrees with me on that. They were part-time jobs, or we just might as well close the doors because you couldn't get help in those hot sections of Florida.
But my point that I made was that you had criticized Mitt Romney for self-deportation. You said that his strategy of self-deportation is why he lost the election. And I think people in Florida would be surprised because, in fact, the article that was today, they interviewed a number of people that would have been willing to do those jobs if you had been willing to hire them to do it.
I criticized Mitt Romney for losing the election. He should have won that election. He had a failed president. He ran a terrible campaign. He was a terrible candidate. That's what I criticized Mitt Romney. I mean, he ran one terrible campaign. That's an election that should have been won.
Well, in fact, I agree we should have won, and I wish we would have. But in fact, you did criticize him for using the term self-deportation. I mean, that's on the record, and people can look it up now online. But again, I just want to reiterate, I think it's really important, this point. I think it's fine. It's an important point that you raise, and we discussed on immigration. This is a big issue for Texas, a huge issue for the country. But I also think that if you're going to claim that you're the only one that...
He's not the one who raised the issue
that you acknowledge.
We've been talking about it for hundreds of years.
We've been talking about it to work on your friends. You hired some...
I'm the only one in the States that's hired people. You haven't hired anybody.
And by the way, I've hired tens of thousands of people over my job. You've hired 1,000 people from another company, from another country. Credit cards that said, let me say, let me finish this thing. Now, this is important. You haven't hired one person. He hired workers from Poland, and he had to pay $1 million or so in a judgment. That's wrong. That's totally wrong. Well, people can look it up. I'm sure people are Googling it right now. Look it up. The Trump Polish workers. You'll see $1 million for hiring illegal workers on one of his projects. Yeah, he did.
It's an interesting thing. You know, it's a little prophecy.
Tens of thousands of people over my lifetime. Many from other countries that are hiring Americans. Right, let me talk. I've hired tens of thousands of people. He brings up something from 30 years ago. It worked out very well. Everybody was happy. And by the way, the laws were totally different. That was a whole different world. Thank you. But I've hired people. Nobody up here has hired Senator Cruz. You say you want to deport the 11 million undocumented immigrants, but you never want to allow them to come back to the United States. What would happen to the children who are U.S.-born citizens whose parents will be deported under your plan?
Well, existing law provides that those who are deported cannot come back here legally. U.S. citizens can come back. That's existing law. But let me say, Wolf, I really find it amazing that Donald believes that he is the one who discovered the issue of illegal immigration. I can tell you when I ran for
an earlier debate,
I ran promising to lead the fight against amnesty, promising to fight to build a wall. And in 2013, when I was leading the fight against the Gang of Eight amnesty bill, where was Donald? He was firing Dennis Rodman on Celebrity Apprentice. And indeed, if you look at the
that's a good line.
One individual on this stage broke his promise to the men and women who elected him and wrote the amnesty bill. But Donald funded the Gang of Eight. If you look at the 8 members of the Gang of Eight, Donald gave over $50,000 to 3 Democrats and 2 Republicans. And when you're funding open border politicians, you shouldn't be surprised when they fight for open borders. And I think if you want to know who actually will secure the borders and follow through, you ought to ask who has a record before they were a candidate for president of fighting to secure the borders and stop amnesty. And I'm the only one on this stage that has that record. And by the way, Marco is exactly right that a federal court found Donald guilty of being part of a conspiracy to hire people illegally and entered a $1 million judgment.
Well, they finally hit them. Yeah, they finally hit them. Both apparently found this out a day ago. They're like, oh, right, he's winning. I can only say this, and I've said it loud and clear, and I've said it for years. And many of these people are sitting right in the audience right now. Your lobbyists and your special interests and your donors, because the audience is packed with them, and they're packed with you. I've had an amazing relationship with politicians, both Democrat, Republican, because I was a businessman. As one magazine said, he's a world-class businessman. He was friendly with everybody. I got along with everybody. You get along with nobody. You don't have one Republican. You don't have one Republican senator, and you work with them every day of your life, although you skipped a lot of time. These are minor details. But you don't have one Republican senator backing you. Not one. You don't have the endorsement of one Republican senator, and you work with these people. Senator Cruz. You should be ashamed of yourself.
I actually think Donald is right. He is promising if he's elected, he will go and cut deals in Washington, and he's right. He has supported, he has given hundreds of thousands of dollars to Democrats. Anyone who really cared about illegal immigration wouldn't be hiring illegal immigrants. Anyone who really cared about illegal immigration wouldn't be funding Harry Reid and Nancy Pelosi, wouldn't be funding the Gang of Eight. And, you know, he is right. When you stand up to Washington, when you honor the promise you made to the men and women who elected you and say enough with the corruption, enough with the cronyism, let's actually stand for the working men and women of this country, Washington doesn't like it. And Donald, if you want to be liked in Washington, that's not a good attribute for a president.
Here's a man, Robin Hood. This is Robin Hood over here. He talks about corruption on his financial disclosure form. He didn't even put that he's borrowed money from Citibank and from Goldman Sachs, which is a total violation. He didn't talk about the fact that he pays almost no interest. He just left it off. and now he's going to protect the people from the big bad banks.
We're going to move on to Governor Kasich. Governor Kasich, you can respond, but let me get Governor Kasich in. He's been waiting patiently.
Well,
Governor Kasich.
Oh my God, he hasn't spoken at all yet.
And I want to
that was fun.
all these people is ludicrous, and everybody knows it. Those are your words. Should people be allowed to break the law just because it's not feasible to stop them?
Look, we have a great president here, George Bush, 41st President of the United States. He worked with Ronald Reagan to pass an effort to try to solve this problem. A path to legalization. You see, that was a time when things worked. It was a time when President Reagan and George Bush decided that we needed to make the country work. Look, I think there is an answer here. The answer is you complete the border. You let people know that once it's done, you don't have a right to come in. If you come in, we don't want an excuse. You're going to go back. But I favor a guest worker program. I think it's practical. And I think for the 11 or 11.5 million Americans, or the illegals that are here, if they have not committed a crime since they've been here, I'd make them pay a fine, some back taxes, maybe some community service. And at the end, I'd give them a path to legalization, but not a path to citizenship. I don't think we're going to tear families apart. I don't think we're going to ride around in people's neighborhoods and grab people out of their homes. I don't think, first of all, I don't think it's practical, and I don't think it reflects America. You know what happened? The problem with President Reagan is we didn't get in there and actually finish the border. And I think it was probably business interest that affected it. But at the end of the day, let's be practical. Let's start solving problems in this country instead of kicking them upstairs. And with President Reagan and George Bush, it was a bipartisan coalition to address the issue, and I think we can and should do it again. And I will have a plan in the first 100 days to get it done and get this issue behind us.
Thank you, Governor.
By the way, the thing that they got passed with Reagan was literally amnesty. Literally.
You've been critical of mass deportation. You said back in November you don't think Mr. Trump's plan necessarily represents the Republican Party. Given how well Mr. Trump has been doing with the Republican primary, I still believe that.
I believe in liberty and justice for all. I think everything that we do should be fair. I've already described, how we can secure the border. We need to secure all the borders because it's not just people coming in from South America and Mexico, but there are terrorists who want to destroy us who are getting across our borders fairly easily, and we have to stop that. But in terms of the people who are here already, after we stop the illegal immigration, we need to be reasonable. And I would give them a 6-month period in which to get registered as a guest worker, assuming that they have an acceptable record. They have to pay a back tax penalty, have to pay taxes going forward, but they don't have to live underground anymore. And I think they do not become American citizens. They do not vote. If they want to become an American citizen, they go through exactly the same process that anybody else goes through. I think that's the kind of situation that is actually fair to people. And we have other ways of utilizing our facilities and our talents as foreign aid, doing things in South America and Central America and Mexico that improve the economy there so that they don't feel the need to come over here. That would cost us a lot less than borrowing money from China paying interest on it.
Thank you, Dr. Carson. Mr. Trump. Your campaign, as you all remember, began with the idea of building a wall along the southern border, about 315 miles southwest of where we are right now. You said the Mexican government will pay for it. Correct. The spokesman for the current president of Mexico says that will never happen. The last 2 presidents of Mexico say that will never happen. In fact, the former president of Mexico, Vicente Fox, he said today, and I'm quoting him, he said, "I'm not going to pay for that, quote, effing wall." So if you don't get an actual check from the Mexican government for $8 or $10 or $12 billion, whatever it will cost, how are you going to make them pay for the wall?
I will, and the wall just got 10 feet taller, believe me.
He says that at rallies every day.
I saw him make the statement. I saw him use the word that he used. I can only tell you, if I would have used even half of that word, it would have been national scandal. This guy used a filthy, disgusting word on television, and he should be ashamed of himself, and he should apologize, okay? Number one. Number two, we have a trade deficit with Mexico of $58 billion a year, and that doesn't include all the drugs that are pouring across and destroying our country. We're going to make them pay for that wall. Now, the wall is $10 billion to $12 billion if I do it. If these guys do it, it'll end up costing $200 billion. The wall is $10 to $12 billion. You need 1,000 miles. The Great Wall of China, built 2,000 years ago, 2,000 is 13,000 miles. We need 1,000 because we have a lot of natural barriers. We can do it for 10 to 12, and it's a real wall. This is a wall that's a heck of a lot higher than the ceiling you're looking at. This is a wall that's going to work. Mexico will pay for it because they are not doing us any favors. They could stop all of this illegal trade if they wanted to immediately. Mexico will pay for the wall. It's a small portion of the kind of money that we lose and the deficits that we have with Mexico.
You're not going to you literally think like a child, oh, if it's a wall, then
you start a trade war with Mexico.
Well, yeah, I don't mind trade wars. Well, we're losing $58 billion a year. You want to know the truth? We're losing so much. We're losing so much with Mexico and China. With China, we're losing $500 billion a year. And then people say, oh, don't we want to trade? I don't mind trading. But I don't want to lose $500 billion. I don't want to lose $58 billion. Mexico just took Carrier Corporation, maker of air conditioners. They just took Ford. They're building a $2.5 billion plant. They just took Nabisco out of Chicago. And I always say I'm not having Oreos anymore, which is true, by the way. But they just took a big plant from Nabisco into Mexico. They're taking our businesses. I don't mind.
Senator Rubio. Yeah, a couple points. If he builds the wall the way he built Trump Towers, he'll be using illegal immigrant labor to do it.
Such a cute soundbite.
But it's not a soundbite, it's a fact. Again, go online and Google it. Donald Trump, Polish workers, you'll see it. The second thing about the trade war, I don't understand, because your ties and the clothes you make is made in Mexico and in China. So you're going to be starting a trade war against your own ties and your own troops.
You know what? Devalue their currency.
Make them in America.
Critical on his core issue.
Well, you don't know anything about business. You
make them in America.
Let me just tell you. They devalue their currencies. China, Mexico, everybody, Japan, with the cars. They devalue their currencies to such an extent that our businesses cannot compete with them. Our workers lose their jobs.
You make them
but
in China
you wouldn't know anything
Russia.
about it because you're lousy.
Well, I don't know anything about bankrupting poor companies.
No, I know.
Starting a university.
That's called.
There are people who borrow $36,000 to go to Trump University, and they're suing him now. $36,000 to go to a university.
By the way,
that's a fake school.
By the way,
and you know what they got? They got to make a picture of a cardboard cutout of Donald Trump.
And by the way,
that's what they got for the $36,000.
I want to move on. They actually did a very good job, but I won most of the lawsuit.
Senator, I want to bring in
the lawsuit.
I want to bring in my colleague Maria Celeste.
Excuse me. Well, let me ask you. Am I allowed to respond to this?
You're allowed. You've been responsible.
Okay, well, let me. No, I haven't. Here's a guy that buys a house for $179,000. He sells it to a lobbyist who's probably here for $380,000, and then legislation is passed. You tell me about this guy. This is what we're going to have.
The guy that inherited $200 million. If he hadn't inherited $200 million, you know where Donald Trump is right now? Selling watches in Manhattan.
Oh, damn! We'll work on that. I took $1 million and I turned it into $10 billion. I borrowed $1 million. I turned it into $10 billion, more than $10 billion.
Thank you. I want to bring in Maria Celeste of Telemundo. Maria.
Senator Rubio, last week you said that on your first day in office, you will get rid of President Obama's executive action known as Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals, DACA for short. It is a program that has protected hundreds of thousands of young people that came here when they were children, brought to the U.S. by undocumented immigrants. This is the only home they know. And that is a dramatic change from last April when you said in Spanish, and I'm going to quote you, DACA va a tener que terminar en algún momento, no sería justo cancelarlo inmediatamente, which translates to DACA is going to have to end at some point, but it wouldn't be fair to cancel it immediately. So, Senator Rubio, what changed? Why is it now fair to cancel it on day one?
No, it's the same policy. It will have to end at some moment, and as I said, we will eliminate that executive order. The people that are on it now will not be allowed to renew it, and new applicants will not be allowed to apply to it. And it's not because we're not compassionate to the plight of someone who came here when they were 2 years old. I understand. I know people that are personally impacted by this. The problem with the executive order is it is unconstitutional. The president doesn't have the power to do that, and he himself admitted that. I'm sorry, but
you went from saying that it was deeply disruptive to deport him immediately to deport him on day one.
No, but this is not about deportation. Everybody always goes immediately to the issue of deportation. This is about DACA. DACA is an executive order that is unconstitutional. I will cancel it on my first day in office, which means people who currently hold those permits will not be allowed to renew them when they expire, and new people will not be allowed to apply for them. Now, I am sympathetic to the plight of someone who came here when they were 2 or 3 years old through no fault of their own, but you can't solve it doing something that is unconstitutional. No matter how sympathetic we may be to a cause, we cannot violate the Constitution of the United States the way this president now does on a regular basis.
Senator Rubio, you accused Senator Cruz in a previous debate of lying when he said that you said one thing in Spanish and another one in English. So, in what sense did he lie?
Because it is not true that I'm not going to get rid of DACA. I am going to get rid of DACA. In the Spanish interview, you just read out the transcript in Spanish. I said it will have to end. At some point, that point will be when I eliminate the executive order, and the people who have those permits, when they expire, will not be allowed to renew it. And new people will not be able to apply. In fact, I don't even think we should be taking new enrollees in the program now. That is how the program ends and how you wind it down. Is you allow the people who are on it, when the program expires, they cannot renew it, it goes away. But I will cancel the executive order as soon as I step foot into the Oval Office.
I have to say, he lied this time. He lied. 100%. 100%.
You lied about the Polish war?
Yeah.
You lied to the students of Trump University? You lied 38 years ago. All right, I guess there's a statute of limitation on lies.
I would note that you made the exact same point here that I made at the last debate, and you're right that Senator Rubio called me a liar for saying that. You know, we've all seen at home when Washington politicians say about an illegal or unconstitutional program, well, it'll have to end someday, not immediately, but someday in the future. That inevitably is when a politician doesn't plan to end it at all. You know, I'm reminded of that is the same position that Marco took in Iowa on ethanol subsidies. When I campaigned in Iowa and the lobbyists took on the corporate welfare and said we should have no ethanol subsidies, Marco's position was the same as it is towards illegal amnesty. Well, someday it should end, just not now. And frankly, I think we need a president who knows what he believes and is willing to say it on day one, not at the end of his term when it's somebody else's problem.
That's not an accurate assessment of what I said about ethanol. What I said is ethanol will phase out. It is phasing out now. By 2022, that program expires by virtue of the existing law, and at that point it will go away. I don't agree with the mandate and the program that's in place, but I think it's unfair that these people have gone out and invested all this money into this program, and we're just going to yank it away from them. And again, you read the statement in Spanish. I said very clearly on Spanish television, DACA will have to end at some point, and that point is, at that time I was not a candidate for president. I said it will end on my first day in office as president, and the people who have it now will not be able to renew it, and new applicants will not be able to apply. That is the end of DACA. I am sympathetic to this cause, but once again, it cannot supersede the Constitution of the United States, which this president habitually and routinely every single day ignores and violates.
You and Senator Rubio are the two candidates of Hispanic descent on the stage. As a matter of fact, you are the first Hispanic candidate ever to win a caucus or primary. And yet there is the perception in the Latino community that instead of trying to prove to Latinos who has the best plan, the best platform to help them, that you two are spending the time arguing with each other, trying to figure out which one is tougher on immigration in order to appeal to the majority of Republicans. So my question to you is, are you missing a huge opportunity to expand the Republican base?
Well, Maria, listen, you are right. It is extraordinary that of the 5 people standing on this stage, that 2 of us are the children of Cuban immigrants. It really is an embodiment of the incredible opportunity and promise this nation provides. I would note that a lot of folks in the media have a definition of Hispanics, that you can only be Hispanic if you're liberal. That makes sense in the media, but I got to tell you, one of the things I was most proud of, when I ran for Senate here in Texas, I earned 40% of the Hispanic vote here in Texas. At the same time, Mitt Romney was getting clobbered with 27% of the Hispanic vote nationwide. And the reason is, as you know, you look at the values in the Hispanic community. The values in our community are faith, family, patriotism. We've got the highest rate of military enlistment among Hispanics of any demographic in this country. And when I campaigned, and I campaigned the same here in Houston or Dallas as I did down in the Rio Grande Valley, defending conservative principles, defending Judeo-Christian principles, telling my father's story, telling my dad's story about coming to America with $100 in his underwear, not speaking English, washing dishes, having hopes and dreams for the American dream. Right. And the truth is, the Obama-Clinton economy has done enormous damage to the Hispanic community. It is not in the Hispanic community, and I am fighting so that everyone who is struggling in the Hispanic
really
community
comes out is obviously all those
fair,
attacks
even shape.
But he's like smiling. He said, Trump seems a little bit more like actually wants to say these words. I would mention, just because it's a Hispanic, and I'll be brief, a couple points. Number one, I do think it's amazing that on the stage tonight, there are 2 descendants of immigrants of Cuban origin and an African American. We are the party of diversity, not the Democratic Party. And the second point I would make, but still, this idea that somehow the Hispanic community only cares about immigration. Yes, it's an important issue because we know and love people that have been impacted by it. But I'm going to tell you the most powerful sentiment in the Hispanic community, as it is in every immigrant community, is the burning desire to leave your children better off than yourself. And you can only do that through free enterprise. That's what we stand for, not socialism like Bernie Sanders and increasingly Hillary Clinton.
Governor Casey, after the last presidential election, the Republican Party realized that in order to win the presidency, it needed the support of Latinos. Guidelines as to how to accomplish that were spelled out in an autopsy report that concluded, and I'm going to quote it, if Hispanic Americans hear that the GOP doesn't want them in the United States, they won't pay attention to our next sentence. So, do you think that your fellow Republican candidates get it?
Well, I'm not going to talk about that. I mean, I got to tell you, I was with this little 12-year-old girl who was at a town hall meeting. She said, I don't like all this yelling and screaming at the debates. My mother's thinking I might not be able to watch the thing anymore. I think we ought to move beyond that, about what they think. I'm going to tell you what I think. My position on this whole immigration issue has been clear from the beginning. I haven't changed anything with it. And look, my view is we need economic growth. Everything starts with economic growth. And how do you get it? Common sense regulations, lower taxes for both business and individuals, and of course a fiscal plan that balances the budget. That gives you economic growth. I did it when I was in Washington as the Budget Committee Chairman, negotiating actually with Democrats. It gave us surpluses, economic growth, and the same thing in Ohio. But here's the thing that I believe. Economic growth is not an end unto itself. We have to make sure that everybody has a sense that they can rise. Of course, our friends in the Hispanic community, our friends in the African American community. The promise of America is that our system, when we follow the right formula, is going to give opportunity for everyone. It's what Jack Kemp used to say, a rising tide lifts all boats, not just some boats, but all boats. And you know what? With me in the Hispanic community, I think they like me, and I appreciate that because I want them to have the same opportunity that I and my children and my wife and the people we love have had in this country. It's time to solve problems.
He's outside of that community. He's like those guys, whoever they are, right? I hear they like me. I like that they like me.
The first part of the question.
The first part of the question is, there was a report that recommended that in order to approach Hispanics and bring them to vote for the Republican Party, certain things needed to happen, and one of them was that they shouldn't feel that they were going to get kicked out of the United States, otherwise they wouldn't pay attention to one more sentence from candidates.
Okay, well, first of all, let me just mention that last year at NALIO, the National Association for Latino Elected Officials, I was the only one of 17 Republican candidates to go there. And the reason that I don't fear going to an organization like that is because the message that I give is the same message to every group. You know, this is America, and we need to have policies that give liberty and justice to all people. And that's the way that I have fashioned virtually every policy, looking at that. And I think that's the way the Republican Party generally thinks. We don't pick and choose winners and losers. We are compassionate, but real compassion is providing people with a ladder of opportunity to climb up from a state of dependence and become part of the fabric of America. When we begin to emphasize that, I think we will attract everybody.
God, that was the most useless answer I've ever heard. Okay. Christopher, by the way, writes in.
It is common knowledge that the Hispanic vote is very important in this race.
He said he joined today.
You keep saying that Hispanics love you.
True.
And yes, you won the Hispanic vote in Nevada.
True.
But a brand new Telemundo poll says that 3 out of 4 Hispanics that vote nationwide have a negative opinion of you. They don't like you. Wouldn't that make you an unelectable candidate in a general election?
First of all, I don't believe anything Telemundo says.
You used to say that you don't.
Oh, number one. Number two, I currently employ thousands of Hispanics, and over the years I've employed tens of thousands of Hispanics. They're incredible people. They know, and the reason I won in Nevada, not only won the big one, but I also won subs. Like, as an example, I won with women, I won with every single category. I won with men, I won with high income, low income. I won with Hispanics. And I got 46%. Nobody else was close. Because they know I'm going to bring jobs back from China, from Japan, from so many other places. They get it. They're incredible people. They're incredible workers. They get it. And I've won many of the polls with Hispanics. I didn't maybe win the Telemundo poll. But one thing I'm also going to do, I'm going to be bringing a lot of people in who are Democrats, who are independents, and you're seeing that with the polls. Because if you look at look at any of the elections, every single election, it's been record-setting. And the good news is for the Republican Party, the Democrats are getting very poor numbers in terms of bringing them in. We're getting record-setting numbers. I think I have something to do with that. We're getting record-setting numbers. And I won, the 3 of them that I won with record-setting numbers. New people are coming into the Republican Party. We are building a new Republican Party. A lot of new people are coming in.
I'm now repeating myself and repeating how many times he repeats things.
You have said publicly that you lost Telemundo in the past. But
Thank you. I love that.
All right, well,
because he doesn't have opinions. Oh, you like me? You're amazing. You don't like me? You're terrible.
Just last night, the Washington Post showed that 80% of Hispanic voters in their polls have a negative view of you. And concerning the Nevada victory, allow me to explain that the poll in Nevada was based on a tiny sample, statistically insignificant of only 100, let me finish please, of 100 Hispanic Republicans on the state of Nevada. I am making reference to Hispanic voters nationwide in a general election.
I'm just telling you, I'm doing very well with Hispanics. And by the way, I settled my suit, as you know, with Univision. It was settled. We're good friends now. It was all settled up. Very happy. Very happy. Very good people. But I'm just telling you that I will do really well with Hispanics. I will do better than anybody on the stage. I have respect for the people on the stage. It doesn't matter very well with Hispanics. But I'm telling you also, I'm bringing people, Democrats over, and I'm bringing the independents over, and we're building a much bigger, much stronger Republican Party. Mr. Trump, thank you.
That's near the facts. It's like, doesn't matter. I'm going to say the exact opposite.
Supreme Court moderator will never filling the vacancy left by the late Justice Antonin Scalia has become a major campaign issue. I want to bring in Salem Radio Network host Hugh Hewitt. Hugh, thank you, Walt.
To me, it's the most important issue. I'll start with you, Senator Cruz. Do you trust Mr. Trump to nominate conservative justices?
Well, Hugh, I agree with you that Justice Scalia's passing underscores the enormous gravity of this election. Justice Scalia was someone I knew personally for 20 years, was privileged to be at his funeral this weekend, and with his passing, the court is now hanging in the balance. We are one liberal justice away from a 5-justice radical leftist majority that would undermine our religious liberty, that would undermine the right to life, and that would fundamentally erase the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms from the Constitution. Now, I think the voters of Texas, the voters across Super Tuesday are assessing everyone standing on this stage. In the past, Republican presidents always promise to nominate strict constitutionalists. So I'm certain if you took a survey, everyone would say they would do that. But the reality is Democrats bat about 1,000. Just about everyone they put on the court votes exactly as they want. Republicans have batted worse than 500. More than half of the people we put on the court have been a disaster. I've spent my whole life fighting to defend the Bill of Rights and the Constitution. I can tell you, for voters that care about life or marriage or religious liberty or the Second Amendment, they're asking the question, who do you know, beyond a shadow of a doubt, who do you know will nominate principled constitutionalists to the court? I give you my word, every justice I nominate will vigorously defend the Bill of Rights for my children and for yours.
So, but Democrats do nominate pro-business justices, but otherwise they're liberal. The Republicans have screwed up a bunch of justices like Souter.
Yeah, they have
liberals.
Churches, Catholic and Christian colleges,
For a long time, they had the
Catholic adoption, all sorts of religious institutions feared that Hobby Lobby, if it's repealed, it was a 5-4 decision, they're going to have to bend their knee and provide morning after pills. They fear that if Bob Jones is expanded, they will lose their tax exemptions. Will you commit to voters tonight that religious liberty will be an absolute litmus test for anyone you appoint, not just to the Supreme Court, but to all courts?
Yes, I would, and I've been there, very strongly. I do have to say something, and this is interesting, and it's not anybody's fault. It's not Ted's fault. Justice Roberts was strongly recommended and pushed by Ted. Justice Roberts gave us Obamacare, might as well be called Roberts Care. 2 times of the Supreme Court, Justice Roberts approved something that he should have never raised his hand to approve. And we ended up with Obamacare. That is a rough thing, and I know Ted feels badly about it, and I think he probably still respects the judge. But that judge has been a disaster in terms of everything we stand for, because there is no way that he should have approved Obamacare. Now, with that being said, these are the things that happened. But Ted very, very strongly pushed Judge Roberts, and Justice Roberts gave us something that we don't want.
Ted Cruz, Senator, the Chief Justice got Bobby Lobby. I think makes no sense. Cruz's criticism.
Well, Mr. Donald knows that it was George W. Bush who appointed John Roberts. Yes, it's true. I supported the Republican nominee once he was made. But I would not have nominated John Roberts. I would have nominated my former boss, Mike Ludig, who is the strongest proven conservative on the Court of Appeals. And I'll tell you, Hugh, it's interesting now that Donald promises that he will appoint justices who will defend religious liberty. But this is a man who for 40 years has given money to Jimmy Carter, to Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, to Chuck Schumer, to Harry Reid. Nobody who supports far-left liberal Democrats who are fighting for judicial activists can possibly care about having principled constitutionalists on the court. And what Donald has told us is he will go to Washington and cut a deal. So that means on Supreme Court, he's going to look to cut a deal rather than fight for someone who won't cut a deal on the Constitution but will defend it faithfully.
Let me just say this. Look, I watched Ted, and I respected it, but it gets nowhere. Stand on the Senate floor for a day or 2 days and talk and talk and talk. I watched the other senators laughing and smiling, and when Ted was totally exhausted, he left the Senate floor and they went back to work, okay? We have to have somebody that's going to make deals. It's wonderful to stand up for 2 days and do that. Now, Ted's been very critical. I have a sister who's a brilliant judge. He's been criticizing my sister for signing a certain bill. You know who else signed that bill? Justice Samuel Alito, a very conservative member of the Supreme Court, with my sister signed that bill. So I think that maybe we should get a little bit of an apology from Ted. What do you think?
Senator, let me tell you right now, Donald, I will not apologize for a minute for defending the Constitution. I will not apologize for defending the Bill of Rights. And I find it amazing that your answer to you and to the American people is on religious liberty. You can't have one of these crazy zealots that actually believes in it. You got to be willing to cut a deal. And you know, there is a reason why when Harry Reid was asked of all the people on this stage, who does he want the most? Who does he like the most? Harry Reid said Donald Trump. Why? Because Donald has supported him in the past. And he knows he can cut a deal with him. You know what, Donald? I don't want a Supreme Court justice that you cut a deal with Harry Reid to undermine religious liberty, because that same justice will also erase the Second Amendment when the Bill of Rights.
When you say crazy zealot, are you talking about you, crazy zealot? Give me a break.
Senator Rubio,
give me a break.
You've heard this exchange on religious liberty. You have said that religious liberty will trump even the ability of people to stay away from same-sex marriages, not provide flowers, not provide baked goods, etc. Are you satisfied with this exchange on religious liberty?
Well, I think you asked a very important question, because the issue here about the next president of the United States has to fill this vacancy. Justice Scalia, in the history of the Republic, there has never been anyone better than him at standing for the principle that the Constitution is not a living and breathing document. It is supposed to be applied as originally meant. And the next president of the United States has to be someone that you can trust and believe in to appoint someone just as good as Scalia, plus there may be at least 2 other vacancies. So you asked Mr. Trump to respond and say that he would, and he says that he would, but the bottom line is, if you look at his record over the last 25 or 30 years, on issue after issue, he has not been on our side. Now, if he's changed, we're always looking for converts into the conservative movement. But the bottom line is that we don't have a record there to look at and say, I feel at peace that when Donald Trump is president of the United States, he's going to be firmly on our side on these issues. In fact, very recently, he was still defending Planned Parenthood. He said he's not going to take sides in the Palestinians versus Israel. These are concerning things. And so, yes, I have a doubt about whether Donald Trump, if he becomes president, will replace Justice Scalia with someone just like Justice Scalia.
Mr. Trump. Well, let me just say, first of all, I had great respect for Justice Scalia. I thought he was terrific. And if you talk about evolving, Ronald Reagan was a somewhat liberal Democrat. Ronald Reagan evolved into a somewhat strong conservative. More importantly, he was a great president. As far as Planned Parenthood is concerned, I'm pro-life. I'm totally against abortion having to do with Planned Parenthood. But millions and millions of women, cervical cancer, breast cancer, are helped by Planned Parenthood. So you can say whatever you want, but they have millions of women going through Planned Parenthood that are helped greatly. And I wouldn't fund it. I would defund it because of the abortion factor, which they say is 3%. I don't know what percentage it is. They say it's 3%, but I would defund it because I'm pro-life. But millions of women are helped by Planned Parenthood.
Governor Kasich, the money already back on religious liberty. You've been a little bit less emphatic. You've said same-sex couple approaches a cupcake maker. Sell them a cupcake. Can we trust you as much on religious liberty as the rest of these people?
Well, you know, of course. I mean, and look, I was involved in just being a pioneer in a new church. Religious institutions should be able to practice the religion that they believe in. No question and no doubt about it. Now, in regard to same-sex marriage, I don't favor it. I've always favored traditional marriage. But look, the court has ruled, and I've moved on. And what I've said to you is that, look, where does it end? If you're in the business of selling things, if you're not going to sell to somebody you don't agree with, today I'm not going to sell to somebody who's gay, and tomorrow maybe I won't sell to somebody who's divorced. I mean, if you're in the business of commerce, conduct commerce. That's my view. And if you don't agree with their lifestyle, say a prayer for them when they leave and hope they change their behavior. But when it comes to the religious institutions, they are inviolate in my mind. And I would fight for those religious institutions. And look, I've appointed over 100 judges as governor. I even appointed a judge to the Ohio Supreme Court. And you know what they are? They're conservatives. Go check it out. They are conservatives. They don't make the law. They interpret the law. That's all they do. And they stick by the Constitution. So I will do that. But let's just not get so narrow here as to gotcha this or that. I think my position is clear.
Wrap it up with you. Are their positions clear? Are the positions you've heard clear about the First Amendment and the First Freedom?
Well, first of all, let me just add my praise to Justice Scalia. I first met him when we got an honorary degree together a long time ago.
You can never just begin answering it, but
it always has to be. As far as religious freedom is concerned, one of the basic tenets of this nation. And I believe that the Constitution protects all of our rights. And it gives people who
believe in same-sex marriage, the same rights as everybody else. But what we have to remember is, even though everybody has the same rights, nobody gets extra rights. So nobody gets to redefine things for everybody else and then have them have to conform to it. That's unfair. And this is the responsibility of Congress to come back and correct what the Supreme Court has done. That's why we have divided government. And we're going to have to encourage them to act in an appropriate way, or we will lose our religious freedom. And as president, I would go through and I would look at what a person's life has been. What have they done in the past? What kind of judgments have they made? What kind of associations do they have? That will tell you a lot more than an interview will tell you. The fruit salad of their life is what I will look at. Thank you, Dr. Carson.
You just say it's going to cost the baby
All of you want to repeal and replace Obamacare, so let's talk about your plans, specific plans to replace it. I want to bring in our chief political correspondent, Dana Bausch.
Senator Rubio, you said yesterday right here in Houston that Mr. Trump thinks part of Obamacare is pretty good. So he says he is going to repeal Obamacare. Are you saying that you're worried he won't?
He said he likes the individual mandate portion of it, which I don't believe him. That should be part of it. That should not remain there. I think here's what we need to replace it with. We need to repeal Obamacare completely and replace it with a system that puts Americans in charge of their health care money again. If your employer wants to buy health insurance for you, they can continue to do so from any company in America they want to buy it from. Otherwise, your employers can provide you health care money, tax-free, not treated as income, and you can use that money only for health care, but you can use it to fund health care any way you want. Fully fund a health savings account. The combination of a health savings account or a private plan from any company in any state in the country. And if you don't have that, then you get a refundable tax credit that provides you health care money to buy your own health care coverage. And that, I think, is a much better approach than Obamacare, which, by the way, isn't just bad for health care, it's bad for our economy. It is a health care law that is basically forcing companies to lay people off, cut people's hours, move people to part-time. It is not just a bad health care law, it is a job-killing law, and I will repeal it as president, and we will replace it with something substantially better for all Americans.
Yeah. Mr. Trump, what would you say? Some decade, we're going to define that. I agree with that 100%, except pre-existing condition. I would absolutely get rid of Obamacare. We're going to have something much better. But pre-existing conditions, when I'm referring to that, and I was referring to that very strongly on the show with Anderson Cooper, I want to keep pre-existing condition. I think we need it. I think it's a modern age. I don't think we have to have it. I know you don't.
So let's talk about pre-existing conditions. What the insurance
companies say is that the only way that they can cover people is to
have a mandate requiring everybody
something like that. You'd say keep their own condition. What we need. Look, the insurance companies take care of the politicians. The insurance companies get what they want. We should have gotten rid of the lines around each state so we could have real competition. We thought that was gone. We thought those lines were going to be gone, and something happened at the last moment where Obamacare got approved, and all of that was thrown out the window. The reason is some of the people in the audience are insurance people and insurance lobbyists and special interests. They got, I'm not going to point to these gentlemen, of course they're part of the problem, other than Ben, in all fairness, and actually the governor too. Let's just talk about these two, okay? Because I don't think the governor had too much to do with this. But we should have gotten rid of the borders. We should have gotten rid of the lines around the state so there's great competition. The insurance companies are making a fortune on every single thing they do. I'm self-funding my campaign. I'm the only one in either party self-funding my campaign. I'm going to do what's right. We have to get rid of the lines around the states so that there's serious competition. And you're going to see, then you're going to see pre-existing conditions and everything else be part of it, but the price will be down and the insurance companies can pay. Right now they're making a fortune.
But just to be specific here, what you're saying is getting rid of the barriers between states, that is going to solve the problem?
That's going to solve a lot of the problem. And the insurance companies are going to say that. They want to keep it. They say whatever they have to say to keep it the way it is. I know the insurance companies, they're friends of mine. The top guys, they're friends of mine. I shouldn't tell you guys, you'll say it's terrible. I have a conflict of interest. They're friends of mine. There's some right in the audience. One of them was just waving to me. He was laughing and smiling. He's not laughing so much anymore. Hi. The insurance companies are making an absolute fortune. Yes, they will keep pre-existing conditions, and that would be a great thing. Get rid of Obamacare. We'll come up with new plans, but we should keep
pre-existing conditions.
And I was mentioned in his response, if I may, about that. You may not be aware of this, Donald, because you don't follow this stuff very closely, but here's what happened. When they passed Obamacare, they put a bailout fund in Obamacare. All these lobbyists who keep talking about, they put a bailout fund in the law that would allow public money to be used, taxpayer money, to bail out companies when they lost money. And we led the effort and wiped out that bailout fund. The insurance companies are not in favor of me. They hate that. They're suing now to get that bailout money put back in. Here's what you didn't hear in that answer. And this is important, guys. This is an important thing. What is your plan? I understand the lines around the state, whatever that means. This is not a game where you draw maps around it. What is your plan? What is your plan on health care? You don't have a problem.
The biggest problem he's got is he doesn't know. You know, I watched him melt down 2 weeks ago with Chris Christie. I got to tell you, the biggest problem he's got is he really doesn't know about the lines. The biggest thing we've got, and the reason we have no competition, is because we have lines around the state, and you have.
We already mentioned that as part of my plan. I know what that is. But what else is part of your plan? So your only thing is to get rid of the lines around the states. What else is part of your
the lines around the states?
That's your only plan.
And it was almost done. No. You know what that does? That brings in
mind that he can tell us his plan.
Excuse me. That brings in competition. When you get rid of the lines, it brings in competition. So instead of having one insurance company taking care of New York or Texas, you'll have many. They'll compete, and it'll be a beautiful thing.
Right. And so that's the only part of the plan? Just the lines? The interstate competition?
The nice part about you have many different plans. You'll have competition. You'll have so many different plans.
And now he's repeating himself.
No, I'm not repeating. No.
Oh,
he's the expert.
Get that line, too. Get that line.
Look at him smiling. He looks like a human almost.
I know. I was in the middle of writing this tweet when he was probably a punk star.
Here's the guy who repeats himself every day.
Wow, look at that fucking flow.
They're talking about repeating. I watched him repeat himself 5 times 4 weeks ago. I watched you repeat yourself 5 times 5 seconds ago. I watched it.
What did he say?
Yes.
What did he say?
Yeah, I just heard you do it 5 seconds. Jump down on the stage like I've never seen anybody. I thought he came out of the swimming pool.
I said, well,
let's talk about your plan.
Every night it says 5 things. Everyone's done. He's going to make America great again. We're going to win, win, win. He's winning in the polls. And the lines around the state.
You will have time to respond. If you just let Mr. Trump respond to what you just posed to him.
Now, right?
If you could talk a little bit more about your plan. I know you talked about
we're going to have many different plans because there's going to be competition. There is going to be competition among all of the states and the insurance companies. They're going to have many, many different plans.
Is there anything else you would like to add to that?
No, there's nothing to add. What's to add? There's nothing to add.
Thank you both. You've said it is, quote, un-American to deny someone health insurance if they have a pre-existing condition. Would you leave the individual mandate in place, requiring all Americans to purchase insurance?
No, I wouldn't. And but that doesn't matter when it comes to the issue of pre-existing conditions. You don't want any American to lose their house, everything they've saved, because they get sick. Now, I think it is more complicated than what we've heard here tonight. We're actually running significant health reform in my state. I would repeal Obamacare for a variety of reasons. I would take some of the federal resources, combine it with the freed up Medicaid program, which I would send back to the states, and cover the people who are currently the working poor, because we don't want to have tens of millions of Americans losing their health insurance. And then we're driving towards total transparency. If any of you here ever get a hospital bill, it's easier to interpret the Dead Sea Scrolls than to understand your hospital bill. The fact is, what we need is transparency with hospitals and with the providers. And I'll tell you what we will do. We are actually going to make payments to physicians and to hospitals who actually deliver health care with great quality at low prices. We're actually going to make the market work.
Governor, let me just go back to the original question about the individual mandate. In 1994, when you were in Congress, you proposed a plan requiring an individual mandate. So what changed?
Well, Janet, the Heritage Foundation had this position as well. And when I look at it, I don't think it's tenable. And we don't need to do that. Again, I'm telling you that we have a proposal, a plan that we're enacting now that says if you are a hospital or a doctor and you're providing very high quality at lower prices below the midpoint, some charge high, some charge low. If you are below the midpoint, we are going to give you a financial reward for allowing you to provide services that result in high quality for our people at lower prices. That is the way in which we are going to damp down the rising cost of healthcare. Because if you think about your own deductibles today, they're going higher, higher, and higher, and you know what? At some point, people can't afford it. Our plan will work. It uses the market. It uses transparency. It gets the patient in the middle. And guess what? We're actually doing it in my state, the 7th largest state in the country. And if this will go national, we will get our hands on health care where you will know what's going on. We will pay for quality, lower prices, and we will begin to see health care become affordable in America, and where people will also be able to have health insurance even if they have a pre-existing condition. We don't want to throw millions of people out into the cold and not have the health insurance, Dana. So that's really what we're doing. This is not a theory. This is what we are actually doing in our state. We will begin payments next year based on episodes that we have in our lives. If our primary care physicians keep us healthy for a year and with really high quality, guess what? They will get a financial reward. Our primary care physicians need help. They need support. We're losing them. This will allow them to get a reward for doing a great job. Thank you.
Dr. Carson, you have dealt with the sickest of patients. You support covering pre-existing conditions. How would you change Obamacare?
He looks younger. He looks 8 years younger.
First of all, seriously, healthcare is not a right. Like, there's something different about it. Responsibility for a responsible society, and we are that. We spend almost twice as much per capita on healthcare as many other nations who have actually much better access than we do. I propose a system in which we use health empowerment accounts, which are like a health savings account with no bureaucrats. And we give it to everybody from birth until death. They can pass it on when they die. We pay for it with the same dollars that we pay for traditional health care with. We give people the ability to shift money within their health empowerment account within their family. So if dad's $500 short, mom can give it to them, or cousin or uncle. And it makes every family their own insurance carrier with no middleman. It gives you enormous flexibility. And also, you know, if Uncle Joe is smoking like a chimney, everybody's going to hide his cigarettes because they're all interested in what's going on there. Also, your catastrophic health care is going to cost a lot less money now, because the only thing coming out of that is catastrophic health care. So it's like a homeowner's policy with a large deductible versus a homeowner's policy where you want every scratch covered. One costs $1,500 a year, one costs $10,000 a year. You can buy the $1,500 one. That will take care of 75% of the people. The people who are indigent, how do we take care of them now? Medicaid. What's the Medicaid budget? Almost $500 billion. Almost 80 million people participate, which is way too many, and that'll get a lot better when we fix the economy, which I hope we get a chance to talk about. But do the math, over $5,000 for each man, woman, and child, and they will have a lot more flexibility. What could you buy with that? A concierge practice. And you can still have thousands of dollars left over. And let me just finish, because I don't get to talk that much. And, you have the money that's left over to buy your catastrophic insurance, but most importantly, we give them a menu just like we do in Medicare Part C, and they have the choices that will allow them not only to have catastrophic health care, but drug care and everything else. It will be such a good program that nobody will want Obamacare after that, and that's probably the best way to do it, although if anybody still did, I would still defund it. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Carson. If they did still want Obamacare after my plans, I'd still defund it. Does anyone get to address Obamacare? Yeah, because I don't want you to get me wrong. I want to move on, but there's plenty of opportunities for you to address it.
It's kind of an issue I have a long history with.
I know you do it. And all right, go ahead.
Thank you.
How do you get that extra time, Cruz? You're very good at it.
You know, this is another issue on which Donald and I have sharp disagreements. On Planned Parenthood, he thinks Planned Parenthood is wonderful. I would instruct the Department of Justice to investigate them and prosecute any and all criminal violations. On Obamacare, both Donald and I say we want to end it, but for very different reasons. I want to end it because it goes too far, it's killed millions of jobs, and it's hurting people's health care. Donald wants to end it because he says it doesn't go nearly far enough. And what was amazing in that exchange that was missing is for decades, Donald has been advocating socialized medicine when he said is the government should pay for everyone's health care. And in fact, a couple debates ago, he said, if you don't support socialized health care, you're heartless. Now, liberal Democrats have been saying that for years. Now, let me tell you, if you're a small business owner, Donald Trump's socialized medicine, putting the government in charge of your health care, would kill more jobs than Obamacare. And if you're elderly, the results of socialized medicine in every country on earth where it's been implemented has been rationing, has been the government saying, no, you don't get that hip replacement, you don't get that knee replacement. The government is in charge of your health care. I'll tell you this, as president, Senator, I will repeal every word of Obamacare.
Thank you. Mr. Trump.
I do not want socialized medicine, just so you understand. He goes around saying, oh, he wants it. I do not want socialized medicine. I do agree with him that it's going to be a disaster, Obamacare, for the economy. In 2017, it's going to be impossible for us to pay for it if you look at what's going on. That's why it has to be repealed for a lot of reasons. Number one, it doesn't work for all these years. Number two, premiums, look at premiums going up 25, 35, even 45%, and more. We have to get rid of Obamacare. It is going to destroy our economy completely. Our economy is not doing well. It is going to destroy our economy greatly. And on that, I agree.
Donald, true or false, you've said the government should pay for everyone's health care.
That's false.
You've never said that.
No, I never. I said it worked in a couple of countries,
but you never stood on this debate stage and says it works great in Canada and Scotland, and we should do it here. Did you say if you want people to die on the streets, if you don't support socialized health care, you have no heart?
I will not say you're a liberal on health care if I'm president.
And you said you're a liberal on health care.
Let me talk.
Talk away. Explain your plan, please.
My plan is very simple. I will not. We're going to have private health care, but I will not allow people to die on the sidewalks and the streets of our country if I'm president. You may let it, and you may be fine with it.
The government pay for everyone's health care?
We are going to take
yes
those
or
people,
no?
And
just answer the question.
It's a simple question. We are going to take those people, and those people are going to be serviced by doctors and hospitals. We're going to make great deals on it, but we're not going to let them die in the street.
Who pays for it?
Can I clarify something, Senator? Gentlemen,
I want to clarify something.
Gentlemen, please. I want to talk about the economy.
People die on the streets of the government doesn't support health care. The government would pay for it.
All of you have agreed
to answer that question.
Call it what you want. You know what? Call it what you want.
It's a yes or no.
Call it what you want. People are not going to be dying.
All of you have agreed. All of you have agreed to the rules. I want to move on. We're talking about the economy right now.
Okay,
Trump.
all the stuff you said
want to cut taxes more than President Ronald Reagan did, more than President George W. Bush did. The Independent Tax Foundation says the cost to the country of your proposal would be about $10 trillion, and that takes into account the economic growth that would emerge from your proposed tax cuts. How would you cut $10 trillion over 10 years but make sure the country isn't saddled with even more debt?
Because the country will become a dynamic economy, will be dynamic again. If you look at what's going on, we have the highest taxes anywhere in the world. We pay more business tax, we pay more personal tax, we have the highest taxes in the world. It's shutting off our economy, it's shutting off our country. We have trillions of dollars outside that we can't get in. Yes, we will do my tax plan and it will be great. We will have a dynamic economy again.
What specific cuts will you make to pay for that tax cut?
We're going to make many cuts in business. We're going to get rid of so many different things. Department of Education, Common Core is out. We're going local. Have to go local. Environmental protection. We waste all of this money. We're going to bring that back to the states. And we're going to have other things, many things. We are going to cut many of the agencies. We will balance our budget. And we will be dynamic again.
They always say Mr. Trump, if you eliminate completely the Department of Education as you have proposed, that's about $68 billion. If you eliminate the Environmental Protection Agency, that's about $8 billion. That's about $76 billion for those two agencies. The current deficit this year is $544 billion. Where are you going to come up with the money?
Fraud, and abuse. All of it. You look at what's happening with Social Security. You look at what's happening with every agency. Waste, fraud, and abuse. We will cut so much, your head will spin.
Governor Casey.
No, he moves on.
When you were in Congress, you did a really good follow-up question. The last balanced budget the United States had. Can Mr. Trump's plan work?
Well, I think it takes three things. And I've done it. We got the budget balanced. We cut the capital gains tax. You see, in order to get this economy moving again, you have to grow the economy and you have to restrain the spending. And when I was chairman, we cut that capital gains tax and we instituted a significant program to get the balance. We had the balanced budget 4 years in a row, had to take on every interest group in Washington, every single one of them, and we paid down $500 billion of the national debt. And why do you do it? Because you want job growth. If you don't have regulatory reform, common sense regulations, reasonable tax cuts, which I have, and a fiscal plan, you won't get there. You will never be able to do it. Now, I inherited an $8 billion hole in Ohio. I have common sense regulations. I have tax cuts, the biggest of any governor in the country, and we have a fiscal plan. And it's not always cutting. It's innovating. It's producing a better product at, frankly, a lower price. Now we have a $2 billion surplus. Our credit is strong. Our pensions are strong. And look, I've got a plan to take to Washington, and I will have it there in the first 100 days, and it will include shipping welfare, education, transportation, Medicaid, and job training back to us so we can begin in the states to be the laboratories of innovation. I did it in Washington, 4 years of balanced budgets. No one can even believe it happened. I've done it in Ohio. We're growing, the jobs are up, and people are having opportunity, and I will go back to Washington and do it again for the American people. I promise you that. Within the first 100 days, we will have the plan to get this done.
Thank you, Governor. Speaking of tax, I just want to say, and I'm a big fan of the governor, but they also struck oil. Okay, so that helped Ohio a lot.
Let me just talk about that, because I know that Donald believes the energy industry is important. So do I. But of the over 400,000 jobs that we've created in the state, we think maybe 15,000 are connected to this industry because it's early stage. See, what we've done in Ohio and what a president needs to do is to have a cabinet and a whole operation that's jobs friendly. We have diversified our economy. We do have energy. We have medical devices. We have financial services. We have IT. We just got Amazon, their cloud computing in the Midwest. You know why it's happening? Because we're balanced budgets. We're strong. We're job friendly. We don't raise their taxes. And if we have a president that does that in America, we will get the economic growth. And that is what this country needs. Jobs, jobs, and jobs. Period.
Mr. Trump. Yesterday, the last Republican presidential nominee, Mitt Romney, called on you to release your back tax returns and said, and I'm quoting him now, there is good reason to believe there is a bombshell in them. Romney said either you're not as wealthy as you say you are, said maybe you haven't paid the kind of taxes we would expect you to pay, or you haven't been giving the money to veterans or disabled people. Are any of those accusations that he has leveled true?
First of all, let me just explain. I was the first one to file a financial disclosure form, almost 100 pages. You don't learn anything about somebody's wealth with a tax return. You learn it from statements. I filed, which shows that I'm worth over $10 million. I built a great company with very little debt. People were shocked. Before the back, the reporters, they were shocked when they went down. And I filed it on time. I didn't ask for 5 45-day extensions, which I would have been entitled to. So as far as that's concerned, I filed it, and that's when you find out what kind of a company. You don't learn anything from a tax return. I will say this. Mitt Romney looked like a fool when he delayed and delayed and delayed, and Harry Reid baited him so beautifully. And Mitt Romney didn't file his return until September 21st of 2012, about a month and a half before the election. And it cost him bigly. As far as my return, I want to file it. Except, for many years, I've been audited every year. 12 years or something like that. Every year they audit me. Nobody gets audited. I have friends that are very wealthy people. They never get audited. I get audited every year. I will absolutely give my return, but I'm being audited now for 2 or 3 years, so I can't do it until the audit is finished, obviously, and I think people would understand that.
I like that better than I'll look into it.
Mr. Trump.
To see if that's true. I bet that's not true.
Are you going to ask anybody else a question?
Mr. Trump,
I know I'm used to the ratings, but it's a little bit ridiculous.
No, but Mr. Trump, a year ago, you told me on my radio show, the audio and the transcript are out there on YouTube, that you would release your tax returns. Are you going back on your...
No, I'm not. First of all, very few people listen to your radio show. That's the good news. Let me just tell you. Which happens to be true. Check out the ratings. Look, let me just tell you something. I want to release my tax returns, but I can't release it while I'm under an audit. We're under a routine audit. I've had it for years. I get audited. And obviously, if I'm being audited, I'm not going to release a return. As soon as the audit is done, I love it.
So, the first thing you would have said, Romney also called upon you to release your tax returns. Your campaign said last spring that you would release your returns that you had not previously released, and you'd say come out any day momentarily. When are we going to see your returns?
Yes, tomorrow or Saturday, in fact, is our plan to release them, and there's nothing really that interesting in them, so I have no problem releasing them. And luckily, I'm not being audited this year, or last year for that matter. This is my time. I want to go back to this question you asked about the debt. This is an important issue. It's a huge issue. Okay, in less than 5 years, 83% of our entire budget will be made up of Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and the interest on the debt. That means only 17% of our budget will be for things like the military or the Department of Education or environmental protection issues. You cannot balance our budget unless you deal with that 83%. Which is why I've been repeatedly talking about, since my time running for the Senate in Florida, where there are a lot of people like my mother that depend on Social Security and Medicare, on the need to save those programs by reforming the way they work for future generations. And I think the longer we take to do this, the closer we are going to get to a debt crisis. And you did not get an answer to your question. This debt issue is weird. The next president of the United States will not be able to serve 4 to 8 years without dealing with the national debt. It is not a question of if, it is a question of when we have a debt crisis. And we should not leave the stage here tonight without hearing a serious answer from every single one of us about how we're going to bring the national debt under control once and for all.
Thank you, Senator Rubio, but I am... And being fair to all of the candidates, Senator Cruz, Tuesday is 5 days away. Why haven't voters seen your 2012, 2013, and 2014 returns?
So I've released 5 years of tax returns already. We will have 2 more years available tomorrow. And I would note that this question really goes, Donald says he's being audited. Well, I would think that would underscore the need to release those returns. If he has said something that was false and that an audit is going to find was fraudulent, the voters need to know. And listen, people across this country, we recognize our country's in crisis. The most important question is how do we win the general election in November 2016? And roughly 65% of Republicans think Donald is not the right candidate to go against Hillary Clinton. Now, part of the reason, in the last 10 polls on Real Clear Politics, he's lost to Hillary on 8 of them. In the last 10 polls on Real Clear Politics, I either tie or beat Hillary. And this is an example. The mainstream media is laying off Donald now. They're going to pick apart his taxes. They're going to pick apart his business deals. And let's take, for example, one of Hillary's great vulnerabilities, the corruption at the Clinton Foundation. The fact that she had CEOs and foreign companies giving her money while she was Secretary of State. The next Republican nominee needs to be able to make that case against Hillary, and if Donald tried to do it, Hillary would turn to Donald and say, but gosh, Donald, you gave $100,000 to the Clinton Foundation. I even went to your wedding. He can't prosecute the case against Hillary, and we can't risk another 4 years of these failed Obama policies by nominating someone who loses to Hillary Clinton in November.
At the beginning, I said openly to everybody that I contribute to many, many politicians, both Republican and Democrat. And I have over the years. I'm a businessman. I have over the years. And I sort of have to laugh when Ted makes a big deal out of the fact that he's doing well in the polls. Well, I'm beating him in virtually every poll. I'm tied in Texas, by the way, which I shouldn't be, but I think I'll do very well. But a poll just came out of Bloomberg poll where I am beating him so badly that it's like embarrassing even for me to say I'm beating him that badly. And here's the thing, it was sort of fun. 65% of the people don't like you. I just got 36% of the vote, right? I just got 46% on another one. I got 38% on another one. That means, and he got 20 and 22, and he lost in South Carolina so badly. That was going to be his stronghold. He said a year ago, "Oh, I can't lose South Carolina." I beat him in a landslide. Last week in Nevada, I beat him in a landslide. And he's saying about the polls. What are the things? Hillary Clinton, take a look at
had a chance to win.
Well, I beat her, and I beat her badly, and I haven't even started with her. I only had one little interchange. And that was 4 weeks ago when she said I was sexist. And believe me, they had a rough weekend that weekend between Bill and Hillary. They had a rough weekend.
What an asshole.
He attacked me, Wolf. I got to respond.
I was about to say, Senator Cruz, respond.
Thank you very much. You know, it's interesting. Donald went on an extended tirade about the polls, but he didn't respond to any of the substance. He has yet to say he can release past year's tax returns. He can do it tomorrow. He doesn't want to do it because presumably there's something in there that is bad. If there's nothing releasing tomorrow, they're already prepared. The only reason he's not releasing them is because he's afraid that he will get hit. You know, Marco made reference earlier to the litigation against Trump University. It's a fraud case. His lawyers have scheduled the trial for July. I want you to think about if this man is the nominee, having the Republican nominee on the stand in court, being cross-examined about whether he committed fraud. You don't think the mainstream media will go crazy on that? And on substance, how do we nominate a candidate who has said Hillary Clinton was the best Secretary of State of modern times, who agreed with her on foreign policy, who agrees with Bernie Sanders on health care, who agreed with Barack Obama on the Wall Street bailout? If we've got to win this election and we can't do it with a candidate who agrees with Hillary Clinton and can't take it to her and beat her on the debate stage and at the polls.
Mr. Trump, hold on. Mr. Trump, first of all, we're talking about the polls.
I'm beating him awfully badly in the polls.
But you're not beating Hillary. So you're not beating Hillary.
Well, then if I can't beat her, you're really going to get killed, aren't you? No. You're embarrassed. I know you're embarrassed, but keep fighting. Keep swinging, man. Swing for the fences. Let me just tell you. The Trump University case is a civil case, it's a civil case. It's a case where people want to try and get. It's a case that is nonsense. It's something I could have settled many times. I could settle it right now for very little money, but I don't want to do it out of principle. The people that took the course all signed, many, signed report cards saying it was fantastic, it was wonderful, it was beautiful. Believe me, I'll win that case. That's a civil case. Number two. As far as taxes are concerned, I'm being audited. No, it's a very routine audit, and it's very unfair because I've been audited for I think over 12 years. Every year, because of the size of my company, which is very, very large, I'm being audited, which is a very large company. I'm being audited 12 years in a row at least. Now, until that audit's done, and I don't think anybody would blame me, I'm not giving it. But as soon as it's done,
what about the years you're not being audited?
I'm being audited for those years.
Which years? Which years will we be audited?
4 or 5 years.
Gentlemen, we have rules. We're trying to obey these rules that all of you agreed. We're going to take a quick break. We have a lot more, many more critically important issues to discuss. Our coverage of this 10th Republican presidential debate from the University of Houston.
Okay, here we go. So, boy, this debate has been a brawl. Okay, this is what they should have had from the beginning. I know Donald Trump messed up a couple of the candidates earlier, low energy Jeb Bush, he dropped an elbow on Rand Paul's hair. And, you know, he added drama to the earlier debates, they've been far more entertaining, etc. But this one is the Royal Rumble. I mean, Trump is the ham in that Cuban sandwich, and they are grilling that ham, okay? So, Rubio on one side, Cruz on the other, they're pounding him. I was doing an old school reference from Happy Days, the Malachi Crunch, bam! One hits him, and then the other hits him. They've been hitting each other this whole time, and then the knuckleheads finally woke up before this debate, and they're like, oh, right, he's the one that's winning. Let's go hit him. And they've been hitting him nonstop.
The only thing is I want to give more credit to Rubio because I feel like Cruz early on did a little bit, and then he took this break where he did his thing of like, well, I'm gonna point my finger at the camera, and Rubio kept punching him and like, come on, Cruz, get in here. And now Cruz is in there, and he had his weird little thing about the, are you gonna admit that you said this? And of course he's not gonna admit on the stage. That like fell flat. But People seem to be loving these attacks here. And he's laying out a case. I don't know that it really makes sense in terms of how complicated his lawsuit is going to be, but if Hillary's, all of Hillary's downsides, about her potentially being indicted and all of that, if Trump has the same downsides, it's Trump.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just loving it. I'm just loving this debate.
Yeah, we get slightly racialist here.
5 hours long.
And say something I shouldn't say. At some point in the debate, Cruz and Rubio reached down underneath the podium, put on their masks, and in the ring like Mexican wrestlers.
Flying up. So this is the luchador debate.
They went Nacho Libre on Trump.
And Rubio at least is loving it with his cheesy grins and everything. Yeah. But he queued up probably about 5 attacks that I think he was planning to roll out, and then they got in it. He was just throwing them out one after the other.
Yeah.
And Trump, look, Trump is Trump, so you're never going to totally throw him off his game, but you can see in his face he's so angry. He doesn't even want to be asked questions. He complained about being given too much speaking time.
Yeah, no, they definitely landed some good body blows there on his illegal immigrant workers. He's like, Rubio's like, Google it, okay? And then Rubio really messed him up with that line about he repeats himself more than I do, right?
Yeah.
And then he's like, watch.
He had nothing.
Yeah, he's like, watch. He repeated himself again. In fact, he did to Trump what Christie had done to Rubio.
Yeah, it's like in a video game where when you get killed with an attack, you then learn it and can use it in future fights. Christie's probably rooting for Rubio right now because you know Christie hates Trump.
Yeah, and so I don't know if they've done real damage to him, but I think that some people, if they're watching this, and I think they're watching it because it is highly entertaining, right, are beginning to go, wait a minute now. Trump does seem like, he doesn't really quite know what he's talking about. Because again, Rubio really caught him on that, what's in your health care plan? Well, we're going to take away the lines. Then what are you going to do? First of all, what does that mean? Second of all, what are you going to do after that? And then they cornered him until Trump said, that's it. That's all I got. It's that simple.
There's nothing to add. There's nothing to add.
Yeah.
And that's 100% true.
So maybe they did some damage there. But I'm with you, man. And we'll talk more about it at the end. But I think Rubio's looking much better.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't even know the boy had this in him.
No. Like we said, he got booted up with a new program before this debate. And the only thing Rubio really needed to do is show that he's got it in him to fight Trump. That's his one mission, and he's doing that.
Oh, and by the way, he laid a bear trap for him. They red wedding Trump here. Before the debate, Rubio was still saying to the press, no, I'm not going to attack him. And then he came out.
Oh, they were saying they were going to attack each other. Yeah,
yes.
That was really depressing.
So they laid a trap for Trump on this one. That was Okay, let's watch more.
I don't want to say whose fault it is. I don't think it helps. Right. Here's the question. How do you remain neutral when the U.S. considers Israel to be America's closest ally in the Middle East?
Well, first of all, I don't think they do under President Obama because I think he's treated Israel horribly. All right? I think he's treated Israel horribly. I was the Grand Marshal down Fifth Avenue a number of years ago for the Israeli Day Parade. I have very close ties to Israel. I've received the Tree of Life Award and many of the greatest awards given by Israel. As president, however, there's nothing that I would rather do to bring peace to Israel and its neighbors generally. And I think it serves no purpose to say that you have a good guy and a bad guy. Now, I may not be successful in doing it. It's probably the toughest negotiation anywhere in the world of any kind. Okay? But it doesn't help if I start saying, I am very pro-Israel, very pro, more than anybody on this stage. But it doesn't do any good to start demeaning the neighbors, because I would love to do something with regard to negotiating peace, finally, for Israel and for their neighbors. And I can't do that as well as a negotiator. I cannot do that as well if I'm taking big sides. With that being said, I am totally pro-Israel.
Senator Cruz.
Another area on which Donald agrees with Hillary Clinton, and on which I disagree with them both strongly. Both Donald and Hillary Clinton want to be neutral, to use Donald's word, between Israel and the Palestinians. Let me be clear. If I'm president, America will stand unapologetically with the nation of Israel. And the notion of neutrality is based upon the left buying into this moral relativism that is often pitched in the media. Listen, it is not equivalent. When you have terrorists strapping dynamite around their chest, exploding and murdering innocent women and children, they are not equivalent to the IDF officers protecting Israel. And I will not pretend that they are. Just today, Iran announced they're going to pay $7,000 to each suicide bomber. And I would note, missing from Donald's answer was anything he has done in his nearly 70 years of living defending Israel. I have over and over again led the fight to defend Israel, to fight for Israel. And this, if you want to know who will stand with Israel, we ought to start with who has stood with Israel when the heat was on.
Mr. Trump.
Well, I can only say I've been a big contributor to Israel over the years. I've received many, many awards from Israel, as I've said before. I have a great relationship with Israel, and I'm going to keep it that way. And if I could bring peace, that would be a fantastic thing. It would be one of my greatest achievements as president.
Governor Kasich, I want you to weigh in.
Well, I mean, Wolf, I was in Congress for 18 years and on the Defense Committee, and then, after 9/11, the Secretary of Defense called me in to help out with some things, and I've been a supporter of Israel, strong supporter of Israel, longer than anybody on this stage. I didn't give as much money as Donald gave, but I've been standing with the Israelis for a very long time, and frankly, I think the problem we have in foreign policy right now, Wolf, is that we are not certain with who we stand with. Our allies are not sure what to make of us, and our enemies are moving, because they're not sure what we will do. It's very interesting development here within the last 24 hours. We said to the South Koreans that we would give them the high-altitude defense system. It really rattled the Chinese, and for the first time since we took positive action, the Chinese are beginning to take action against North Korea. When we stand firm and we let the world know who we're with, who we stand for, and we bring our allies together, that is the road forward.
We're going to
be able to solve the problems in this country.
We're going to get to North Korea in a moment, but Senator Rubio, what's wrong with the U.S. being an honest broker in a negotiation, as Mr. Trump has proposed?
Because, and I don't know if I realize it, I'm sure it's not this intent, perhaps, but the position you've taken is an anti-Israel position, and here's why. Because you cannot be an honest broker in a dispute between two sides in which one of the sides is constantly acting in bad faith. The Palestinian Authority has walked away from multiple efforts to make peace. Very generous offers from the Authority. Instead, here's what the Palestinians do. They teach their 4-year-old children that killing Jews is a glorious thing. Here's what Hamas does. They launch rockets and terrorist attacks against Israel on an ongoing basis. The bottom line is a deal between Israel and the Palestinians, given the current makeup of the Palestinians, is not possible. And so the next president of the United States needs to be someone like me who will stand firmly on the side of Israel. I'm not going to sit here and say, I'm not either side. I will be on his side. I will be on Israel's side every single day because they are the only pro-American, free enterprise democracy in the entire Middle East.
Mr. Trump.
I can't believe you're against me to this stuff. That's not bad deal. He's got a lot of donors.
I'm a negotiator. I've done very well over the years through negotiation. It's very important that we do that. In all fairness, Marco is not a negotiator. I watched him melt down, and I'll tell you, it was one of the saddest things I've ever seen. He is not going down.
He thinks the Palestinian is a real estate deal.
And these people may even be tougher than Chris Christie, okay?
The Palestinians are not a real estate deal, Donald.
No. A deal,
they're not a real estate deal.
Is a deal. Let me tell you.
A deal is not a deal when you're dealing with terrorists. Have you
are not a negotiator. You are not a negotiator.
It's so frustrating how wrong they are. Let's not do any deal. Palestinians are not real people. They're not equal to the Israelis.
Palestinian areas, but he's not going to. This is not a real deal.
Senator, he will never be able to do it. I think I may be able to do it, although I will say this, probably the toughest deal of any kind is that particular deal.
Let's move on and talk about North Korea. You raised it, Governor Kasich. The threat posed by North Korea to the United States and its allies. The commander of American forces in South Korea says the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un would use a weapon of mass destruction if he thought his regime was being threatened. You have said the United States should start examining a strategy of regime change in North Korea. Let's be clear. Are you talking about getting rid of Kim Jong-un?
Yeah, when you talk about regime change, Wolf, it means that regime change. That's what it means. And there's so much chaos in North Korea right now. There's a lot of reports of uncertainty and instability in in that government. But look, here's what I think we ought to do, like immediately, and we've been kicking the can down the road on this for, 15 years. We should be intercepting the ships that are leaving North Korea so they're not selling this material or this technology or giving it to someone else. Secondly, the same goes with the aircraft. Thirdly, we slap even tougher sanctions on North Korea because we really don't have the toughest sanctions on North Korea. We ought to talk about arming South Korea with ballistic missile technology and of course also Japan with ballistic missile technology. Because we're now starting to take a firm position, we have the attention of the Chinese. The Chinese are the best way to calm that regime down and get them in a position where they back off. But when I say regime change, I don't have to talk exactly what that means. Look, I've been involved in national security for a long time. You don't have to spell everything out. But what I'm telling you is you look for any means you can to be able to solve that problem in North Korea, and in the meantime put the pressure on the Chinese, and what we're doing is beginning to work against them. They are the key to being able to settle this situation.
I just want to be precise, Governor Kasich, because this is critically important. There are 1 million North Korean troops north of the
Very
DMZ,
well aware of that.
1 million South Korean troops, 28,000 U.S. troops along the DMZ, right in between. Would you risk war for regime change?
Well, again, it would depend exactly what was happening, what the situation was. But if there was an opportunity to remove the leader of North Korea and create stability, because I'll tell you, you keep kicking the can down the road, we're going to face this sooner or later. But in the meantime, I'm also aware of the fact there's 10 million people living in Seoul. So you don't just run around making charges. I have put it on the table that I would love to see regime change in North Korea. Now, perhaps the Chinese can actually accomplish that with this man who is now currently the leader. But the fact is we have to bring everything to bear. We have to be firm, and we've got to unite those people in that part of the world to stand firmly against North Korea and make sure we have the ballistic missile technology to defend ourselves.
Mr. Trump, one thing I'd like to add to what the governor is saying, I think that we are now in a position, we owe $19 trillion because of the horrible omnibus budget that was approved 6 weeks ago. It's going to be $21 trillion. We can no longer defend all of these countries, Japan, Germany, South Korea. You order televisions, you order almost anything, you're getting it from these countries, whether it's a Mercedes-Benz or whether it's an air conditioning unit. They're coming out of these countries. They are making a fortune. Saudi Arabia, we are defending Saudi Arabia. Before the oil went down, now they're making less, but they're making plenty. They were making $1 billion a day. We defend all of these countries for peanuts. We talk about budgets. We have to start getting reimbursed for taking care of the military services for all of these countries.
Dr. President. Hey, Rolf, let me just say this, because he mentioned this. Look, we're all in agreement that the Japanese need to do more. We're all in agreement that the Europeans need to do more. But I hate to just tell everybody we are the leader of the world, and we should put the pressure on them to do their job. No, there is no question about it. But at the same time, we also have to rebuild the military. Look, I have a balanced budget plan that cuts taxes, reforms regulations, but it also builds the military, puts $100 billion more in defense. We need to rebuild our defenses, but I must also tell you, as a long-time reformer of the Pentagon, we must reform that building. We can't have a weapon system take 22 and a half years. We have 800,000 bureaucrats working for DOD, performing bureaucratic functions when we ought to be putting these resources into strengthening the military. So we can do it all.
Dr. Garza, how would you deal with North Korea?
Okay, well, first of all, people say that I whine a lot because I don't get time. I'm going to whine because I didn't get asked about taxes. I didn't get asked about Israel. Hugh, you said you're going to be fair to everybody. You didn't ask me about taxes. I had something to say about that. Now, go ahead. This is your moment. Okay. We have a system of taxation in this country that is horribly wrong. I never had an audit until I spoke at the National Prayer Breakfast. And then all of a sudden, they came in, they said, we just want to look at your real estate dealings. And then they didn't find anything, so they said, let's look at the whole year. And they didn't find anything, so they said, let's look at the next year and the next year. And they didn't find anything, and they won't find anything because I'm a very honest person. But the fact of the matter is, the IRS is not honest, and we need to get rid of them. As far as Israel is concerned, when I was there several months ago, I talked to a lot of people. I couldn't find a single one who didn't think that we had turned our backs on Israel. They are a strategic partner for us, but also recognize that we have a Judeo-Christian foundation. And the last thing we need to do is to reject Israel. Doesn't mean that we can't be fair to other people. We can always be fair to other people. But, it's like when you have a child. You want to be fair to all the children around, but you have a special attention for your own child. And now, as far as North Korea is concerned, Kim Jong-un is an unstable person, but he does understand strength. And I think we have to present strength to him. We should be encouraging the alliance with Japan and South Korea. We should be encouraging the placement of the THAAD, the Terminal High Altitude Area Defense, because that seems to disturb not only the North Koreans but the Chinese as well. And we also need to have a much more robust naval presence in that area. And I think we need to be developing a strategic defense initiative, because this man is going to have long-range missiles. He is going to have nuclear capabilities. We need to be able to defend ourselves. And lastly, we should make sure that he knows that if he ever shoots a missile at us, it'll be the last thing he ever does.
Thank you.
Launches a nuke against Seattle. We're like, yeah, let's just let it go.
24 hours away from a ceasefire in Syria that has been brokered between the U.S. and Russia. Do you support this ceasefire?
I really don't, because it's not working, and the countries aren't agreeing to it, and the rebels aren't agreeing, and Syria is not agreeing to it. It's a meaningless ceasefire. I love the idea of a ceasefire. I love the idea with a total cessation, but it's not working, as you know very well. It's not working. If we can do all we want with Russia, but nobody else is adhering to it. So I certainly support it. I would certainly love it, but all parties have to be part of it.
Senator Cruz, your opinion on the ceasefire?
Well, look, we're certainly hopeful that the violence will cease, but there's reason to be highly skeptical. Russia has enhanced its position because of Obama's weakness in the Middle East, weakness in Syria. And, as we're headed to November, we need to nominate a Republican candidate that can lay out a clear difference with both Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton on foreign policy. One of the real challenges with both Donald and Senator Rubio is that they have agreed over and over again with both Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. So, for example, in Libya, both of them agreed with the Obama-Clinton policy of toppling the government in Libya. That was a disaster. It gave the country over to radical Islamic terrorism, and it endangered America. Another example is John Kerry. John Kerry, Senator Rubio voted to confirm John Kerry as Secretary of State. I voted against him, and Donald Trump supported John Kerry against George W. Bush in 2004, gave him a check, and John Kerry has been the most anti-Israel Secretary of State this country has ever seen. His diplomacy has been a disaster, and if we nominate someone who agreed with John Kerry, Barack Obama, and Hillary Clinton on foreign policy, we're not in a strong position to win the general election.
A response, Mr. Trump, then Mr. Rubio.
Again, I think they give both checks to be exactly the opposite. I think they both like foreign policy. But the fact is that, I think Bush did a hell of a bad job as far as that's concerned. You know it, and so do I.
But you gave him a check and called for him to be impeached?
No, this was before. The check came early. But let me just tell you, Syria, he's saying that I was in favor of Syria. He said I was in favor of Libya. I never discussed that subject. I was in favor of Libya. We would be so much better off if Gaddafi were in charge right now. If these politicians said to go in and take him out. Saddam Hussein, and if we had Gaddafi in charge, instead of having terrorism all over the place, would be at least they killed terrorists, all right? And I'm not saying they were good because they were bad. They were really bad. But we don't know what we're getting. You look at Libya right now. ISIS, as we speak, is taking over their oil. As we speak, it's a total mess. We would have been better off if the politicians took a day off instead of going into war.
Rubio?
Yeah, a couple points. Number one, on the Libya situation, we didn't topple Gaddafi. The Libyan people toppled Gaddafi. The only choice before America that this president had to make is, does it happen quickly or does it take a long time? And I argued if it takes a long time, you're going to have rebel forces emerge like these radical Islamists that take advantage of the vacuum. And that's what happened. That's where the term lead from behind came. And that's the foreign policy that apparently Senator Cruz appears to agree with. On John Kerry, yeah, you know why? Because every day John Kerry wasn't appointed was another day Hillary Clinton was still in charge of the State Department. And she was absolutely horrible. I couldn't imagine that they were going to find somebody even worse than her. But this president never ceases to amaze. And the last point I would make on South Korea. Now, this is important because we're asking to be commander-in-chief. Donald is asking to be commander-in-chief, and he's saying these guys need to do more. South Korea contributes $800 million a year to that effort, and Japan contributes as well. And here's why our commitment to that regional security is so critical, Donald. Because if we walk away from them, both Japan and South Korea will become nuclear weapons powers. They can do that very quickly. And that's what they will do if the American defense agreements withers away, which is why we have to rebuild the military, but why we can't walk away from our Asia-Pacific defense status.
Mr. Trump, I never said walk away. I wouldn't want to walk away. I want them to pay us much more money. We cannot afford to subsidize a lot. I'll negotiate a lot more money than you'll ever get. But as far as John Kerry is concerned, there has been no tougher critic of this man. I think he negotiated one of the worst deals in the history of our country, the Iran deal, where they get their $150 billion and all of the other things that take place. It is a disaster for this country, and speaking of Israel, it's a disaster for Israel. I'm no fan.
Senator Cruz, hold on, Governor. Senator Cruz. You know, it's interesting. Donald just said that he never came out in favor of toppling Gaddafi in Libya. Well, he stated that in an interview that will be on our website, tedcruz.org. You can see and hear the exact words from Donald's mouth, and I assume when he sees that interview, maybe he forgot about it, that I assume Donald will apologize where he sees that he said exactly that. With regard to John Kerry, I will say John Kerry's foreign policy has been a disaster for decades. That's why I voted against him when it came up. And the fact that Donald Trump would write him a check and support him against George W. Bush shows exceptionally poor foreign policy judgment. And I'll give one more example in Israel. When the Obama administration canceled civilian air flights into the nation of Israel, when Hamas was...
He doesn't remember saying that thing about
publicly asked, is this an economic boycott against Israel? The next day, Michael Bloomberg, another New York billionaire, got on a plane, a commercial flight, and flew to Israel from London. Together, the heat and light that was put on the State Department was so great that within 36 hours, they lifted the ban on air flight into Israel during that entire battle. And indeed, during every battle on Israel, the natural question is, where was Donald? If this is something he cares about, why has he supported anti-Israel politicians from Jimmy Carter to Hillary Clinton to John Kerry for 4 decades? If you care about Israel, you don't write checks to politicians who are undermining Israel. Instead, you stand and support the national security of America and the alliance.
There's a critical point that needs to be made here. Governor, he attacked Mr. Trump. Mr. Trump has a right to respond. Well, look, my response is very simple. There is nobody on this stage that has done more for Israel than I have. Nobody. You might say, you might talk, your politicians all talk, no action. I've been watching it all my life. There is pure talk and no action. What I've seen up here, I mean, first of all, this guy's a joke artist and this guy's a liar. You have a combination. You have a combination of factors. He can't do it for the obvious reason, and he can't do it because he doesn't know how to tell the truth. Other than that, I rest my case. There is something. One at a time. Governor Kasich, you have the floor. Governor, you will have a response, but I promise Governor Kasich he can respond. Can somebody attack me, please? Okay, here, roll. It's like the line of the campaign. I want to point out something that is so critically important about how the Obama administration has really done such a ridiculous, feckless job here in foreign policy. First of all, we should have been supporting the rebels long ago. They could have taken Assad out, and because we did nothing, the Russians are now in, and they're sitting in the catbird seat. We should have been helping them, and I'm thankful that the aid trucks are finally getting into Syria, but the fact is, had we had acted, we would have solved that problem. Now let's talk about Libya. Libya didn't go down because it was some people revolution. Hillary Clinton, Samantha Power, and all these other people convinced the president to undermine Gaddafi. They undermined him, and now they have created a cesspool in Libya. And let me just say to you, we have ISIS beginning to get a foothold in Libya. We're going to have to deal with it. There are not many major cities in Libya. They're on the coast, which mostly it's desert, but it's a problem. Then we have ISIS in Syria, and we have ISIS in Iraq. Because this administration has not had a strong and firm foreign policy, we are going to inherit. One of us here is going to inherit a total mess, and we're going to have to work our way out of it, including the need to arm the Ukrainians. They have been ignored, and we need to help them as well. And
Let's continue the questioning on ISIS, Maria.
Hold on, Wolf. You said I got to respond.
You'll have a chance. Maria will pick up
the call me a liar. You're saying I can't respond to me calling a liar?
Go ahead and respond.
What we're seeing with Donald is actually the pattern of Washington deal makers, which is they make promises, they break their words, and then when anyone calls them on it, they call you a liar. And so that's Donald's pattern over and over. And he said, for example, 7 months ago, this is Donald speaking, quote, I, Donald Trump, was a member of the establishment. There's a reason Harry Reid thinks he's the best Republican up here. There's a reason Jimmy Carter said he would support Donald Trump over me, because he said Donald Trump is malleable. He has no fixed set of beliefs, whereas Ted Cruz is not malleable. And every time anyone points at Donald's actual record, what he said on national television, Donald yells liar. Let me tell you something. Falsely accusing someone of lying is itself a lie, and it's something Donald does daily.
Go ahead, Mr. Trump.
I watch what this man did to Dr. Ben Carson, who I respect, in Iowa, where he said that Ben Carson is out of the race. He has left Iowa, and he's out of the race.
So
I thought it was disgraceful.
And
he got a lot of votes because of that. A lot of votes took him away from Ben Carson.
It's like the Marco Rubio thing. He just keeps going back to
But I watched it. I also watched where he did a form that looked like it came right out of a government agency, and it said on top, voter violation. And then it graded you, and it scared the hell out of people. And it said the only way you clear up the violation, essentially, is to go and vote for Ted Cruz. I watched that fraudulent document, and I said it's the worst thing I've ever seen in politics. To me, that was even worse than what he did to Ben. Senator Cruz. I know politicians, believe it or not, better than you do, and it's not good.
Oh, I believe it. No, I believe you know politicians much better than I do, because for 40 years you've been funding liberal Democratic politicians, and by the way,
I funded you.
The
I
reason
funded him.
You're welcome to have the check back.
I funded this because let's take a check.
Never funded him. And by the way, let's be clear. Donald claims to care about Donald, I understand rules are very hard for you. They're very good.
I had this book.
Okay, that's
not in Thank you for the book. Donald, thank you for the book. Go ahead.
Donald, you can get back on
your a lot of fun up here tonight, I have to tell you. Thank you for the book.
Donald, relax.
Go ahead. I'm relaxed. You're the basket case. Go ahead. Don't get nervous. Go ahead. My name is
nothing about you that makes anyone nervous.
People are actually watching this. I want to know what's happening. Gentlemen.
Well, I'm going to ask them. I gotta not be deducted when you tell me take control. Okay, now.
The latest debate.
Well, hold on. I'm going to get my answer. He doesn't get to yell.
I want to move on. These are the rules.
We can't move on. We're moving on. You know why I interrupted the whole time? Do I not get a response? Do I not get a response?
My name was. I want to talk about ISIS right now and the federal government. I want that. How best to keep Americans safe from ISIS? There's a huge battle underway right now between the tech giant Apple and the federal government. Federal government wants Apple to unlock the phone used by that San Bernardino terrorist to prevent future attacks. Apple has refused, saying it would compromise the security of all of its customers. And just this afternoon, they went to court to block the judge's order. Dana Bash, pick up the question.
Senator Rubio, you say it's complicated and that, quote, Apple isn't necessarily wrong to refuse the court order. Why shouldn't investigators have everything at their disposal?
No, in fact, what I have said is that the only thing, the FBI made this very clear 48 hours ago, the only thing they are asking of Apple is that Apple allow them to use their own systems in the FBI to try to guess the password of the San Bernardino killer. Apple initially came out saying we're being ordered to create a backdoor to an encryption device. That is not accurate. The only thing they're being asked to do, and the FBI made this very clear about 48 hours ago, is disable the self-destruct mode that's in the Apple phone so that we can try to guess, using our own systems, what the password of this killer was. And I think they should comply with that. That's all they're asking for. They are not asking for Apple to create a backdoor to encryption.
So just to be clear, you did say on CNN a couple of weeks ago that the complicated issue Apple is not necessarily wrong.
At the time, Apple was portraying that the court order was to create a backdoor to an encryption device.
Just to be clear, if you are president, would you instruct your Justice Department to force Apple to comply or not?
To comply with an order that says that they have to allow the FBI the opportunity to try to guess the password? Correct, absolutely. That Apple phone didn't even belong to the killer. It belonged to the killer's employee, who have agreed to allow them to try to do this. That is all they're asking them to do, is to disable the self-destruct mode or the auto erase mode on one phone in the entire world. But Apple doesn't want to do it because they think it hurts their brand. Well, let me tell you, their brand is not
about Apple. It's no big deal. They're like, yeah! Look at this.
Round of applause on these
Apple CEO Tim Cook says
a lot of people in that crowd.
Where do you stand? National security or personal privacy?
Well, as you know, at that same CNN forum, both Marco and I were asked this question. His answer, he was on both sides of the fence. He's now agreeing with me, and so I'm glad. What I said is, yes, Apple should be forced to comply with this court order. Why? Because under the Fourth Amendment, a search and seizure is reasonable if it has judicial authorization and probable cause. In this instance, the order is not put a backdoor in everyone's cell phone. If that was the order, that order would be problematic because it would compromise security and safety for everyone. I would agree with Apple on that broad policy question, but on the question of unlocking this cell phone of a terrorist, we should enforce the court order and find out everyone that terrorist at San Bernardino talked to on the phone, texted with, emailed, and absolutely Apple doesn't have a right to defy a valid court order in a terrorism investigation.
Dr. Carson, Tim Cook, again, the CEO of Apple, says that this would be bad for America. What do you think?
I think allowing terrorists to get away with things is bad for America. You know, we have the Constitution, we have the Fourth Amendment. It guards us against illegal and unreasonable search and seizure. But we have mechanisms in place with the judicial system that will allow us to gain material that is necessary to benefit the nation as a whole or the community as a whole. And that's why we have FISA courts and things of that nature. So absolutely, I would expect Apple to comply with their court order. If they don't comply with that, you're encouraging chaos in our system.
Mr. Trump.
Wait, I want to weigh in on this, please. I want to just tell you that the problem is not right now between the administration and Apple. You know what the problem is? Where's the president been? You sit down in a back room and you sit down with the parties and you get this worked out. You don't litigate this on the front page of the New York Times where everybody in the world is reading about their dirty laundry out here. The President of the United States should be convening a meeting, should have convened a meeting with Apple and our security forces, and then you know what you do when you're the president? You lock the door, and you say you're not coming out till you reach an agreement that both gives the security people what they need and protects the rights of Americans. Is it the failure of his leadership to get this done as an executive should be doing it? And I'll tell you, that's why you want a governor. I do this all the time, and we reach agreements all the time because an executive who's got to solve problems instead of fighting on the front page of the newspaper.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you. Mr. Trump, you have been very vocal about securing the Mexican border, but ISIS has called upon its supporters to conduct attacks in our neighbor to the north, Canada. As a matter of fact, U.S. officials have warned that it is the Canadian border which is the most significant threat. You have said that you will not build a wall in Canada. When it comes to national security and the threat of terrorism, why does Mexico need a wall and Canada doesn't? Isn't that like closing the front door and leaving the back door open?
First of all, you're talking about a border that's many miles longer. You're talking about a massive border. We have far less problem with that border than we do with our southern border. And tremendous amounts, I had the privilege of winning by a landslide, by the way, New Hampshire.
You go to New Hampshire, the first thing they talk about is heroin and drugs pouring in. And you wouldn't think this beautiful place is beautiful with the trees and the roads and the countryside. Their biggest problem is heroin. And it's such a shame to see it. They're pouring in from the southern border. So I'm talking about great security. I'm talking a wall that can absolutely be built. And I'll build it on time, on budget. It'll be a very high wall, a great wall. It's going to be built. It's going to be paid for by Canada, by the way. It's going to be paid for. Maybe I'll get Canada paid. It's going to be paid for by Mexico. The problem with Canada, you're talking about a massively long piece. You're talking about a border that would be about 4 times longer. It would be very, very hard to do, and it is not our biggest problem. I don't care what anyone says. It is not our big problem. Our problem is not only
the Canadian border is our biggest problem. He's bold enough to say it's not.
Tremendous amount of drugs.
You want to dispel the notion that Canadian border is our biggest problem?
I want to talk to you, Senator Rubio, about Puerto Rico. As you know, Puerto Rico is in the midst of financial collapse, unable to pay its debt of $72 billion. Puerto Rico is asking for bankruptcy protection, which will give Puerto Rico and Puerto Ricans, which are U.S. citizens, you know that, the tools to restructure the debt that is the same debt other 50 states have. You oppose granting Puerto Rico that bankruptcy protection. You say that it is only last resort measure, but the government of Puerto Rico has said that bankruptcy is its last resort, that's where they are now. How do you explain this very strong stance to the hundreds of thousands of Puerto Ricans that vote across the U.S., and particularly in your state of Florida?
Sure, because bankruptcy doesn't work unless you change the way you're operating, or you're going to be bankrupt again. And the problem with Puerto Rico is its economy is not growing. It has a massive exodus of professionals and others that are leaving to my home state of Florida and all over the country. They're coming to the mainland from Puerto Rico because the economy there is not growing. It's too expensive to do business there. The tax rate is too high. The government regulations are too extensive. This year alone, with all the problems they're having, they barely cut their budget from one year to the next. So I think the leadership on the island has to show their willingness to get their house in order and put in place measures that allow the economy there to grow again. If the economy in Puerto Rico does not grow, they will never generate the revenue to pay this debt or the billions of dollars in unfunded liabilities that they have on their books, of promises they've made to future generations to make payments. So yes, if they do all of those things, then we can explore the use of bankruptcy protection, but not as the first resort, which is what they're asking for, because it will not solve the problems on the island, and you're going to continue to see hundreds of thousands of people leave that beautiful place and coming to the mainland. They're United States citizens. They're obviously entitled to do so, and we welcome them, but we would also prefer to see a Puerto Rico that once again is growing economically and is robust, and the leaders in charge there now are doing a terrible job. Their previous governor, Luis Fortuño, was doing a great job until he barely lost that election to someone who has taken him a big government direction.
Senator, thank you very much. I want our viewers to stay with us right now. There's still more to come, including the last pitch in the final debate before Super Tuesday.
Guys, we're going to take a super quick break here. They're almost done. Okay, so we'll do all of our summaries, best line, worst line, and boy, were there a lot of good lines and a lot of controversies and a lot of fails all over this debate. We're going to give you all that analysis as soon as the debate is over, which is very soon. So stay right here. We'll be back in a minute. If they come back, you'll hear their audio anyway. So stay right here. Welcome to your Friday postgame. After currently midday on Thursday.
Are you going to find...
Sometimes I'm being a dick. Back in 05, we almost went under, but members rescued us.
Once their only method of success is going the athletic route, it tends to be the more preferred way to pick your body.
Nothing good in the world is never happening. Strong arm that all they want to do is fight. It's totally bullshit.
Don't do drugs, that's what
TYT is all in the business today. I know I'm a weirdo if I read books, but fuck people. I have a stack of papers here. Believe it or not, this is how Jack used to be when he did the radio show. Wait till you see these huge things.
I'm going to go with the tricep. That's very impressive. The quads.
That's for the members. That's for the post games together.
Sims has got 3 rebounds now in this one. Guys are looking for a way to score here. Yeah, they've had a tough time getting the lead off the basket so far. That's a big donut, folks, who have struck the second half. 4 straight they've missed. Anthony. And that one's good. Anthony's got 24. They are trying to put the hammer down, attacking the rim whenever they can. Now here's Robertson. Upper ball game. Nice shot by Robertson. And they get one. Now 1 of 5 here. Big play. Kennedy passes to Porzingis. Now here's Freak, covered by Robertson. And he gets it to go. That's 29 points for Freak. They're doing work. Here's the second half. 3 or 4 to start. Robertson outside. Plenty of space. And the shot is good. Popping in off the further end. Not quite 2.5 minutes played here in the second half. Kicks it to Stevenson. He feeds it to Freak. To the inside. New York moving the ball around. Nice break, Philadelphia. And here we go. Freak into the hoop.
I think that play sort of sums up what we've seen throughout. Just simply being outplayed both sides of the ball. Smart basketball defensively turning into quick points.
And that can't continue. I mean, if they hope to get back in this game, I mean, it's really played from a morale standpoint. They need stops and points, not turnovers. Good. Robertson's got 18 points in the game. Here's Freak. He has 31. Little under 2.5 minutes off the clock now. We're in the third. Anthony gets the Freak. Lopez up top. Outside Anthony. 5 to shoot. Freak dishes to Stevenson. Shoots it. And Philadelphia grabs the miss.
Well, there was no hand in his face right there. I thought for sure he was going to knock that down.
Robertson passes to Covington. The feed to Sims. Hit by Okafor. He dishes it to Sims. And it comes off the front of the rim.
What kind of leader do you want, and what kind of person do you want your kids to emulate? Think about that. Secondly, several years ago, a movie was made about these hands. These hands, by the grace of God, have saved many lives and healed many families. I'm asking you tonight, America, to join hands with me to heal, inspire, and revive America. If not us, who? And if not now, when?
Governor Kasich, the last USA Today poll had me beating Hillary Clinton by 11 points, more than anybody on this stage. Secondly, I hope you saw tonight that executive experience really matters. It matters in terms of growing our economy, balancing budgets, cutting taxes, reforming regulations. I've done it in Washington, I've done it in Ohio, and I can go back to Washington and do it again. But I hope you also notice tonight that I do have the foreign policy experience, not just a few years, but a lot of years, and working with some of the great minds in this country to develop the expertise, the confidence, the firmness, the toughness, and the ability to bring people together. I hope you all think about giving me your vote. I would appreciate it very much, and I tell you, we won't have to spend time figuring out what we're going to do. I will hit the ground running, and we will get America moving again. Thank you all very much.
Senator Rubio. Well, thank you for having us tonight. You know, this campaign has come a long way.
Attack Trump again.
A few months ago, there were 15 or 11 of us. Now it's narrowed, and the votes are starting to count. And we have an incredible decision to make. Not just about the direction of America, but the identity of our party and of the conservative movement. The time for games is over. I know you've had a lot of choices to make, but now it's time to narrow it down. And I'm asking you to get behind me. Go on my website and join our effort, MarcoRubio.com, so we can bring an end to the silliness, this looniness, and once again re-embrace all the things that made America and the Republican Party the bearer of the conservative movement in this country.
He has rigged that in his favor, and it kind of works.
Washington deals are bankrupting this country. There are several deal makers on this stage, but there's only one person who has consistently stood up to both parties, fighting for the American people against the Washington deals. If I'm elected president on the first day in office, I will rescind every single illegal and unconstitutional executive action. I will instruct the Department of Justice to open an investigation into Planned Parenthood and prosecute any criminal violations. I will instruct every federal agency that the persecution of religious liberty ends today. I will rip to shreds the catastrophic Iranian nuclear deal, and I will begin the process of moving the American embassy in Israel to Jerusalem. We will repeal Obamacare, abolish the IRS, secure the border, and bring back jobs.
Mr. Trump, thank you. Nobody knows politicians better than I do. They're all talk, they're no action, nothing gets done. I've watched it for years. Take a look at what's happening to our country. All of the things that I've been talking about, whether it's trade, whether it's building up our depleted military, whether it's taking care of our vets, whether it's getting rid of Common Core, which is a disaster, or knocking out Obamacare and coming up with something so much better.
But everything
I will get it done. Politicians will never, ever get it done, and we will make America great again. Thank you. Thank you, and thank each of the candidates on behalf of everyone here at CNN and Telemundo. We also want to thank the Republican National Committee and the University of Houston. My thanks to the
But one of my favorite things, randomly, was that Trump couldn't quite tell the difference between Telemundo and University. Yeah, he wasn't. Telemundo, they're a mess. But you said you liked them before. Yeah, I kind of like them. Univision. I'm past my fight with them. I'm okay with them too. CW, is that one of those? Nacho Libre. I'm against them. Okay, so let's do this. There's so many clips here of so many attacks that I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to keep track here. And I don't have them all in here. Okay, so let's do something first. Okay, this debate was the Royal Rumble. Okay, now the whole campaign's been the Royal Rumble in a sense. There were 17 people in the ring before. 12 have already been thrown out. And Jeb on his way out, they said, "They're kicking me out! They're kicking me out!" As they threw him over the top rope. Now there's 5 guys left. Carson took the route of just sitting in the corner of the ring, not doing anything. Kasich took the route of not wanting to hit anyone. And then the entire campaign, like, you know, I can't help but think of it in terms of wrestling analogies. Cruz and Rubio have been those guys who are like pounding each other in the face. Like growing up, you know, like, you know how they stomp their feet as they do it, right? Yeah. For just the entire time they've been hitting each other in the face. And then in the middle of this debate, all of a sudden, they pause, both grab the chair, and boom, hit Trump right over the head, right? Finally! This is what we've been waiting for! So, I mean, they put him in the middle, and they just crunched him all night long. Yeah. Rubio attacks, then Cruz attacks, then Rubio attacks. It got so bad at one point, because they have to respond to each, they get a chance to respond to each attack, and then 2 amazing things happened. Donald Trump said to Hugh Hewitt, "Can you ask someone else a question?" Like, he's been speaking for too long. And Ben Carson yelled out of the corner, "Can someone please attack me?" I'd like some of that, please. So, hell of a fight tonight. And I think that it'll be interesting to see if Trump goes down, but I think Rubio will go up. I think that, you know, he even impressed me. You know what I say about Rubio, he's a boy. Yeah. And the boy, all of a sudden, might have become a man tonight. Yeah. I said that we should recognize today as the day his testicles finally descended. Yeah. Took a while. Yeah. Took a while. And so, really interesting little piece of melodrama here is that they red wedding Trump, right? They said, "Oh, we got a wonderful little wedding. Come, don't worry, we're not going to attack you in the press." Marco Rubio was saying, No, I'm not going to attack Donald Trump. I'm going to attack Cruz. Yeah, I'm going to go after Cruz. And then he's like, "Grab the trick, Trump." So he, on purpose, did not leak that he was going to come after Trump. Yeah. And he came after him 1,000 times at 1,000 miles an hour. and I thought he landed better blows than Cruz did.
I think so too.
I think it's mixed. Yeah, I think he got Trump to admit that he doesn't have a healthcare plan.
Yeah.
Right? And that was kind of a big moment when he showed how empty Trump is. We've been with John, especially you. You've been waiting all campaign for someone to expose the guy. He doesn't know anything. Why didn't you just ask him, like, what is your goddamn plan? And Rubio finally did it.
And he did it in the only way that you can do it. You can't do it. Look, credit to Wolf in a couple of occasions where he asked follow-up questions. That's great that you're doing that. We want you to do that because we want you to be a journalist, not because we think that that's necessarily going to work. With Trump, he will simply not answer the question, or he'll just start talking, he'll say the same word 5 times in a row. You have to do it like Marco Rubio did, which is just keep pounding at him over and over and over. And that's the only way that you get him to break down the way that he did. The sad thing, and then we can go back to celebrating, is we'll always have to wonder, what if they had been doing this for the past 3 months?
Yeah.
What if from day one they had been making him look like a fool?
No, John, you're 100% right. Because the sense I got at the end of this Royal Rumble was, it might be too late, right?
It might be.
It's likely too late. Why didn't you do? And I know why they didn't, by the way. If you want to know the answer to that, because they all thought if we just knock each other out and there's one against Trump, that guy will win. Well, they realized, oh no, he's got such a big lead. We've been doing his work for him, hitting each other all this time. Duh! He's the one with the big lead. We gotta hit him. We gotta hit him hard, and we gotta hit him now. And we can't stop hitting him, right? Yeah. So now this is just the beginning. We'll find out if it's too late. You know the Republicans; they have a debate every other night, right? And so if they keep doing this, I wonder if they can begin to all of a sudden Trump is starting to waver a little bit, right? They landed some body blows here, a couple of kidney shots.
Because, and this will tie into when we do the winner of the night, they have to do that for 2 reasons. One, well, first of all, they have to do it to get the donors excited, I guess, generally, although the donors are there. They have to do it for the chance that it hurts Trump, which it might. There were a couple of the attacks that I think could do something, but I think that he's largely immune to anything. It doesn't matter what he says. It's that they have to attack Trump to hurt him, but they also have to do it for the thing that you always say. They have to show that they're the big, strong alpha male. And the only way you do that for the Republicans is attacking somebody and showing that you're not scared of him, you're not going to be silenced like Jeb Bush was, that you're gonna stick it to him. You have to show that strength. That's what people want. And especially if nobody has that strength except for Trump, and Trump is the only option, they're obviously going to go, if you can just muddy the water a little bit with, all of these guys are kind of dicks, then you can spread the dick vote out. There's a lot of dick Republican voters, and they're all going to one dick.
Okay. I'm not sure truer words have ever been spoken. In the Republican primary, John Iadarola rule is spread the dick out. Spread the dick out. Okay. So, now a couple of small notes here. Wolf Blitzer, really nice job. Now, people being knuckleheads that they are will criticize him because the debate became a brawl, right? And they kept shouting over each other. That wasn't his fault. He did the best he could. Little that you do. Yeah, there's nothing you can do when these guys won't stop talking. But the reason I'm giving him credit,
I know. I try to lead the power panel.
Yeah, I know, right? We have the same problem here. Anyway, Wolf Blitzer on a number of occasions asked really pointed, smart follow-up questions that were well-researched and that had facts in them. Yeah, thank you, CNN. After all this time, finally.
And not just her, but also, I apologize, I don't know the name, but the female moderator, not Dana Bash. The other, thank you. Yeah, she did a great job. And she also got him to stop talking. She got Trump to stop talking.
Yeah. So don't listen to anybody who says they did a bad job here. You know me. I am no fan of CNN, and I am no fan of Wolf Blitzer. Yeah. But a good showing here tonight, where they actually try to get them to respond to the facts. And on combination of the attacks and the moderators, they got Trump to finally admit he doesn't have a health care plan, right? So that's a big moment in a debate. And then finally, the 15, 30 seconds near the end, where they were all talking at the same time. I know it happened in a number of instances, but in the end, it was most dramatic. when they're all talking at the same time and they won't stop, that right there was the essence of the debate. Yeah. And not just it's a cacophony, but as John pointed out, it's because for the first time, finally, Rubio and Cruz didn't back down. And they're like, you're going to keep talking? I'm going to keep talking. Yeah, right? Spread the dick out. Spread that dick out. Oh my God, suddenly we have 3 days. Okay, so now, biggest winner of the debate. I think it's Rubio. And there's only a slight pause because both Cruz and Rubio did do a very good job of going after Trump. Cruz kept saying, this guy gave money to John Kerry and Harry Reid, and he's been supporting all these liberal Democrats all this time, and he kept going back to that talking point. Now, I had said in an earlier debate, that is a winning talking point. You should pound him on that. Yeah. And tonight, Cruz pounded him. Yep. Rubio had a number of different attacks. I don't know if it was 5 or 7. I lost count of how many times Rubio attacked him. And I felt he did a really good job because the problem with Rubio is I was never convinced that there was anything behind the board, right? That he was just a talking point machine. He doesn't talk to the press, never does anything impromptu. Chris Christie unmanned him in another debate, and he didn't know how to respond. But in this case, he was off the talking points. He was definitely responding based on what was happening, and he had a lot of really good lines. Yeah. So if this race is going to narrow, I think there's some chance after tonight, now you'd have to have a lot of these strung together, this is just the beginning, that Rubio finally has a shot at being one-on-one against Trump, that he might be the one that survives against Trump.
And that if they had a 2-man debate, that he can hold his own. They installed some kind of auto-adaptive linguistic program in Rubio. Like, he was, like, smiling and he looked human-esque. Yeah. And that's what we wanted to see. And so he really laid out the case in multiple attacks for why Trump is a phony and a hypocrite, and why you can't trust him. He brings up all these, he cares about immigration, he hires illegal immigrants, all this stuff. And then Cruz went at him on his electability. Could he actually go against Hillary Clinton? And then he kept tying him to the Democrats in various ways. And I think that if you do both of those, I think that Marco Rubio's attacks are more effective. Because I don't think that people are supporting Trump because of these considerations about his connection to John Kerry 6 years ago. I think that it's sort of a knee-jerk sort of primal thing. But if you show him to be a phony the way he's calling everyone else a phony, when you lay out that he was bankrupted, you said he went broke and then he became rich again. You lay out that he was a loser, you undercut his whole personal narrative. And that's really all that Trump has. And Trump also has the ability to hide the fact that he doesn't have any ideas. And Rubio has laid out one area, healthcare, where he doesn't have any. He just needs to start doing that for all the others. And so both of them did great work in doing that, but I do think that Rubio led the way on it. I think that he's going to be seen. When you see the articles tomorrow about how they all did the body blows, I think they're going to be talking about Marco Rubio far more. He was more effective, he was more human. Cruz had the attacks, but he's still the disgusting, smarmy human being that he is. And there's something about Rubio finally defending himself and finally making the case for why he should go up against Trump that makes you almost kind of root for him. Cruz has good attacks, but you still hate Cruz. And that's why I think that Rubio is not just the winner, he's the clear winner over Cruz, although both of them had better nights than they've had in a long time.
And one last thing about why Rubio, in my mind, is such a clear winner, because I thought Kasich could really make a run against Rubio, but I think he ended that tonight.
I think he gave up.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Kasich had his little moment in New Hampshire there, but now you got a sense, with the super aggressive attack of Rubio against Trump, that no, that's the guy. That's the guy who's going to fight Trump, and Kasich is got to wrap it up after Super Tuesday. Carson, what are you still doing in there? Nobody knows. So I think Rubio won on a couple of different levels tonight.
Yeah, Kasich, he went back to how he was acting in the very first debate, a very different time now, and I liked it back then, and I like that he's trying to be, he's still a terrible person, I like that he's trying to be sort of reasonable, and, we have to have serious ideas at serious time, he's totally right, but your party isn't serious, your electorate isn't serious, so you gotta move on. And it didn't. To Trump, Rubio wouldn't have been in that top 5. He wouldn't have been in the top 10 probably. I would have given Fiorina a better chance than Rubio because Rubio's a bully, as he pointed out. But I don't know know if it was he took the Adderall at the right time today, but Rubio came in ready to swing, and it was great to watch.
Okay. Biggest loser of the debate? You're tempted to say Trump, but the jury's out on that. So they kept punching him, but he punched back, and he got caught on the healthcare, no question. But there was a lot of lines where he was totally fine. He said, "Oh, how are you going to make Mexico pay for it? We have a trade deficit with them, and I'm going to wipe out that trade deficit." That's a ridiculous point, but it is good enough for the people watching that are Republican voters to go, "Yeah, you see that? He's the one for the wall. The rest of them are against the wall. And he's going to stick it to Mexico, and he's going to make them pay for it." Yeah. Oh, the trade deficit. See, that's how he is going to do it, right? So there was plenty of those moments where Trump survived those attacks. I think Rubio goes up. I'm not sure Trump goes down. So I actually think the biggest loser of the debate, I know that he's now getting inconsequential, and that's why he is the biggest loser of this debate, is Kasich. Carson is already irrelevant, right? I've already talked about it too much with that 2 sentences, right? But Kasich had a real shot for a little while, for a little window of overtaking Rubio. In fact, just earlier today, I was reading about how he's continuing to gain in some of the polls. But he seemed like an afterthought in this debate. It seemed like there are 3 main players here, right? You've got title fight with Cruz, Rubio, and Trump, and then you had these 2 sideshow Bobs. But we already knew Carson was a sideshow Bob. Kasich, unfortunately, turned into one today. He is their most reasonable candidate, but I think that now the handwriting's on the wall.
Yeah, and CNN was treating them as the sideshows that they were. I think that Trump, some of his defenses are good in the way that they are for Trump. So when he says, "Oh, they're not going to pay for it," well, it just got 10 feet taller. Wait, so did it need to get 10 feet tall? Are you telling me it wasn't tall enough before? They could have just gotten over it? Why were you going to build it so short to begin with? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
I know, but that's a great line.
They love it, yeah. Oh, it's taller. Well, that just added $1 billion to it. And then keep saying $10 to $12 billion. You know that thing needs to be maintained and manned for its entire length.
Any of that, John?
Billions of dollars every year. I don't know. Again, it's impossible to tell how well he defended himself. The standards, it's buried in the ground, and so he can fall asleep on top of it like Carson would, and he'll generally be fine. So maybe he's not the loser, although I think this is exactly what he did not want going into a debate. I don't know that it could have been worse. So I'm tempted to say in that case, despite the fact that I gave him credit as being kind of a winner, because there can really only be one big challenge to Trump, it was either going to be Rubio or it was going to be Cruz. Cruz has Texas, possibly on his side. But in terms of money, in terms of support from the establishment for whatever it's worth on the Republican side right now, if the race is to be the one to stop Trump, then Cruz just lost to Rubio. And so maybe Cruz is the loser tonight. He did his best, but he's Ted Cruz, and so it's not good enough.
So that seems ironic, but I totally understand the point you're making, and it's entirely possible that that's how it plays out. We don't know yet, but we do know it was a fun night where there were many winners and losers. We'll find out in the polling who was right about that soon enough. Okay, so now we're going to get into the lines, and there's a lot of doozies here. I'm going to try clip 6 here first. We're going to go for the biggest fail of the debate here. Let me show you what happened here on healthcare, and then we'll talk about it.
My plan is very simple. We're going to have private health care, but I will not allow people to die on the sidewalks and the streets of our country if I'm president. You may let it, and you may be fine with it. I'm not fine with it. We are going to take those people, and they're going to get the question. Excuse me. We're going to take those people, and those people are going to be serviced by doctors and hospitals. We're going to make great deals on it, but we're not going to let them die in the street.
All right, that was the beginning of the fight, but that wasn't quite it. So the biggest fail of the night was when Donald Trump got cornered on healthcare, and Cruz kept asking him, "Who's going to pay for it? Is it going to be the government or not?" That was the beginning of their warming up, right? But Rubio kept saying to him over and over again, "Hey, wait a minute now. You keep saying we're going to get rid of the lines between the states. What are you talking about? And I need you to explain it." He got caught. He's like, take away the lines.
Competition.
Great competition, right? Okay, fine. He's like, are you going to do anything else other than take away the lines? Are you going to do anything else? Are you going to do anything else? And Trump said, no, that's it.
I got nothing to add.
Yeah. That's a fail, man. I mean, in that exchange there, John, you got to, I think even the Republican voters who are like, did the big guy just fail?
Yeah.
Right? And I think they caught that.
It's not even that they might have expected that he would have a bunch of good answers. They've never seen good answers on substantive policy questions from him, and so they're not bred to expect it by this point. But he didn't even evade it like Trump should. He was surrendering, and then as I pointed out in a bunch of tweets, he was visibly shaken and different from how he normally is. I mean, look, he liked to attack Rubio for 5 debates ago, being shaken. You could see it in his performance, Rubio, back then, that he was different. Trump was mad, man. He didn't want to have to talk. When the camera was half on him and someone else is speaking, he just looked pissed off. He normally likes being up there because that's where he performs well, but he wasn't enjoying himself. He even had to make these projection excuses of, like, he said something about how much fun he's having, because he has to say the opposite of the truth in all cases. What's weird is that while I think Rubio got the better of him in terms of making him look foolish, what Ted Cruz was doing is, it's one of those things where he's attacking him and making him look bad on the only areas where we would ever agree with Trump. That, of course, you shouldn't let people die in the streets. The problem for Donald Trump there is that it's abundantly clear that what Trump is saying is that the government is going to pay for it, but he can't say it. And that, I think, will ring as hypocritical to people that are watching. And there were a number of issues like that. Like, he partially defends Planned Parenthood, and that's going to look bad for him. That's going to hurt him, even though that's one of the only areas we agree with him.
So, and Hewitt had kind of cornered Trump as well, and that's why Trump was like, hey, you want to ask someone else a question?
Oh, the tax returns?
Yeah. And it was, so then Trump decided, that's it. What am I best at attacking? So let's go to video 10 and show you what he did to Hewitt.
Hugh, go ahead. Mr. Trump.
Are you going to ask anybody else a question? Every single question comes to me?
Mr. Trump.
I know I'm good for the ratings, but it's a little bit ridiculous.
No, but Mr. Trump, a year ago, you told me on my radio show, the audio and the transcript are out there on YouTube, that you would release your tax returns. Are you going back on your...
No, I'm not. First of all, very few people listen to your radio show. That's the good news. Let me just tell you. Which happens to be true. Check out the ratings.
Okay, so, Senator Rubio, Mitt Romney also...
We included that at the end. Afterwards, Hewitt was like,
At first, he was just like, well...
Yeah. So, part of the fail of Trump was that he did get flustered. Like, he loves the limelight. And for him to say, hey, stop asking me the questions, was an interesting moment. But as always, he fought out of that fail with, you're the worst, you're a mess. Your show has the worst ratings. I'm the best. Yeah, which is summarizes his entire campaign.
Yeah, look, I don't love Hugh Hewitt, and probably almost nobody does want to listen to his program. I don't know why he's been on 17 different debates now. It doesn't make any sense to me. But that response had absolutely nothing to do with, you said it, it's out there, you know that you said it, oh, but nobody listened. Yeah, but it's out there, so let's move on to the substance of it. Are you going to release your tax returns? And he began to do the same basic sort of dance that Hillary Clinton has been doing around her Wall Street speeches. So he says, oh, I'm being audited. Mitt Romney tweeted right during that, no, you can totally release during an audit, and even if you weren't going to do that, you could release the portions that have already been cleared by the audit. You're not doing that because it has absolutely nothing to do with the audit. Something bad is in there. I don't know what it is. I suspect that Trump wouldn't even fear illegality. I don't think he would care about that. The only thing Trump would fear you knowing from his tax returns is that he doesn't have as much money as he's been saying that he has. That's the only thing that he would be embarrassed about. And I think that's why he's bringing up this audit stuff and saying that he'll look into it like Hillary Clinton would.
Quick aside. The degree to which the Young Turks is larger than Hugh Hewitt's shitty-ass radio show might be immeasurable, because radio has such poor measurement. But 13 people listen to his radio show, and he's been on all these debates, right?
So many debates.
I mean, we have, this month we're probably going to get 175 million views. Hewitt hasn't had 175 dudes listen to his radio show. And I bring that to you not as a better man. I'm amused by all this, right? I bring it to you as, isn't that interesting? Yeah. Right? That the mainstream media thinks, oh, you have a tiny little radio show, but you're a conservative. You should be on half the debates, right? If you have a monstrously successful progressive show, no way you should be on any of the debates.
Yeah, it's just naturally, just because radio has been around for so long, and a lot of the people on TV or writing in the magazines, they know people in radio, they respect it even as it has died, and so you just automatically have way more respect. I mean, Anthony Cumia got fired from his XM show. XM, not even regular radio. XM obviously has more viewers than regular radio in a lot of cases. So he started up his own YouTube show. Got nothing. And he was very big in New York XM radio, but it's nothing compared to the rest of the internet. It's nothing, and yet we're not managing any debates. Moderating.
Yeah. All right. So now, best line of the debate. Well, two possibilities here, and they're both doozies. One is just for the funniness. We're going to go to video 12 here. This might have been my favorite line of the entire campaign. It's not a zinger. It doesn't win him anything, but it was funny. Let's watch.
You are all talk and no action. What I've seen up here, I mean, first of all, this guy's a joke artist and this guy's a liar. You have a combination. You have a combination of factors. He can't do it for the obvious reason, and he can't do it because he doesn't know how to tell the truth. Other than that, I rest my case. There is something beyond all that. One at a time. Governor Kasich, you have the floor. You will have a response, but I promise Governor Kasich he could respond.
Can somebody attack me, please?
Okay, here. Whoa.
He wasn't even on camera for that awesome line.
Yeah.
Can someone please attack me?
Now that I think about it, I think he's said that before, but it's still a good line, and it brings out that Ben Carson, more than all the other candidates, he has a degree of charm. Mm-hmm. Like there is something once you ignore. Yeah, when he's awake and when you ignore the politics and you ignore the pyramids and you ignore the one-horse countries, he's a charming man. He seems like he'd be a nice man. So that was a good line.
Yeah, and of course the substance behind that is you get to rebut if someone attacks you.
Yeah,
that's why those three were constantly ping-ponging back and forth. Rubio, Trump, Cruz, Trump, Rubio, and they keep going back and forth. And Kasich and Ben Carson are irrelevant, so they're not getting attacked. Yeah. And they're not attacking the others, so they just got left on the fringe, and that's why that line was a winning line in a lot of ways.
And really fast on the not substance of that point, that probably served to distract from the fact that response by Trump, it was absolutely horrendous. I don't even remember what the question was, but there was a serious question put to him. He had no answer, and so he turned to, that guy sucks, he's a choke artist, that guy lies all the time. I rest my case. He had nothing.
And that's what he does.
He kept returning to that he choked 5 weeks ago thing, like he was the second edition of the Marco bot. It's just like he would glitch and he would just, he choked 5 weeks ago.
Speaking of which, that gets us to clip number 5 on what's actually the best line of the night. Okay. This is Rubio on the attack against Trump.
You know what that is. But what else is part of your plan? So your only thing is to get rid of the lines around the states. What else is part of your plan?
When you get rid of the lines, it brings in competition. So instead of having one insurance company taking care of New York or Texas, you'll have many. They'll compete, and it'll be a beautiful thing.
So that's the only part of the plan? Just the lines? The interstate competition?
The nice part about the plan, you have many different plans. You'll have competition. You'll have so many different plans.
But now he's repeating himself.
No, I'm not repeating. No.
Let's talk about your plan.
Every night it says 5 things. Everyone's dumb. He's going to make America great again. We're going to win. He's winning in the polls.
Go through the lines around the state. We're going to have many different plans because there's going to be competition.
Said it again.
There is going to be competition among all of the states and the insurance companies. They're going to have many, many different plans.
Is there anything else you would like to add to that?
No, there's nothing to add. What's to add?
Okay, beautiful. Yeah. Finally, someone took him down a notch and said, it says the same goddamn things over and over again. We're going to win. Everybody else is a mess. Right? What took you so long? But, I mean, come on, that's got to be the best line of the night.
That's the best line of the day. He learned from Chris Christie. He learned well. I have never, I don't think, had anything in common with Marco Rubio, but I could see it on Marco Rubio's face as he was listening to Trump. That's how I feel when I have to listen to Trump. It's like, oh, he's just saying, like, he looked like this moron. I have to talk to this moron, and he said, oh, he just says the same things. I'm gonna make America great again. It's a mess. He listed those things the same way that I do, and you could see Trump. It's so pathetic. I don't think most people are going to have noticed it, but Rubio said to him, oh, so that's the only part of the plan? And Trump thought he had an out, so he said, no. The great thing about the plan is that there are a lot of plans competing. He didn't even know what Rubio was talking about, that it was a critique of the fact that your healthcare policy is so simplistic that the only thing you can say is that there will be more competition, as if there wasn't competition theoretically over the past few decades. And he had nothing to add to it. How far into this campaign are we? He couldn't come up with anything. I'm sure if you were to look at past debates, he said something else about healthcare. He can't even remember it.
Yeah, there was a moment where he couldn't keep track of his lies on the issue of Libya. Yeah, he had said something earlier, but I think he literally forgot that he was on the other side of that debate earlier. It was telling people that they were a mess for going into Libya or not going into Libya. This time he turned around and said the other position was a mess. And well, if you lie that many times, you're going to get caught at some point. And there, Marco Rubio busted him pretty good. Yeah. Okay. Now I'm going to go to a random clip here because I don't know what it is, and I'm curious. Video 4. Okay, I want to just try this and see what we get.
Here's the guy that buys a house for $179,000. He sells it to a lobbyist who's probably here for $380,000, and then legislation is passed. You tell me about this guy. This is what we're going to have.
Here's the guy that inherited $200 million. If he hadn't inherited $200 million, you know where Donald Trump would be right now? Selling watches and
Damn. That was another good representative line of Marco Rubio's attacks. Yeah. And then Donald Trump had to say, no, I only had $1 million given to me by my daddy. It turned it into $10 billion. No one believes the $10 billion line. And it's not remotely true. And then he said later, I borrowed $1 million from dad. Yeah. Okay, no. He didn't borrow anything. His dad gave him anywhere between, I've read, anywhere between $40 to $200 million. Yeah. Gave it to him. He didn't borrow it. And if you got a $200 million head start, you're going to be in pretty good shape.
Yeah. That sounded like a line that Jeb Bush would have delivered. No, my daddy only gave me $1 million. It just sounds entitled and privileged, and hopefully that's one of the things, I know it won't, but that one of the beer-swilling Trump supporters who basically supports him because they hate minorities would hear that and think, oh yeah, he's like me, he swears, he hates Muslims, but he's also a guy who lives in a high-rise in New York who was given millions of dollars by his rich, probably somewhat liberal father.
No, that's where you're Fred Koch, rumored to, and there's some evidence written in very credible sources that he used to attend KKK rallies in New York.
Really?
Yeah.
I was giving his family credit after all this.
Yeah. So it's not him, it's his dad. We don't have to get into that, but it doesn't appear he's liberal.
Probably him too.
Yeah. Okay. Now we're going to go to the biggest controversy of the debate. To be fair and honest, the entire debate was a giant controversy. One attack after another. Let me show you the first couple here. We're going to go to videos 1 and 2. You knew that this was going to be a wild night as soon as these things happened, and they started right from the get-go. And here's how the brawl began.
That you acknowledge that, for example, you're the only person on the stage that's ever been fined for hiring people to work on your projects illegally. You hired some workers from Poland.
I'm the only one on the stage that's hired people. You haven't hired anybody. By the way, I've hired tens of thousands of people over my job. You've hired 1,000 people from another company, from another country. Credit cards, etc.
Let me say, let me finish the statement. This is the point. He hired workers from Poland, and he had to pay $1 million or so in a judgment.
That's wrong. That's totally wrong.
Well, people can look it up. I'm sure people are Googling it right now. Look it up. Trump Polish workers. You'll see $1 million for hiring illegal workers on one of his projects.
I've hired tens of thousands of people over my lifetime.
Many from other countries instead of hiring Americans.
Right, let me talk. I've hired.
All right, then we knew we were going to have some fun. Yeah. That's a nice little bit of controversy about the illegal immigrants that he hired. Totally true.
right? And any other Republican candidate would have had their career ended. Yeah. Not their campaign ended, their career ended. If they found out that you hired, 1,000 illegal immigrants?
You might have slid by in the fact that they were Polish. White and illegal immigrants not as bad for the Republicans, but yeah.
Okay, so then that was Rubio's first attack against Trump. It lands. He counters somewhat effectively with, I hire people, you don't hire anybody. By the way, by Trump logic, I should come in second in the Republican debate. I probably hired about 100 people in my life, right? You're Rubio, you haven't hired anybody. I hired 100 people. I should be the Republican president. Okay. Anyway, now Cruz is going to attack.
And, he is right. When you stand up to Washington, when you honor the promise you made to the men and women who elected you and say enough with the corruption, enough with the cronyism, let's actually stand for the working men and women of this country, Washington doesn't like it. And Donald, if you want to be liked in Washington, that's not a good attribute for a president.
Here's the man, Robin Hood. This is Robin Hood over here. He talks about corruption on his financial disclosure form. He didn't even put that he's borrowed money from Citibank and from Goldman Sachs, which is a total violation. He didn't talk about the fact that he pays almost no interest. He just left it off, and now he's going to protect the people from the big bad banks.
We're going to move on. It's a governor case.
Give me a break, okay? So there, Cruz trying to land a punch. I think Trump landed a punch back that was a little bit more effective. That's why, in the end, I think Rubio did better than Cruz in this debate. They hit him from both sides, but Rubio's hits were a little bit more effective. Now, to be fair to Cruz, later he did hit him really hard and over again on donating to Democrats. I say, how can you trust the guy to put the Supreme Court justice on who's going to be conservative if he supported Harry Reid and John Kerry and all these, Hillary Clinton and all these people before? So the controversies were everywhere.
And there was also the apparently impending lawsuit as well, that theoretically he could end up having to testify in the middle of a general election, which would look bad. It's the sort of thing that we've been saying scares us so much about if Hillary were to become the nominee.
Yeah, that's right. On Trump University, we covered that on the Young Turks today, and Trump has been sued twice about that, including a $40 million lawsuit from the Attorney General of New York. And so he is in a world of trouble on that, and he's going to have to testify again in the middle of the campaign. Yeah. And boy, did they rip those people off, right? In fact, Trump University changed its name because they realized, knuckleheads realized afterwards, oh, right, it's illegal to call it university if it's not a university. Yeah. So nothing but controversy tonight. Okay, now, I want to go to one of my favorite things that happened in the debate now. I think this will probably do it for us tonight. I'm going to go to video 11 here, guys. Video 11. So let me just set it up a tiny bit. So tonight, non-stop attacks against one another. Well, it got comical, but there was a strategic sense to it as well. It all in this exchange. Let's watch.
Oh, I believe it. No, I believe you know politicians much better than I do, because for 40 years you've been funding liberal Democratic politicians. And by the way,
I funded you.
The
I
reason
funded him.
You're welcome to have the check.
I funded you because let's get clear.
Yeah, you gave me $5,000.
Never funded me.
And by the way, let's be clear. Donald claims to care about
he sent me
Donald, I understand rules are very hard for you. They're very
job. I have his book.
Okay,
not him. Thank you for the book.
Donald,
thank you for the book. Go ahead.
Donald, you can get back on your
a lot of fun up here tonight, I have to tell you. Thank you for the book.
Donald, relax.
Go ahead. I'm relaxed. You're in a basket case. Go ahead. Don't get nervous.
My name is nothing about you that makes anyone nervous.
You know, people are actually watching this. You don't know WhatsApp. Gentlemen.
Well, I mean, I asked that my time not be deducted when you call it.
Gentlemen. Control.
Okay, now.
The latest debate.
Well, hold on. I'm going to get my answer. He doesn't get to yell at me.
I want to move on. These are the rules.
He called me a liar and then interrupted the whole time. Do I not get a response? Do I not get a response?
You'll get plenty of response, so stand by.
My name was
I want to talk about ISIS right now.
Wow. I've never seen such a mess in my life. And I'm telling you, you know me, I am no fan of Wolf Blitzer overall, but that was not his fault. That is those three guys would not shut up. The strategic reason behind it, as we explained earlier, is that Rubio and Cruz could not be seen as letting Trump shush them, as he did with Jeb Bush. So I get why they did it. And they said, if you're going to keep talking, I'm going to keep talking. Yeah. Now, on the other hand, it sounded ridiculous. And John, out of that mess, I don't know, did you get a sense of who comes out ahead there?
I don't know. I mean, it's going around the internet as the caption guy just put unintelligible yelling. He was like, fuck it, I'm not even trying. Yeah, I like that interpretation, that they have received the advice that we have been providing to them for something like 12 weeks now. Stopping talking when he tells you to stop talking. Just keep talking. But it doesn't make for very good TV. The attempt to say you're getting nervous, I mean, he was trying to do to Cruz what he does to Jeb Bush all the time. Cruz's response of, well, let me tell you, there's nothing about you that makes me nervous, is like the weakest response you could have had. But he did respond. He didn't just shut up. And so I guess that he didn't look terrible, so that's a win by omission of complete weakness, I suppose.
Yeah. Even in that mess, though, I think I scored for Trump. And I'll tell you why. He kept commanding the stage, going, go ahead. Like, as if he's running the show, right? Go ahead. He said it like 3-4 times. I hit you, now go ahead, try to hit me back, right? And then he throws in that random line about the book. But the line against Cruz was even better. Cruz was like, you funded liberal politicians. He's like, I funded you, right? And then
but I don't know
Cruz
why
that's melting a little bit. No, but that isn't very effective for him, John. So, because he says, look, these guys are corrupt, right? Yeah, I was the guy buying them, right? But at least I'm the boss, right? And these are order takers, right? I guess. And so, look at this guy. I funded him. He was begging for money for before. I'm boss man, right? And Rubio's like, you didn't fund me. He's like, yeah, I got your book. You sent me a book with an autograph. I don't know what that means. I know he's a child, but it works with the children that are listening.
Yeah, it might.
So, I'm going to call it a tie.
That's right.
Yeah.
What category is this?
No, this is the category worst line of the debate.
No, that's not I apologize. I'm not going to remember the exact words. But Cruz said something. It was something to the effect of Trump's a liar. And Trump said, are you sure you're not talking about yourself? That was literally the response in the hall of people that kind of liked Trump a little bit. They were mostly there for reveal, but some of them liked Trump. It was the most juvenile attack I've heard since grade school, I think. Are you sure you don't mean you? Yeah.
But it's true. And the funny thing about Trump is that his retorts are usually not really clever. They're just, yeah. And the only thing funnier about that is how well it's working with Republican voters.
Because he has 3 in there too. but really fast, I'm just over another nominee. This isn't the worst line because it was poorly delivered or because it was poorly received. It's the worst line of argument because it had to exist. That when Trump attacked Cruz, saying nobody likes you, Cruz had his prepared defense because he sat down with his advisors and he said, okay, we got to get around this problem of nobody liking me. And so he had an argument ready to go, which is kind of a bad line to have. That's true. But yeah, I think you're right. The unintelligible line, yelling is probably a fail for all involved.
Okay. Boy, we covered the hell out of that thing. Nice job, John.
Thank you. That was a fun one.
Yeah. Hey, guys, thanks for watching, man. Thanks for making it happen. The members make this happen. TYTnetwork.com/join. This is yet another debate where I promised I was going to read tweets, but I didn't. But I will give you the members of the day, which I didn't on the main show. Mohammed Baikal is member number 3363, and Jess Horsnell is member number 3364. You guys are awesome. Thank you for making this show happen. Again, TYTnetwork.com/join. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.